Let Your Love Flow Again. Written by Janith Hooper. Copyright 2019. Narrated by Dannul Dailey. Chapter 1. End of November 1961. Ranch life. Clay couldn't adjust to it. Never had, never would. Too many people. Not enough real action. He had a hard time wrapping his mind around the possibility that rancher might be his only title now. Ever since that second injury to his Achilles 2 years ago, August, his leg had never been the same. The doctors knew it. His family knew it, but he couldn't quite come to grips with it, because it meant smoke jumping was off the table. The ache that wrenched his chest the day the doctor had divulged that sorry piece of news was still there, twisted in deeper than ever. Now he found himself at the bar 6, asked to come here by his father, and it had been the worst decision of his life. He glanced down at his casted leg, the re-injured Achilles, for the third time. This time from falling off a danged horse. He cursed and crutched his way across the driveway and into the barn. In no way could he live day to day as an invalid. He needed to do something, anything, to release the pressure building up inside. "What are you doing out here?" The voice was Trevor's, the tone accusatory. Clay tightened his grip on the crutches and turned a hair. Trevor walked out of the shadows to stand before Clay in a fighting stance. Feet spread, weight balanced, head forward. One thing was for certain. If he stayed much longer on the bar 6, Clay would come to blows with his eldest brother. He forced a response through clenched teeth. "Come to help." Trev's retort showed on his face before he delivered it with a scoff. "Right. One-legged." Lifting himself a mite on his crutches, Clay repositioned his good foot to hold him better. Trevor's gaze followed his movements. Anyone else would have been sympathetic, but not this brother. No. He looked put out. One more cowboy unable to do his job, which put him further behind the 8-ball. Clay stretched to his full height. "I came out to do what I can. Put me to work or don't. Your call. Just trying to make the old man happy." Annoyance shifted to disgust on his brother's face. "Well, that's one thing we can agree on. You still fighting the old man? Coop and I don't see eye to eye most days. Not that he sticks around long enough to find out." Clay clanked forward on his crutches, staring Trevor in the face. He was a tad shorter, but had the same bulk, so he was one of the few people brave enough to do that. "Don't know about the last few years, but this time it couldn't be helped. Their dad had done the right thing by helping out his wife's family when Rebecca's dad had been seriously injured. They'd been in California ever since." Travis sneered but didn't comment. Clay sneered right back. "Yeah, we're all a mass of broken feelings, egos, and spirits. Wah, wah. Poor little Cooper boys. Don't have a mom, and their dad's never home." A low growl came from deep in Trevor's throat, one side of his mouth rising in contempt before he took a step closer to Clay. Nearly nose to nose now, Clay wondered which one of them would throw the first punch. "Knock it off, you two," came a female voice from the barn opening. "You're wasting precious time with your pissing contest, and you're letting the cold in. What are you, born in this barn?" They both jerked their heads in the direction of the voice behind them. That'd be Betsy. Or Riley now. Colt's nickname was going to stick for sure, seeing as how the two were engaged. Trev looked flatly at her and stalked off. Of course it was her, offering her 2 cents. The crude language came from her years competing in rodeo. How strange that his peacemaker brother had chosen such a feisty, rough-edged woman. Then again, there was no skin off his back. Maybe the rest of his brothers would stand a chance with the swooning women of Crook County. Not Clay, though. He'd already had his chance, and wouldn't be looking for another. Thinking of Colt brought on the same scowl he'd seen on Trevor's face at mention of their father. Calm or not, compliant or not, Colt still rubbed him wrong. The sod always wanted to do the right thing, even when gray lines were called for. The goody-two-shoes nickname Clay used to call him growing up still applied. Colt could do no wrong. That is, until he played his part in breaking up Clay's marriage. Sure, he believed Colt now when he said he hadn't had an affair with Peggy, but he sure as heck had been there for her too often, listening, sympathizing, and hugging. Those dad-blamed hugs. "What do you want, Texas?" Clay asked Riley. "It's Wyoming to you, mister." She strolled over and gave him a poke in the arm. "Not yet. I don't see a ring on that calloused finger of yours, yet." She laughed, a throaty sound. "Yeah, maybe not, but I'm not leaving Wyoming, or your brother, ever again." He found his mood lifting from the joy resonating off her. He missed female company. Never got much in Alaska. Not that he couldn't have if he searched it out. Too much trouble, and no point. He couldn't help the small grin he gave her. "Happy?" "Yeah, I'm happy. Colt and I just set our wedding date. Can't tell you yet." She giggled this time, her joy apparent. Memories of long ago and another wedding socked him in the chest. The divorce had done the same, as completely and as painfully as the head of a bucking bronc, and a full breath had never returned to his lungs. Riley looked contemplative for a moment. "Say, Clayton, don't you have a doctor's appointment for that foot?" "Ah, shoot. Forgot all about it." He turned almost too fast to keep his crutches under him, but managed to put them in motion along with his one good leg. "Tell Trev I'll be back later to help," he hollered over one shoulder. "Don't worry about it. I can do whatever he needs." He'd wave a response, but didn't dare take his hands off his crutches. "Hey, wait a minute." Riley was at his side in a flash. "You can't drive yourself. I'll let Trevor know I'll drive you there. Get yourself in the passenger side." "No way you're driving my truck. She's an old girl. Can't take your abuse." "Ha, men," she jeered. "Get in my truck then. I'll be right back." By the time she returned, Clay had barely lifted himself into the tall telephone truck Riley drove. Crazy vehicle for such a petite woman. She jumped in with no trouble at all and started it up. Clay had to admit this girl could hold her own in any situation. Maybe Colt had the right idea after all. She swung them around and headed down the long drive. "We'll be there in a jiffy." Right about then, the truck banged into one of their potholes and bounced them both up into the hard roof. "Ow! Criminy! Why don't you guys fix this crappy road?" Clay braced himself with one hand above him, the other on the dashboard. "Slow down, Texas. That might help." "Are you finally going to call me Wyoming after Colt and I are married?" "No." She chuckled. "We going to the clinic?" He did like how Riley was always direct. Didn't hold back any truths. Peggy used to keep stuff from him. Made them argue over everything. Until they got to the bottom of things. If they talked at all. His mind drifted to that marriage. Though it made him feel like a failure in so many ways, he missed the arguing, the bantering, as she used to call it. "So, what's your plan, Clayton? You sticking around now that you can't smoke jump anymore?" A small laugh burst from him. "Don't beat around the bush, do you?" "Huh?" She shot him a confused expression. "You just keep on rolling, no matter who you plow over." She blew out a quick breath. "Did we miss an injury to your head? Don't know what the heck you're talking about. Or is this the way you keep the ladies from getting too interested?" He baffled them. He laughed again. "Right you are there, little girl. You don't pull any punches, is all I mean." Her face scrunched up. Could it really be she didn't understand the sayings? Nah. She was way too smart for that. He wasn't going to clear it up for her either. If it stopped her talking for thinking, then maybe she'd quit digging around in his business, and he'd get some peace and quiet. It didn't take her long. "Oh, I get it. I'm being blunt, asking about your plans. Too personal?" The grunt he made let her know she was spot on. "Well, too bad. You're going to be my brother soon, so get used to it." She laughed then, one of her raspy, throaty laughs, and he couldn't help but grin. She was going to make an interesting sister-in-law. Might make the Bar 6 more tolerable in spite of his boycott against women. He guessed females in the family were okay, safe. He hadn't met Rebecca yet, but if his dad chose her, she had to be tough. "Well?" she prompted. Typical female, never let up. "Don't know yet. We'll see what Doc says." She glanced at him with sympathy written all over her face. "He's not going to tell you it's all right to go back to jumping out of airplanes, Clayton. You know that, right?" Whenever he thought of it, he got even more depressed. How would he survive without the thrill of smoke jumping? What could a broken daredevil do with his life? He didn't answer Riley, and was blessed by silence the rest of the way. The overlarge telephone truck rattled as Riley maneuvered it into the parking lot for Dr. Trenton. By the time Clay got himself out, bouncing on one foot, Riley was at his side, crutches in hand. At least she was helpful, if not reserved. She helped him through the doors and pointed to a chair as she took it upon herself to check him in. Women treated men like little boys way too often. "Listen," he said when she sat down in a hard chair next to him. "I can handle this. You stay here." He gave her a stern glare and a rigid finger pointing at her chair. "Nah, don't think so. I was with you when you injured your Achilles. It was my fault, remember? So I'll stay with you now." There were others in the waiting room, so he lowered his voice. "Did you sabotage that saddle's cinch strap?" She shook her head adamantly. "It was not your fault, so you don't need to mother me." "I'm not. I'm sistering you." She grinned, far too happy for the mood he was in, and it wasn't getting better any time soon. A half-hour passed while Riley annoyed him with her humming. The nurse came through the door for the 4th time, and Clay decided if this wasn't for him, he was out of there. Of course, convincing Riley of that made him curse under his breath. "What did you say?" Riley asked. "Nothing." "Clayton Cooper," the nurse said from the doorway. "Finally," he mumbled. He pushed himself out of the chair and stood, wanting his little helper to bring him his crutches, but she'd left his side to head toward the open door, most likely to keep him from forcing her to stay in the waiting room. He reached behind him, but before he could grab the metal contraptions, a young woman took hold of them. At the same time, another lady already had her hands on them. One a brunette, the other a blonde, both attractive enough, and both looking at him like he was their next meal. He groaned. Bad time for Riley to abandon him. "I've got this, ladies." Neither heard him, since they were currently fighting over who'd hand him his sticks. He tried to reach behind them to get hold, but as soon as he grasped the darn things, one of the ladies yanked them away from the other, and from him. He was going over, and there was no way to catch himself. "Oh, my gosh! Grab him!" one of the women said. The other said at the same time. Clay spread his arms and caught himself on the women's shoulders. They all nearly ended up in a heap on the floor, but for Riley suddenly appeared, pushing them all back upright. Strong and meddling, that was his future sister-in-law. Pride seeped in, despite Clay's desire to keep all women at arm's length. The tally was in. This spunky redhead, with the mouth that didn't quit, had proven herself to him. She'd be a terrific sister-friend. "Okay, ladies, I've got him." Riley yanked the crutches from the two women in spite of the nasty remarks and scowls she received. Didn't faze her one bit. She carefully placed each crutch under his pits, flicked her hands at the interfering women and made a push through the open door past the nurse. Clay wanted to smirk at the two left behind, but decided a nod was the proper thing to do. Not that proper was his usual choice, but thanks to Riley, he felt they'd had enough. Once in the room, the nurse removed his cast and wheeled him off to X-ray. After resettling himself in the room and onto the examining table, Clay's mood had shifted back to dark in time for the doctor's grand entrance. Thoughts of his future had invaded, leaving him utterly bereft. Thank goodness Riley had picked this time to be silent in the corner, likely hoping he wouldn't send her out, which is what he should do. Still might. Dr. Crenton came forward with his hand extended. As they shook hands, the doctor began his little speech. "How's the heel, Clay?" "I haven't tested it yet, Doc. Should I?" He started to jump down, but the doctor stopped him with a hand to his knee. "Let's talk first." That didn't sound good. The expression on the doctor's face didn't bode well either. "Well, the X-ray shows your Achilles has healed. There's a lot of scar tissue. The thing is, if you want full mobility, you're gonna need physical therapy." "How do you mean?" "I mean, I'm going to have someone come out to your home 3 days a week for several weeks to work on stretching and flexibility exercises with you." "No need." He wasn't about to let anyone put their hands all over him. Not happening. "Do you want to walk?" He felt the blood drain from his face. "Are you saying that without therapy I won't walk? That I can't walk now?" He jumped off the table, careful to land on his good foot, and started to take a step. Both the doctor and Riley scrambled forward, and that was a good thing since his foot didn't flex when it was supposed to. With the doctor on one side and Riley on the other, he hopped back and sat, a wave of nausea threatening to empty his stomach right there on the floor. After a few deep breaths, he lifted his chin, looked the doctor in the eye. "You're serious? I can't walk?" "Clay, you will walk again, but you have to go about this properly. That's what the physiologist will help you with." Bile came up his throat further this time. The doctor back in Alaska had warned him not to take this foot for granted after the first injury. After the second, well, he should have listened back then. Maybe he wouldn't be in this predicament if he'd just get out of his own way. "Okay, Doc, I'm listening. I'll do whatever you say. If I do, will I be mobile again? Fully?" The doctor eyed him with the same warning look he'd seen many times before. "I know you, Clayton. Been seeing you your whole life. Every time one of your stunts broke or strained or tore something. But this time, it can change your whole life. No more stunts. No bronc riding, no jumping off bridges or horses, and no smoke jumping." Both the doctor and Riley stilled at the fatal words, watching for his reaction. What could he say other than, "I hear you, doctor." "All right, you hear me, but will you do as I say?" The physician knew him well. Clay ran a hand through thick hair that needed cutting, ran that same hand over his face, feeling a several-days-old beard that had already grown soft to the touch, like he would soon be, soft. His life had gone to cow dung, and there wasn't a dang thing he could do about it. Since his breakfast was still in his throat, he just nodded his agreement. "We're good, Doc. Thank you. I'll just take him home now," Riley said in a whirl. "Can he use his foot yet? Or should he keep using the crutches and wait for the what'd you call it?" "Crutches and wait for the physiologist, or physical therapist. Same difference. I'll send her out on Monday. Since this is Friday, that gives you a few days to get used to the idea. Take it easy, my boy." He patted Clay on the shoulder and turned to exit the room. "Doc?" The doctor turned, waited. "Why a woman? Don't you have any male therapists?" "Nope. And even if I did, Sally's the best." Sally? Sally Wagoner, by chance? The doctor's eyes lit up, and a smile Clay couldn't remember ever seeing on him crossed his face. Yes. Do you know Sally? Clay nodded. Good. That should help you relax about it. Sally's one of the good ones. Good person, I mean. She'll see you Monday, after her normal hours, probably around 6 p.m. Will that work for you? We'll be watching for her, Riley answered for him. She can join us for supper. The doctor nodded one last time and vacated the room. Once alone again, Riley asked him, Who's Sally to you? You get right down to the nitty-gritty, don't you, girl? Yeah, I'm blunt. So who's Sally to you? Clay took the crutches that Riley was holding and placed them under his arms. Grab my sock, will you? He clomped on his good foot and the crutches towards the door and waited for Riley to open it. Sally? Tell you in the truck. By the time they got him settled back in the too-tall truck and they were on their way home, Clay was exhausted. So, Sally, Riley asked as she rounded the corner for home. No one to me, Texas. She was this tall, shy thing in school. Stayed in the background. That seemed to appease Riley, but didn't soothe him. The thought of Sally coming to his house for physical therapy ate at him. He hadn't let a woman put her hands on him since Peggy had left. No one knew that. His bachelor reputation gave everyone a different impression. He'd never worked at correcting it. It never mattered. But now, the thought of having a woman touch him awakened something in him besides what it should. The very real possibility of opening old wounds. Chapter 2. Colt stood at the barn door, arms akimbo, a scowl writing his face. Clay shook his head. Looked like he was going to get a good old-fashioned scolding from his big brother. He chuckled at the ridiculousness of it. What's so funny? We're both in trouble, Riley said with a frown that matched her fiancé's. I hate disappointing him. Colt tromped forward the minute the telephone truck parked in its usual place next to the barn. He had Riley's door flung open and her in his arms before Clay could even open his door. Not disappointed then, he scoffed to himself. Not a word was spoken, but a glance told Clay their lip lock might last a while. Seeing their intimacy made Clay's smirk vanish. He'd had that once. Affection, connection, love. It was rare to let himself go back there in his mind. But seeing Riley and Colt every day was changing that. As soon as his dad and Rebecca were back home, his discomfort would double. He'd seen affectionate couples before, but there was something about it coming from family that made all that lovey-dovey stuff together tougher to stomach. He had to figure out how to get off the bar 6 as soon as possible. Once his foot was functional, he was gone. Clay struggled to get himself on the ground, then reached behind the seat for his crutches. Just as he turned to put them in place, Colt was in his face. Taking off with my woman, huh? Couldn't give me a heads up? Riley was at his back, patting him. My fault, Blue Eyes. I insisted on driving him. He was late, and I told Trevor. Didn't he tell you? Her voice was light, calming. Colt glanced over his shoulder at her, his face instantly softening. Trevor? You're Joshin', right? He doesn't tell us squat. Ever. Oh, didn't know that. Sorry, hon. Come on, I'll help you feed the animals. Riley took his hand and turned him as easily as a brand-new calf, and then they were off, holding hands and smiling at each other like they were the only two people left on Mother Earth. Clay growled. It's okay, Clay, not your fault. Colt could have said that, but hadn't bothered. Dadgum. He had to get out of here. He looked over the large ranch house with its many rectangular windows, all lit up for the evening. This was the place where 6 sons had tried to grow up with a father who had only been there half the time, and a housekeeper, the only mother figure they'd had, who tried her best until her own family needed her back in Mexico. Clay figured his upbringing was likely why his own marriage failed. What did he know about women? A slam brought his attention to the back door, and an emerging brand. Great, another brother getting in the middle of Clay's life. Made him want to rant. "Hey, Big Daddy, what's going on?" "Nothing. I'm going in." Brand turned to accompany him to the back door. "What'd the doc say?" He debated whether or not to fill Brand in, but the truth was, Brand would be available, and without his obnoxious twin, Bronk, he might actually be helpful. "I start physical therapy on Monday." "Physical therapy? What's that do?" His crutches were beginning to make his armpits sore. He knew better than to use them that way, but he was tired and his arm muscles had had enough. "Help me to the sofa and I'll fill you in." Brand took one of Clay's crutches in hand and swung a shoulder under his arm. They made it easily to the couch, where Clay flopped down and tossed the other crutch aside. He was sick of being injured. Had done it too many times in his life, and now a physical therapist. He groaned, his mood growing darker. "What's the groan for, brother?" "I don't want some woman in here rubbing my leg for the next 6 weeks. If that's what the doctor says has to be done, you need to do it. I'll help." That gave Clay an idea. "Well, maybe you can. You can watch her do her job. Then you can take over. We'll get rid of her." Brand beamed. Good old Brand. The only brother wanting to please everyone all the time, especially when his twin wasn't around. This might work out just fine. The weekend had proved to be even more annoying. More and more, Clay yearned to go back to Alaska. At least there, everyone left him alone. Here, everyone bugged him. "Do you want anything? Can I help you to the table? Let me help you with your shower." That last one came from Riley, and he found himself wanting to take her up on it, strip down, shock her to the core, then laugh his fool head off, rub it in Colt's face. See how he liked having a brother spend time with his woman, time that should be reserved for husband and wife only. Yeah, Colt had tried to explain. "Peggy just talked to me, told me things I thought she was telling you. She was unhappy. It was you who should have been listening." The whole debate turned his gut over again. And why was Peggy still in his thoughts? "Because I'm stuck in one spot with nothing to do but hark back to memories better left in the trash." "What?" Brand hollered from the kitchen. He came out a few seconds later with a tray of lemonade and cookies. Looked like Riley'd been at it again. He was going to get fat on top of dying from boredom. "Wasn't talking to you. Why are you bringing this stuff out?" "'Cause your therapist is going to be here any minute now. Thought it would be the kind thing to do since Riley had to pass on making supper." Clay rubbed his hand across his mouth and the weak old beard growing on his face. "Geez, Brand, you're becoming a girl." Brand clanked the tray down the last few inches, nearly spilling the lemonade, and straightened. "What the heck, Clay? Just because I want to make things easier for you doesn't mean you have to go all nasty brother on me. Get your own darn snacks from now on." He turned on his heel and stormed toward the kitchen. Shoot. He always had to apologize. "Hold on." Brand slammed on his brakes and turned. The look on his face was comical. So offended. And young. Clay needed to remember Brand was only 20 and had a personality that didn't benefit a man, as in sensitive to the point of wimpy. Poor guy. If he hadn't also had the Cooper good looks, he'd be sunk with the ladies. While Clay was here, he'd have to toughen him up. "Thank you, little brother. It was nice of you to make snacks." Crap. Just using that word nice made Clay's hair stand up on end. A car door closed outside. Both brothers looked at the front door. "I didn't hear a car roll in," Clay said. "I'll go see." Brand launched toward the door, helpful as always, and swung the door open just as a tall, brown-haired girl was about to knock. They both laughed as she introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Sally Wagoner, here to see Clayton Cooper." Clay leaned forward, trying to see around Brand, but couldn't quite. The boy had really gained some girth over the last 4 years. "Well, I'm his brother Brand. Good to see you again. I think I met you once at one of Clay's games, or Maybe it was the rodeo. Can't remember where, but I remember you. You're a tall one, aren't you?" She sighed. "Yeah." There was acceptance in her voice, along with disappointment. "I'm almost 6 foot. Too tall." "Not for me," Brand said, and gave her one of the smiles the ladies loved. It was true. All the Cooper men were well over 6 foot. Sally should feel comfortable here. Brand backed a step and swung his hand in the direction of the family room. And Clay. "He's right in there." He had to give Brand points for good manners and courtesy. She smiled prettily back at Brand, then moved past him and into the room. Brand nearly skipped along behind. Seeing the suitcase for the first time, his brother reached for it. "Here, let me take that for you." Sally turned her head and smiled at Brand again. "No need. I'm used to it. It's like one of my appendages now." She laughed, a sweet sound that had his brother swooning. Clay wanted to laugh at his brother, but his own sour mood at having to do this therapy thing kept him from it. He wanted this over with. The sooner, the better. Sally set the suitcase down without a sound and stuck her hand out to Clay. "How are you, Clay? It's been a long time." Clay leaned forward enough to grasp her hand and gave it a quick shake. "I have some snacks for you two. Would you like lemonade?" Brand asked her, his face beaming with interest and joy. Too dang happy for Clay's mood. "Enough, we see it. We'll get it if we want some." Sally frowned at him, then swung another sweet smile at Brand's downtrodden face. "Well, thank you, Brand. I do believe a lemonade would be very nice right about now." When she looked back at Clay, she puckered her lips in disapproval. "Good going, Clayton, old boy. Great way to start off the dang session on a bad note." But that wasn't unusual for him. He was known in all circles as the bad-tempered hothead and show-off. Brand smiled and poured Sally a glass of lemonade, handed it to her. She took such a small sip, Clay knew it was only to appease Brand. All right, fine. He was an asshole. He knew it. Everyone else needed to get used to it. It was about to worsen. "Let's get on with this. What do I do?" Sally's head popped over to him, the drink halfway to her mouth. "Oh, okay. We'll get started." She carefully set her lemonade on a coaster on an end table, then hefted her suitcase to the end of the sofa. Once opened, she removed some of the liniment. "We'll start with a good rub-down. Then we'll stretch." He stiffened at the inevitable touching. "Are you doing this too?" Confusion marred her expression. "What? No, just you." "Then you say you, not we." "Oh, I'm sorry. Of course." "Stop it, Clay," Brand barked. "Be nice." Nice. There was that word again. Not part of his vocabulary. He ignored his brother and kept his glare on the woman, waiting for her next move. She perched on the edge of the coffee table in front of him, then stood again. She looked to Brand. "Would you mind pushing this back a bit for me?" "Be glad to." He jumped forward and shoved the heavy table back a foot. "That enough?" She smiled sweetly and perched again, her attention back on Clay. She said, "Okay, put your leg right on my lap." Sally wore a white nurse's uniform and white tights. Her dress hung modestly past her knees when she sat. Clay was sure she worked in this uniform all the time, but to put his dirty old foot on her pristine lap wasn't happening. "No." Excuse me?" "Not putting my grimy foot on your dress." She sighed in relief and laughed a bit. "Oh, well, don't worry. I'm used to this. This is my work uniform." "Still not going to do it." "Oh, for crying out loud, brother. Do it or this is going to take all day," Brand barked. He had a point. While debating the request, Clay watched the expression on her face turn fearful, and her hands began to shake. Who had the doctor sent to him? He had to remember who Sally was from school. Always in the background. Never said much. Meek. Shy. A pushover. He groaned to himself. Nothing seemed worse to him than a weak woman he would run all over. "Fine. Here." He lifted his leg and tried to set it carefully on her lap. Oh, heavy. She tittered on an exhale. He started to lift it off, but she held tight to his foot. It's fine. Leave it. I'm just going to remove your sock. What? He jerked more upright in the sofa, which pulled his heel heavily against her thigh. She gave out a tortured sound, her eyes growing wide. He yanked his leg off this time. I'll get the footstool, Brand said. Smart boy. Once he had the stool in place, right next to Sally's knees, Clay positioned his foot on it. Brand stood over him for a few seconds until Clay glowered up at him. I'll, just take this tray of goodies back to the kitchen. Sally gave Clay a tight smile. This should work. Now I'm going to remove your sock. Why? Remember, I told you we have to massage the leg first? You and who? Her dark brows creased down the middle. Just me. Then say I have to massage your leg. Yeah, she was getting angry. He could see it clearly. Still, she'd yet to bark a thing back at him. He'd always thought his ex-wife was annoying with her talkativeness, or the way she ignored his ultimatums, or reacted to his demands. But at least she stood up to him. This filly, man, he detested women he could trounce so easily. He really shouldn't goad her, but he couldn't help himself. It was too easy. Didn't find this sort of woman in Alaska. Well, he didn't find many women at all in Alaska. Another reason he wanted back there. Yes, sir. I'll do it better. What I need to do now is massage this leg first, before we attempt stretching exercises. Why don't you just show me what to do and I'll do it? No need to waste your time. No, we need to... This time he gave her a look she instantly read. I need to do the deep massage. There's a particular way it's done. Brand sauntered back into the room. Teach Brand here what to do. Her mouth tightened in response. No, Mr. Cooper, you must let me do this. Dr. Trenton wants me to do this. You still giving her a bad time? Brand said. Just let her do her job. He glared at Brand, but it didn't seem to intimidate him in the slightest. Funny how Brand never let anyone bully him when his twin was such a bully, and more easily intimidated than Brand ever was. Fine, Clay said. Don't linger. Her lips pursed into a tight ball. Reminded him of his old maid high school English teacher, Miss Stewart. Sally pulled his sock off by the toes and pushed his pant leg up. He guessed he should have worn shorts. He reached down and tugged on the pant leg, trying to help, but it wouldn't go past his knee. She huffed, frustrated with the task, or with him, or both. Finally, leaving the pants where they were, she poured a hefty quantity of liniment into her hands and rubbed them together for a few seconds. Though a large-boned woman, her hands wouldn't be able to encircle his calf muscle, and he wondered what good they'll do. She surprised him, though, with a strong, vice-like grip. She grasped his calf. He jerked and stiffened, had to consciously stifle a need to use his other foot to shove her away. He didn't want her touch. His forehead and upper lip dampened. How was he going to get through this? She peeked up at him as she slid her hands down his leg to the ankle, massaging the muscle in his calf as she went. Her fingertips dug in hard, taking his mind off her touch and onto the pain she was creating. His eyes were glued to her task, as if she might deviate and touch him elsewhere. The dark hair on his legs matted with each swipe down and stuck out in all directions on her slide back up. That time it tickled a little. If he told her that, would she huff at him again? The thought almost amused him. Almost. Clay thumped his head onto the sofa back and tried to relax. The massage began to feel good except for the pressure on the Achilles. It was still tight and painful. Hadn't Doc said it had healed? When Sally slid her hands down for a fourth time, he raised his head and glared. Are you trying to torture me? It's where the tendons tore, she said while massaging. Not once, but 3 times. It will take a long while for it to heal properly, so you can walk without pain, and without the fear of tearing it again. We'll stretch it." He shot upright. "What do you mean, tearing it again?" "I mean, Mr. Cooper, you have injured your Achilles, which is the tendon that travels along the bottom of your foot, up past your heel to—" "I know what the Achilles is, Sally. You saying the chances are good I'll tear it again?" "Yes, if you don't let it heal completely, and if you don't let me do my job." "I was in a dang cast for a month. Are you telling me physical therapy is the only thing that will save it? I'm not buying that." Sally pressed a little harder, making him jerk. "Physical therapy is only one of the things you need to do. There are other things." "Like what?" "Like eating right, getting enough sleep, walking the proper way, then eventually bringing in more physical activities. But for now, we have to take it slow, very slow." When she began rubbing the back of his heel and pushing the toes toward him, he hollered and cursed, yanking his foot away. She let him. Swinging his whole leg to the right, he rested it on the sofa, away from digging hands. "No more." "Okay, if that's what you want, we'll be done for the day." He started to call her on the we thing again, but she jumped back in to correct herself. "I'm done for the day." Clay lowered his brows, showing her he meant business. "I can handle what you did today, or Brand can. If not Brand, then someone else. There's no reason for you to come all the way back out here. Thanks anyway, Sally. Good to see you. Take care now." He hoped she got the message, because he sure as heck wasn't repeating himself. She swallowed hard and blinked. So help him, if she started to cry, he'd really give it to her, but good. Couldn't stand it when women cried. It broke him somehow. That all started the day his wife told him she was through being married to him. But did she say it and go? No. She said it through a slew of tears that flooded the beautiful pale blue eyes he had spent hours drowning in. The tears had streamed down the soft cheeks he showered with countless kisses. It had crippled him, then hardened him, in more ways than he'd yet to face. Clay softened his voice. "Just go on now. It'll be fine. Tell Doc I'll be in touch." Without another word, Sally boxed up her gear in that huge suitcase and practically loped to the door. Brand was there to see her out. He walked out behind her and closed the door. Clay let his head thud back onto the cushion and closed his eyes. This had been far more painful than the injury alone. Being touched by a woman had rubbed all the raw pieces of his heart into a big, ugly glob. The front door banged open and Brand stormed through, slamming it in his wake. "What in Hades is wrong with you? Do you always have to be a son of a bitch?" Here it came, the same wrath he got from everyone each time he couldn't be decent. Maybe one of these days he'd learn to keep his trap shut, or more likely. One day he'd head out and become a hermit, never to be seen by anyone again. "Calm down." "Calm down? Calm down? Is that what you always say when you've stirred the pot and added jalapeno peppers to it? And cayenne pepper? And chili pepper? And—" All right, I get it. Go away, Nilla. Leave me be. You're not going to distract me with that stupid nickname. Not going to happen this time, hot dog. You hurt that girl. There was no need for you to be such a jerk. We all know you are and put up with you anyway. But why her? She didn't deserve it. Why had he grown into such a jackass? Life had been hard on him, but so what? Plenty of people had it tough, but didn't give into bad attitudes and unforgivable behavior. He hadn't been whole since Peggy, and by the looks of it, he was rotting from the inside out, clueless how to stop the decay. Chapter 3. "I won't do it, Doc. I can't." Dr. Trenton stood up, then crossed in front of his desk, his eyes sympathetic. He leaned his backside against the solid wood and crossed his arms. The next thing out of his mouth wasn't going to be pleasant. "Margaret, you're the only one in the area who's trained and available." "I knew it." I'm not available. I'm searching for housing, all while setting up the physical therapy department at the Campbell County Hospital, and Dr. Jordan has offered your help to us." Peggy swallowed hard and blinked up at him. It was good she was sitting, otherwise her legs would have been spaghetti. She already felt the tingle of nerves dashing up and down her spine. She hadn't felt that sensation since the last time she'd been near Clay, the day she'd said goodbye. Why would he do that? We've only just begun setting everything up. I'm sure I'll have a patient soon. Well, that's just it. You don't have any patients right now, and you haven't moved yet. You're close and available. She needed to remain professional in front of Dr. Trenton, but couldn't quite muster the willpower. He knew her situation. How could he expect this of her? Her hands came up to cradle her face. She rubbed up and down to stop the threat of tears. It won't be that bad, Margaret. It's been years since you and Clay were married. You've both moved on. Has he? Her heart nearly stopped at the thought. Since she hadn't, she figured he hadn't either. She'd certainly moved on education-wise and was very proud of her accomplishments in academics. But personally, not a day went by that something didn't remind her of the wildly outlandish man she'd been married to. How was she to touch that remarkable body of his 3 days a week and manage to survive? It wasn't fair. She wouldn't do it. She jumped to her feet. No, Dr. Trenton, you'll have to find somebody else. Sit down, Margaret. Obedience to superiors came naturally. She sat. Dr. Trenton dropped his arms and gripped the desk at his sides. His expression relaxed. The frown and look of sympathy deepened. I'm sorry, Peggy. It's really been decided. You need to head out to the Cooper Ranch today at 5:30. Take your gear with you. She started to argue that she didn't have any gear, but now that the art of physical therapy had become more mobile, the doctor knew she carried the bag of needed paraphernalia everywhere she went. Possible scenarios tumbled around in her mind. She needed to quiet her brain before she sprained it. Hadn't she decided she wanted to help people? Who needed it more than her ex-husband? The man was a bona-fide poster child for the benefits of physical therapy. He'd broken more bones and torn more muscles than anyone in all of her studies. Okay, so she would go. She'd be fine. Really. This is the last time I bring you supper. Do you hear me? Bran shouted to Clay from a few feet away. Bran had repeated that very statement at the beginning of each meal for 2 days now, and Clay was about ready to knock his block off. I didn't ask for the dang food. I get my own. Riley asked me to take care of you since she and Colt are busy with that rescue stallion. He won't eat unless they hand-feed him. They've been keeping a close eye on him. Sleeping out there, even. You sure it's the stallions they're keeping an eye on? Clay waggled his eyebrows. Bran crammed his hands on his hips. The horse is in trouble. Have some compassion, and stop the lewd remarks. If Dad were here, he'd what? Spank me? Ground me? Bran cursed. Clay inhaled a calming breath. His intention wasn't to irritate the kid, his only true ally on the ranch. Tell them to float the old boy's teeth. If he's having difficulty eating, he might have dental points cutting into his cheek or tongue. I bet his teeth were neglected long before he was abandoned. Bran glanced away and stared, as if in thought. You know, you might be right. I remember Riley mentioning to Colt she saw blood once, in his hay. Bran turned for the kitchen but stopped, and jerked his head in the direction of the front door. Hear that? Hearing things again, little brother. Shut up. Don't you hear that? Someone just drove in. He loped to the door, swung it open, and stuck his head out. Some woman. In a blue Valiant, he said over his shoulder. Clay's heart somersaulted and kept tumbling. Couldn't be. What year? Bran scoffed, glancing briefly back at Clay. Well, heck if I know. I'll find out who she is. Don't worry. Such a helpful squirt. But what he wanted Brand to do was send the woman away. He had a bad feeling about this. There was a real possibility he'd be meaner yet this time around. Brand jerked his head to look over his shoulder, caught Clay's gaze, his eyes wide. It's... You're not going to believe this, Clay. He was afraid he would. Send her away. A knot was forming in his throat. Brand turned back, stuck his head out the opening with one hand on the door, the other on the door jamb. He popped his head back in. It's Peggy. Your Peggy. Turned back. She's going to her trunk, lifting a satchel out of it. Not his Peggy anymore. Crap. Yeah, crap, Brand agreed. It can't be she's replacing Sally. She can't be a physiologist. Can she? The last words were practically whispered. Had all his thoughts of her lately actually conjured her up? She's coming. Clay suddenly felt 17 again. He sat up straighter, ran his hands through his hair, pushed the rolled sleeves farther up his arms, scrubbed at the beard on his face. He blew a breath in his hand and smelled it. Shrugged. He gave a quick sniff at his armpits. No help for that. Or for the wrinkled clothes he'd spent 2 days in. Peggy! Clay heard Brand say in an almost wistful voice. Hi, Brand. How are you? The sound of her voice ran like pure honey over his battered soul, already soothing the frayed edges of it. Peggy stood on the porch with the satchel hanging from her hand, waiting. How'd you know it was me? Brand responded. Always did, she said with a smile in her voice. You and Bronk are very different. Huh. Everybody else says we look the same. Look mostly the same. But your mannerisms give you away. Let her in, you moron, Clay barked, then regretted how those would be the first words his ex-wife would hear from him in years. Brand jumped to the side. Sorry. Come in. Thank you. Why are you here? Brand asked. Man, sometimes his brother's manners were as bad as his own. Still, he didn't correct him. Clay was pleased he wasn't affected, seeing Peggy stand there almost regally with her spine straight and shoulders back. But when she turned and her gaze traveled the room looking for him, his first impression went out the window. The instant the splash of baby blue caught and hooked him, it was the first day of science class all over again. He couldn't breathe. He fought not to pass out from the thunder in his heart. All he was able to do was stare, absorb, then drown in her eyes, as he'd always done. His lungs seized as she took in her own stiff breath. So, he still affected her. Good. Same boat. But since his own pulse was still galloping, he feared his boat was a whole lot bigger. She stood for a longest time in one spot, those eyes wide against the same translucent skin, playing havoc with his shredded heart. He forced his gaze from her more mature but still perfect face to the rest of her. Sam Hill. She'd filled out her skinny frame and was more stunning than he remembered, all straight-laced in a gray nurse's uniform with white cuffs and collar and sensible laced-up white shoes. She had her blonde hair trapped in some kind of tight bun at her nape and looked petite and fragile. No, on second glance, that same underlying strength she hid well was still there. She'd always looked breakable, but she was anything but. I'm here for Clay. Those sweet words he'd yearned to hear 4 years ago, and every day since, dug at his heart, effectively popping open the old wound like it was a ripe cherry. Now he felt vulnerable, exposed and hurting all over again. How would he endure this first sentence, let alone a whole conversation? Couldn't happen. He'd never survive it. Turn yourself right around there, Missy, and head back to that Valiant of yours. She hissed in a breath, and for a split second pain registered on that pretty face. But then It was all gone as she dropped the satchel with a thump and planted her hands on her more noticeably curvy hips. He swallowed, hard. "Clayton Cooper, you are as rude as ever." "Not rude, sweetheart. Sensible. You and I in the same room. A smart man would avoid that like hoof-and-mouth disease. And I'm a smart man." He thrust a finger at the door. "Out." Indignant or rattled? He wasn't sure what he'd call the look she was trying to hide now. Her lips pressed together. Her nostrils flared. She blinked several times, and then her gaze left him for elsewhere. He drew in a quick breath to fortify himself. He'd always had a love-hate relationship with upsetting her. One side worried it would hurt her, but the other? Dang, but she looked beautiful when she was irritated. Always had. The memories of pestering her just for the fun of it came flooding back. He really was a jerk. But as Clay studied her, threads of pain shot one by one through him, impaling him with every memory they'd made together. High school days when all they could think about was each other. His proposal as they leaned against the corral fence under the stars. Her face tilted up to his with the hope of a life together shining out from her glistening eyes. Their wedding day in the little chapel in Sundance, where he'd given himself to her and laid their lives at God's feet. Their wedding night and every night thereafter, when he'd been privileged to touch his bride as he'd only dreamt of before. And then the day she'd walked out on him. The day he'd taken his life back from God, never to trust him again. Sharp eyes stopped wandering the room and landed back on him. She gathered herself. He forced his mind away from memories and onto what would spill from her lips. The anticipation was like a gulp of fresh air off freshly fallen snow. He felt so alive in that moment. He wondered where he'd been for half a decade. She sucked in a breath. He pressed his lips together to keep from grinning in delight. "Now see here, Mr. Cooper. I've come to help you recuperate." He could think of a few ways she could help him with that, though he didn't dare dwell on them. Had enough trouble with those thoughts on nights he couldn't sleep. Her hands remained planted on those hips as she took a few steps toward him. Still, she maintained enough distance between them to keep him from taking hold of her wrist and pulling her to his lap, where he'd kissed the tar out of her, as he used to all those years ago. "And what do you think you can do to help me recuperate, Miss Sassman?" "Actually, it's Miss Cooper." Then she froze, as if this was how she usually corrected people, but had forgotten who she was talking to. That set his mind and emotions jumbling together in an unsteady mix of toxic sensations, ones he hadn't felt since she'd closed the door the day she walked out on him. He held himself still, panting the next few breaths as he gained control, trapping hurt against one side of his brain and failure against the other. A few more breaths, and he was steady. She was clearly unnerved. "Well, I'm going to... You see, stop looking at me like that." What did she see? His devastation or his rage? She stomped a foot and clenched her hands at her sides. Gad, he'd forgotten how he loved to egg her on. How they interacted. How she gave just as good as she got. Which to him was more fun than getting along. Yeah, any time now. He smirked at her, suddenly feeling more alive than when he'd made his last jump. She blinked, frustrated. Maybe this wasn't going to be so bad after all. She sighed heavily, unfisted her hands. Drat. Was she giving up? She went back to her bag, hefting it to the other side of the sofa. She plopped it down and unzipped it, brought out a bottle of liniment and a towel, then went after the footstool she must have remembered they had. Once it was in position in front of him, sweat popped out on his forehead, then his spine, then every crevice on his body. This couldn't happen. If he thought it was bad with Sally, He'd be a puddle of goo before this session was over. "Listen up, Margaret." He'd never called her that before. Ever. "We are not doing this. Brand will walk you out." He kept his voice low, but even he heard the tremor in it. He cleared his throat. "You can tell Dr. Trenton to send Sally back. I'll behave." The hurt that ran across her face surprised him. His mouth dropped open slightly to draw a better draft of air. She couldn't want to be here. Must be something else. If he was sure of one thing, it was that Margaret Ann Cooper didn't want to be in the same county as ex-husband Clayton William Cooper. Not 4 years ago. Not now. Her breaths were short, and she flutter-blinked. He recognized that reaction. The night he'd finally limped home after 3 weeks on the road as a rodeo star. She'd come up to him in the barn while he put up his horse. Instead of throwing herself in his arms and congratulating him, she teetered before him. Her breath clipped and ragged just before delivering the words that tore out his heart and left it for dead. The ones that told him they were through. And then came the torrents of tears. So many tears. And no redemption. He'd been so stunned he couldn't say a word. So like a stoop, he stood and forced to glare so he wouldn't break down like a baby and join her with sobs of his own. Now, it was happening all over again. He had to stop her before she broke down this time. He barely survived it last time. This time, it would destroy him. "Get out. Now." Rolling to his feet, he hop-jumped out of the room and down the hall to his bedroom on the first floor. Once he banged the door closed behind him, his breath hitched in his throat, and he knew the next would be a wail unless he stopped it. He hopped to the bed and plopped down, smashing his face in his hands and rubbed it like crazy. He worked his palms into his chin, cheeks, forehead, and back again until the emotions shifted from raw pain to anger. How dare she come into this house and rip him up again? Had he invited her? No. Had he needed her? No. Did he want her? Silence invaded his mind. He wasn't about to answer that question, even to himself. He heard the front door slam, rattling the hinges. So loud Clay knew Brand would be back in to rake him over the coals again. He needed to get out of here. With much difficulty, Clay managed to skirt his way into the mudroom and tug on his socks and one boot. He grabbed the dang crutches. At least that would make escape a little faster. He made it all the way out the back door and halfway to the barn when Brand caught up to him and yanked one of his crutches out from under him. Clay windmilled his free arm until the next step took him down. He hit the ground like a fallen pine, barely catching himself with an elbow and a knee. And there he lay, like the miserable wretch he was. His back was tweaked. He'd probably sliced his knee and elbow, and the dark dread of regret loomed over him. "Oh, shh!" Brand cursed. "Are you all right?" Clay didn't want sympathy from Brand. He deserved the flailing he'd been about to receive, not this. "Go away," Clay grunted, his face planted in the scree and grime of the road. Brand cursed again. "Come on, you belligerent reprobate. Grab onto me." Brand pulled on the arm that Clay had twisted around the now bent crutch. Guess Brand figured it was the least injured. He'd be right about that. Clay let Brand lift him to his one foot. Blood trickled down his forearm and off his fingers. Still, he felt the same warm trickle of blood crawling down his leg from knee to sock. "Oh, crap! I'm so sorry, hot dog. I never meant to hurt you more. I just... They're so stinking mad at you." Brand's own words seemed to remind him that he was angry. He swung Clay's arm around his shoulder and clamped onto his hand. Hard. Clay grimaced as Brand continued to the barn. Take me back to the house. I'm going to need to clean up." He flicked his hand, spattering blood in all directions. "Dang, I'm an idiot." Bran loosened his grip on Clay's hand, anger dissipating. So the sympathy act was working. Good. He couldn't stand the thought of being reprimanded any longer. Not by Brand. Not by anyone. He was tired, injured, and more defeated than ever. Once Brand got him in the house and helped wash his arm, Clay faced his little brother and saw in the boy a better man than he was. "I'm going to head to the shower, then go to bed." "What? Oh, shoot. You aren't okay, are you?" "It's only 6:30, Clay. Too early for sleep. Come on, I'll have supper ready soon. He'll be fine. It's all going to be fine." No, it isn't. It hasn't been fine for years. Chapter 4. "She's back," Brand said to the window at the kitchen sink. Clay's soup spoon hovered an inch from his mouth as he shifted mental gears from what Trevor would let him do to help today to what Brand just said. "Who's back?" "Peggy." Clay sucked in air and soup at the same time and launched into a fit of coughing. Brand whirled around and whacked Clay on the back, making him cough harder. "Stop!" Clay choked out. It had been 2 days since he'd sent his ex-wife away. Relief and disappointment had lived with him since. Finally, his voice returned, though it sounded pinched. "Why is she back? What did you say to her?" Brand couldn't look at him. Oh boy, guilty as all heck. "What did you say to her?" "Nothing." Brand twisted back to the window, tensed, then jogged off toward the front door. He opened it before Peggy could knock. "Go in the family room," Clay heard Brand say. "We'll be right with you." When he wandered back into the kitchen, Clay glared at Brand. "Hey," Brand whispered, "I know you don't want her here, but you hurt her feelings last time, so I told her you were in pain and didn't mean what you said. Told her you'd be better by Wednesday." He beamed then, using his charming smile on Clay. "And how about that? Today's Wednesday. So, when you're ready, come on in." Brand's smile fell off, and a frown twisted his brows. "And be nice." Brand shot out of the kitchen before Clay could grab him and beat the stuffing out of him. He ran a hand down his face and over the scruff that was still growing. He groaned quietly before deciding he didn't have a choice. Though he had fallen asleep on the couch last night, he had at least thrown on a clean shirt this morning. Deep down, had you expected her to come? He hefted himself out of the kitchen chair, grabbing the crutches Brand had worked all last evening to repair. He placed them under his armpits and took a slow thump, slide, shuffle across the floor, out the kitchen, and toward the couch. Peggy, her back to him, had on her same nurse's uniform. He told himself not to look her over, to keep his hankerin' in check. But since when did his brain obey him? Or his body? Instead, he let his gaze linger with melancholy on her hourglass figure, slender calves, and blonde hair tied loosely in that same knot with wisps sticking out from it against her neck. Looked like she'd had a day already. Guilt trapped his mind. Time to be nice. When he drew near, she turned and smiled. That same smile he remembered that used to take his breath away. Still did. "Evening, Clay. How are you today?" Her manner was too chipper, voice too lofty. She was trying hard to be professional. He guessed the short time he'd have with her would work out fine. Yet the thought of her hands on him scared the bejesus right out of him. "Peggy," he greeted. "Sit down right over here." She gestured to the end of the sofa where he had the stool set up and her equipment bag resting on the floor, unzipped. He sat. She took his crutches and leaned them against the wall behind her, before returning, looking a tad nervous. "That's perfect. Okay, just put your foot right here." She patted the stool. He complied. When she slid those long-fingered hands under the hem of his pants and pushed, he nearly climbed out of his seat. Her eyes jerked to his. "You all right? Did I touch a painful spot?" "No." She let out a shaky sigh. Okay. Clay gritted his teeth as she slid his pant leg up over his calf and to the knee. She talked while she worked, her eyes on what she was doing. He didn't know if it was to relax him or her. Next time, shorts would work better. These probably won't go up as high as I need them to be. She looked up to see if he was listening. He wasn't. Not really. All he could think about was how good she smelled and her soft palms against his hairy legs, and whether or not he was about to embarrass himself. Clay? He swallowed, then blinked until his eyes rested on her. Got it? Shorts next time? When she dropped her gaze back to his pant leg, he grabbed a pillow and plopped it in his lap. She glanced up in question, so he rested his forearms on the pillow and leaned in, pretending interest in what she was doing. Thank goodness for Rebecca's introduction to throw pillows to their masculine world. Peggy gave one final push at the denims and gasped. What happened here? There's dried blood everywhere. And I noticed your elbow was bandaged. What happened, Clay? Did you try walking? Did your heel give out? Her distress gave him pause. Suddenly, every incident where he'd been scraped, broken, or gored flew into his mind, along with Peggy's concern and the nurturing that followed. He'd nearly forgotten how kind and caring she'd been, never berating him until he was fixed up. Then she gave it to him like a blast from a shotgun. He almost chuckled out loud. She was a bossy little thing when it mattered. She'd been right to scold him. He'd always taken too many risks. Still did. The difference now was he recognized it. Don't worry, Twinkie. The old nickname fell out of his mouth so naturally it surprised him. He'd forgotten it until now. She frowned. Had always hated being called that. She thought it made her sound brainless or self-indulgent. He named her that years ago, so she'd fit in with his family's crazy food nicknames. Not only did she love Twinkies back then, but they were a blonde treat, just like her. He had to admit, he used it too often when he was angry or wanted to derail her. He'd been mad at her for so long. Today it fit. But if he wanted to get along now, he'd be wise to use the nickname she liked since it reminded them both of her smile. Sunbeam. Trouble was, the name seemed too intimate to use anymore. All he wanted now was for her to leave him alone, get out of his life for good. After all, that's what she'd wanted, to leave him. She should have stayed gone. I'm the one who did it, came Brand's voice from the doorway of the kitchen. Had he been watching to make sure Clay treated Peggy right? The thought made him clench his teeth to keep from lashing out at the kid. Brand had always been the tattletale, even telling on himself. Most of the time that gave him a lesser punishment, charmer that he was, and manipulator, but not with Clay, or Peggy. Maybe he'd forgotten that Peggy had been trained to ignore Brand's charms by Clay himself. Peggy's head wrenched around to see Brand standing in the doorway with a tray in his hands. Suspicion marred her lovely face. You did what? Brand came forward and set the tray of drinks and 2 heaping plates of food down on the far end of the coffee table. Steak and potatoes and beans on one, steak and salad and fruit on the other. Impressive. The kid remembered how she'd liked her supper. Where was this spread when Clay had rummaged the shelves and landed on soup for dinner anyway? Food for 2. I'm sure you haven't had time to eat yet. Brand's sweet look at Peggy just made Clay madder. He'd always flirted with Peggy, even when she was his wife, though back then he was a harmless kid. Now he was a man, and his charm wasn't harmless. What did he think? That she was free game now? Leave it and go, Clay barked. Brand's brilliant smile shifted to a smirk. What's the matter, big brother? Jealous seemed to be the word that lingered in his eyes. Clay growled deep in his throat. Get out. Peggy glared at Clay. Goodness, have you learned no manners in all these years? She turned her gaze back to Brand and smiled apologetically. Dang, he hated when people felt the need to apologize for his behavior. You're always so helpful, and you remembered how I like my supper. That's remarkable, Brand. Thank you. Then her smile vanished, as if it had never been there. Now, what did you do? What do you mean? Clay wanted to throw his head back and laugh at the "oh no" look on Brand's face. Yeah, that look that said he now remembered who he was talking to. Peggy had always been a smart one. No one was able to pull the wool over her eyes, least of all Brand. You're being awfully nice. Bringing a supper and all. You said you were the one who did it? Is there something you need to confess? Peggy always could get the truth out of him. He didn't even hesitate. Yeah, He dropped his head, looked like he might cry. So Brand was going through with it, hoping the sympathy angle got him out of it. Bold move. His lip quivered. I was upset with Clay for how poorly he treated you, and Sally. Brand threw a quick glance his way, but Clay's scowl at Brand for divulging this information didn't deter the brat. So I kind of yanked one of his crutches away while he was walking. Clay scoffed. So, that's what you're going with? How do you kind of yanked a crutch away, kid? Brand had the good grace to look sheepish, but used it to his benefit. He turned to Peggy while she focused solely on him and his explanation. Well, like I said, he was really mean to Sally and you. Clay slammed a fist to the couch. You already covered that. Peggy turned those baby blues back on Clay. What did you do to Sally? She said she wouldn't come back. So I figured you refused her help. Not that you were mean to her. Not that I'm surprised to find that out. What's that supposed to mean? The moment Clay muttered those words, he regretted them. You know exactly what I mean. Clay was instantly unnerved by Peggy's quiet delivery. Where had the emotional, screaming girl of the past gone? Replaced by a woman, Cooper, can't you see that? You can be a mean son of a gun, and you know it. I've seen plenty of that side of you. She had no idea how much worse he had gotten. He forced a one-sided smile that always got to her. So you remember the other side of me, huh? Sweet thing. Which side is your favorite? Her eyes widened and she gasped, loudly, then stood and huffed. Clayton Cooper? Behave yourself. He leaned farther over the pillow on his lap and caught her gaze fully in his. You want me to behave? He said with a bigger smile. The one he used to seduce her in the first place. The same one he used every time he wanted his way with her. While she stood there all indignant-like, he shifted gears, remembering exactly how he used to throw her off during their arguments, except the need to win wasn't there anymore. Only sadness remained, and the memory of how she'd obliterated him. You don't have any say anymore about my life, my injuries, or my behavior. Why don't I have Brand package up your dinner, then show you out? Hurt, plain and agonizing, flooded her face, piercing his resolve. Had she truly expected a happy reception from him? Not likely. He'd been an irascible character long before she'd ripped his heart out. After, well, his behavior was mostly intolerable, and he had no reason to change it. But hurting her? No, he didn't have the stomach for that. Never had. I'm tired. My leg hurts. Think I'll go lie down. A delighted expression replaced the defeat on her lovely face. Oh, I can help with the leg pain. Hold on. The liniment will help a lot. He cursed under his breath. See, this was what happened whenever he went soft, got himself in deeper. Nah, another time, Twinkie. She flinched, but ignored his comment. Brand, why don't you take the food back to the kitchen for now, and get me a warm, wet washcloth? I want to clean his leg of the dried blood before I massage it. The word massage struck Clay's brain with force. He didn't want her touching him, reminding him of the bond they once had, or the injury he'd foolishly courted. Again. He flopped his head back and squeezed his eyes shut. Brand was back before Clay opened his eyes. "Okay, you just rest like you were doing, and I'll take care of your leg," Peggy said. "You'll see. It'll feel so much better." The purr of her sweet voice couldn't override the anticipation of her touch. How was he going to bear it? A warm, wet cloth slapped against his shin, followed by two petite hands. His eyes flew open as he choked in a breath, nearly coming off the couch. Peggy began pushing the cloth up and down, cleaning off dried blood and a sheen of new sweat. Efficiently, she drew the warm cloth over his calf and on up, pushing against his jeans. She slowed, leaned in, and peered at the wound. She asked something, but Clay didn't hear it over the whoosh of his pulse. Her nearness made him wild and soothed all at once. Memories flooded his brain. All the time she'd stroked his wounded ego, repaired his battered body, soothed his unsettled mind. She'd always been there for whatever he needed, whenever he needed it. "Clay? This hurt?" "Hurt?" Her eyes narrowed as she assessed his expression, which probably showed his awkward, confused state. Maybe she wouldn't notice. After all, she hadn't been around him all these years. The years he'd had to live without her, and her ability to quiet his spirit. Without her, he'd learned another way to live. Angry, closed off, unresponsive. This? She poked her finger right in the center of the gouge made by a rock and got his complete attention. "Yes, that hurts. What the heck?" She'd always done that when they were married. Poked bruises, scabs, scrapes, broken bones, strained muscles, you name it. Any time she wanted his attention, or was furious with him for being reckless. Dang it. Her proximity had always befuddled him. "It wasn't my fault." She pulled her mouth in disbelief. "Well, that's debatable." He opened his mouth, ready to defend himself as he always had with her. But she was right. He'd found long ago trying to defend his own bad behavior was futile. He was rash. He was a jackass. And he was needing her gone. Best way to do that was to agree with her. Be still, let her finish, and go. When he didn't answer, her eyes found his, and her eyebrows lifted. "No argument?" "No. Just finish what you're doing." He dropped his head back and crushed his eyes closed again. Every time his tone was mean, hurt crossed her face. He couldn't take it. Didn't have to anymore. "Good," she said, then quietly went to work. Time moved like garden snails. Clay found himself wondering if she planned to come back to do this again. Part of him hoped so. The other part, the one that would win, worked madly against it. When she removed the washcloth from his leg, he mistakenly thought she was done and breathed a sigh of relief. No such luck. If he'd thought the washcloth was bad, those hands of hers, warm with liniment that she rubbed up and down his shin, calf, and heel, shot his equilibrium off the charts. He gripped the pillow on his lap with such force it threatened to burst its stuffing. "My goodness, Clay, you have to relax. The calf muscle keeps contracting." He felt her fingers over one of his hands, unhooking his grip from the pillow. "Why are you so tense?" He stiffened more as his eyes opened to her slender fingers pulling at his bare paws. "I don't want to hurt you." Those same words he'd said to her on their wedding night sailed uninvited into his conscious mind, from the black hole he'd stuffed those memories into. His head spun. Enough! The emotions and recollections swirling around his brain were more than he could take. "Say it nicely." "Listen, Peggy. I have to use the facilities. Let me up." Escaping her was vital. Thankfully, she believed him. She jumped up and went for his crutches. "Thanks." He pushed up on his good leg, the pillow dropping to the floor. He stuffed the sticks under his pits and scrambled clumsily around the corner of the sofa and on toward the downstairs bathroom. Once he'd shut the door, he threw the crutches against the tub and sat heavily on the side, stuffing his face in his hands. Never once, in all the years they'd been apart, did he think he'd be expected to face her again. And he certainly never expected her hands on him again. Somehow, he would think of a way to stop these sessions before he went insane. Send her on her way without hurting her feelings. Maybe it meant he needed to escape the Bar 6 sooner rather than later. Far enough away so their paths would never cross again. Chapter 5. Peggy waited for a good 10 minutes before she moseyed into the kitchen toward a nosy Brand. "Not back out yet, huh?" Brand said as he poured himself a cup of coffee. "Don't think you'll see him again tonight." His back was to her, but from what little she saw of his profile, he had a smirk riding his mouth. Brand always had liked it when Clay couldn't keep a tight grip on himself. In fact, all the brothers felt that way. They really needed to back off him. Clay couldn't help who he was. Peggy pushed the damp curls from around her face back into her hairline, exhausted by far more than her workday. Clay was still too much man for her. "I should talk Sally into coming back." Pulling a chair out, she sat heavily, nearly missing the chair. She squeaked, righted herself, and watched as Brand swung around at her distress. Coffee swished over the side of the cup and onto his hand. "Yow!" He flicked his hand, then, seeing she was okay, shook his head. "Even if Sally were willing to come back, which she isn't, she's not going to work out, Peg. And you know it." She nodded. "No, I suppose not. She's pretty fragile, and Clay is difficult." Brand snorted. "That's an understatement. He's the worst. Everyone thinks Bronk is the tough one, but he's a pussycat in comparison." She knew what he meant. Clay had the strongest will of all the brothers, even Trevor. At least Trevor had the sense to back down when the odds were against him. Clay was impulsive, on top of a temperament of iron, a lethal combination, one she'd sadly learned she couldn't live with. If only he'd grow out of one or the other. Then maybe. No, she couldn't think that way. He still appealed to her way too much for her to flirt with possibilities. Giving him physical therapy was already pushing her limits. But for now, thanks to Dr. Trenton, she was stuck here. "You've got the upper hand, Peg. Don't let him buffalo you." She laughed. "Really, Brand? This from the brother who gets bossed around by him daily?" Brand grinned, showing his signature Cooper smile. Too bad the Coopers weren't all as perfect as their handsome faces depicted. Such a deception. Brand sobered, making him look older than his 20 years. "You'd be surprised what I can handle around here. You need help. You come to me." "My, but you've grown up." Her half-smile snuck out. Brand was a cutie and a con artist. She knew to watch him closely. Still, he seemed so mature at this moment. "You think I haven't been involved all along?" His hurt look surprised her. She thought about that for a minute. "You were only, 16 when I left? Still a kid, trying to keep his twin out of trouble. I don't know what you've been doing since, but back then you were young and preoccupied." Brand pulled out a chair next to hers, sat his mug down, and looked into her eyes in that deep Cooper way. Then his expression shifted. He looked sad all of a sudden. "Why'd you leave him, Peg? You broke him, in a million ways. He's never recovered. I worry he never will." Her next breath caught in her throat. Unflappable Clay? She'd seen him broken physically, in dozens of ways. But emotionally? She didn't remember any emotional weakness from him, except maybe passion, She cocked her head and thought, was passion an emotion or just a reaction to an emotion? Peg? Yes. The sincerity in his voice captured her complete attention. Why did you leave? The reasons rushed her in a blur of jagged pain. She jumped up out of her chair, then grasped the back to keep it from tumbling over. You're right. I should leave. Brand rose beside her. Wait, that's not what I said. Will you tell Clay goodbye for me? Should she make plans to come back? Dr. Trenton's words slid into her mind. I'm sorry, Peg, it's already been decided. Yeah, for now. She had to endure this. For now. And then I'll see him on Friday. Brand got up. Didn't even mention the supper she and Clay hadn't touched. He nodded. It showed her just how grown up he was. Things had changed in the Cooper realm. Now, if she could just get her job done and leave them to handle their business, she might survive with her sanity intact. Clay swished into the kitchen, shirtless. He'd needed a cold shower after he'd quit the room. And right about now, he didn't feel like talking to anyone, much less Brand. What are you, the chief cook and bottle washer around here? Don't you have some horses to feed, stalls to muck, damsels to save or something? Riley's doing it since she and Colt are in the barn so much lately. Said we should swap jobs for now. So you're the lady of the house, eh? Suits you. Brand scowled. Yeah, Clay could always get under the twins' skin. Didn't seem quite fair anymore, but he was in the perfect mood to bite someone in half. Do you always have to be mean? Wah, wah. Toughen up, little boy. Why don't you sit down so I can punch you? Don't want to knock the sissy over and hurt him again. That's the best you can do. He took a crutched step toward Brand and puffed up. He might be injured, but he was still the tougher brother. Give it your best shot, baby brother. Clay was bigger and broader, yet Brand didn't back down, not one bit. They stared each other down. You going to scare her away again? Brand asked, his breath warm on Clay's chin. Clay recoiled. Neither of them said a word for 10 heartbeats. Brand always could wait out the best of them. As a small boy, he learned the hard lesson of the first one who speaks loses. Finally, Clay turned, plumped back to the table, and sat. Brand delivered his crutches to the far corner of the kitchen, then returned to sit with him. Talk to me. This kid. When had he grown up and become so wise? Reminded Clay of the way Colt was all those years ago, before their falling out. Dare he share any thoughts with him? He sure could use a voice of reason right about now. Probably. Probably what? You're probably going to scare her off? Did it before. Just like you said. Brand scrubbed a hand down his face. Ah, darn it, Clay. She left you. I figured it was your fault, wasn't it? Truth? Brand nodded. It broadsided me when she left. Never felt such pain. Brand studied him, unblinking. Clay scanned Brand's face. His features were more angular now, forehead more square, cheekbones more prominent. He looked more like a man now than the kid Clay remembered. And right now, deep lines of concern split his brows. You didn't see it coming? At all? Clay huffed out a breath, dropped his head back and gazed up. Looked like the kitchen could use a coat of paint. He let his gaze wander back to Brand. I don't know. I guess. I knew she wasn't happy. What did you do to help that? Didn't know what to do. I was barely an adult myself back then. Made me uncomfortable. So I just worked harder. At rodeo. Yeah, at rodeo. It's all I knew to do. I was good at it, so I made money. Figured that was my part in the marriage. Earn the money.
She ever tell you she was unhappy?
Clay pressed his lips together. Yeah, she told him. But since he didn't know how to fix it, he'd stopped listening. Colt had listened, though. That soured his stomach all over again. Made him want to punch Colt in the mouth, though he knew it wasn't his fault. It was Clay's. Plain and simple.
Seems reasonable, Brand went on, ignoring his own question. Someone had to bring home the bacon. That should be Trevor's job, you know? His nickname and all. Bacon. Right, hot dog?
And there was the kid again. Clay was done going down memory lane anyway. Get my crutches. I'm going to bed.
No way. It's too early for you to go to bed. Besides, I saved your supper for you.
Lost my appetite. Brand studied him, then sighed.
Fine. I have one last question for you.
Make it fast.
What's this?
Brand leaned forward and poked the tattoo over Clay's heart. Clay dropped his head and stared at the initials on his chest as if he'd forgotten they were there. Long story. Brand sat back at a tilt, hooked an arm around the back of his own chair and seized Clay's gaze.
I've got all night.
For some reason, Brand had a way of pulling information from him. Always had. Though he'd had less finesse in his youth, it had been no less effective. Initials.
I see that. Whose?
A buddy's.
It'd be easier if you'd just tell me the story.
Clay was tired of fighting the world. Brand's calm voice snaked in and unraveled his tightly coiled secrets. I suppose you'll sit there till morning if I don't spill. Brand tilted his head in a half nod of agreement, waited for some more. Clay cursed. I'll try to make this short.
Those aren't Peggy's initials?
Brand gave it a shot.
MTS. I know her name is Margaret Hassman, but don't know her middle name.
Nope. Her middle name is Anne. This was Martin Travis Smith. You were probably too young to remember him. My best buddy all the way through school. He eventually followed me to Alaska, joined my team. We jumped together dozens of times before we lost him. Clay swallowed hard, caught off guard by the swelling emotion and the reminder the initials did double for Peggy. Margaret Twinkie Sassman. Once he realized he could use her nickname for the middle initial, he'd gone straight to the tattoo artist that day, knowing it would fool anyone. It was still one of his best-kept secrets, a tattoo that reminded of the two moments that had impacted him most, the death of his best friend and the death of his marriage. Nobody knew. Only him.
What happened?
Brand's words popped him out of the dark space and into the here and now. He wouldn't jump. I'm the one who coaxed him to go. We jumped late. He landed straight in the flames. The memory crashed over him like a burning pine. He remembered how he'd wanted to beat his commander to a pulp. The boss on the ground had commanded 2 other guys to hold Clay back from running into the blaze. It saved his life, but he wasn't grateful, not even a little bit. While restraining him, they'd all watched Martin perish into ash. He'd been at odds with life ever since. Between his dad, Peggy, and Martin, Clay had finally learned the lesson that to love was to lose. Clay stared at the stick man he'd carved into the kitchen table as a kid. Got put on stall mucking duties for a month after that. Every time he felt inadequate or frustrated, he wanted to add another stick man. It was all he could do to not pull out his pocket knife right now.
Dang, Clay. I'm sorry. Still hurts?
Brand's voice was low, soothing. Clay brought his eyes up to Brand's, saw the glistening. Every day.
Brand bit his lower lip, glancing out the window and then back at Clay. I have to take Trevor, Colt, and Riley some food. Wait for me. We'll talk some more.
Thanks anyway. Bring me my crutches. I'll see you in the morning.
He must have looked like he could use the space. Brand didn't say another word, just nodded and brought him his sticks. Clay needed solitude, now more than ever. The ache in his chest was back with a vengeance. Time to devise a plan to escape the Bar 6, get away from the bad memories and the people who wanted to drag them out of him. For his own good. For now he'd have to survive Peggy's visits. But once his leg was good to go, he'd be good and gone.
Chapter 6.
Clay stood in front of the bank of windows in the formal living room, gazing toward the road. From his dad, he'd learned this room was one his mother had decorated, all in white. Who decorated with white in a ranch house, especially with 6 boys underfoot? His mother must have either been a bit loony or oblivious to simple logic. Yeah, maybe that was his problem too. Simple logic escaped him. All Clay needed to do was sit still and let a physiologist work his injured leg. Didn't matter that the physiologist happened to be the one woman who'd shared his life for over a year. Well, realistically, more like 4 months total, being he was gone the rest of the time. Still, how in Sam Hill was he to brush aside the pain and longing she stirred in him? He groaned when he saw the little Valiant bouncing up the road toward the house. Buck up, tough guy. Think of the leg. Forget who she is. He turned toward the front door and waited until she was halfway up the walk before he opened it, wishing like crazy Brand wasn't out in the south pasture with Trevor today. Afternoon, Peggy. Good afternoon, Clay. No words could be more stilted. But Clay had decided to paste on a smile and shelved his snide remarks today. Worse than having to endure her touch was having to see tears swimming in her eyes over something he'd said. So he'd behave, if he had to grind his teeth flat, with his tongue trapped between them. Clay gestured toward her satchel. I'd offer to get that for you, but, he shrugged and glanced down at his crutches. Peggy smiled, a genuine sunbeam smile. No problem. I can see your hands are full. He thumped back out of her way and then closed the door, following her into the family room. She plunked the satchel down on one end of the sofa while she settled on the other end. Peggy looked him over for the first time, surprise evident on her face. Yeah, so he'd showered, shaved, and combed his hair. Oh, and most importantly, he'd dressed in cut-off jeans. Never let it be said that Clayton Cooper couldn't cooperate. He knew how to, just didn't want to most days. Thank you for wearing shorts. It'll be a lot easier. Sure. She reached up with both hands to push the hair from her face back to her bun. Clay's breath log-jammed in his throat, and he quickly dropped his eyes to the stool. His resolve to not think of who she'd been to him was already weakening. Before he allowed his brain to take him on a journey, he forced back errant thoughts. So, what got you interested in physiology? She busied herself taking her gear out of her bag. You remember my brother, Kenny? Clay certainly did remember the boy who sat in the wheelchair parked in the center aisle at church the day Clay married Peggy. Is he getting around better these days? She looked surprised, then sad. You never heard? He passed away 3 years ago. Oh, Peg. Clay floundered for words. I'm sorry. He was a good kid. Yeah, he was. She swallowed hard, her eyes peering down at him. Pneumonia. He should never have been bedridden. I believe if someone like me had been around to help him right after the accident, he'd been alive today. I could have helped him walk. Then he wouldn't have been lying in that bed for so long. Her words ended on a sob. What a waste of a beautiful life! Anger laced her words. He couldn't blame her. The doctors had been no help back then. Her eyes glassed over, and he wanted so badly to hold her, comfort her, but she'd taken that right away from him long ago. Rather than let past hurts dictate his behavior, Clay forced his resolve back to the forefront. He'd make it through therapy without conflict. He still didn't know how he'd brave her treatments 3 times a week, but now he knew her true motivation. To heal, that was clear enough, and if she could endure their closeness, he sure as heck could. Why don't we get started? Want my foot on the stool? Peggy jerked her head up and blinked. Was it so hard to believe he could cooperate? He could almost hear his brother shout out, "Yes!" Okay. So he was a bad patient. He was changing that, as of now. Well, that would be great. Thank you. Clay smiled. Peggy smiled back. The smile. It brightened the room. He didn't want to remember that smile had once been offered to him alone. Just get through this. I aim to please, he said, his smile faltering. She snort-laughed, which made him laugh. Felt good to let loose and relive a moment out of their better days. All right, so I'm not always cooperative, but I've decided to be. So let's get this over with before I change my mind. Sounds good, she said on a lingering chuckle. Just give me a minute to warm up the liniment. She started to rise. He assumed to go to the kitchen. Not necessary. Your hands on my leg will warm it soon enough. If you're sure. He nodded. She sat, poured some in one hand, then rubbed both together. When she positioned her palm on his calf, he jumped and gasped. His mind started racing, trying to come up with ways to ignore her touch. Too cold still? Yeah, but it's getting better. The lie came out gruff. Before he knew it, Peggy's hands were rubbing up and down his calf muscle. Soft at first, which was torture, then hard, which distracted him enough to save him. This hurt? It's fine. Up and down she rubbed, digging her fingertips into the muscle of his calf as she went. Then she slowed, her hands warm against his leg as she slid up past his knee, then stroked back down to his foot. He recalled the time she massaged his shoulders like this once, after getting tossed around on a particularly twisty bronc. She kneaded and massaged until he'd fallen asleep, then curled up next to him. It was days like those he'd had the hardest time trying to forget, the days when just being together had packed them clean full of contentment. He was just drifting off when pain shot through him. Ow! Whoa, now that hurts, he barked, then glared. She made a dismissive sound. You're fine. Think about something else. Any other person would have shied away from his bark. Not this tough girl. His tough girl. All of a sudden, all humor was gone. He'd promised himself long ago he'd never let a woman get under his skin again. And certainly not this one. He reached down and shoved her hands off him. Oh, what? She stammered. Gotta go. Where? To take a leak. I think we're done for the day. Peggy jumped to her feet and smacked both palms to his chest, knocking him back into the sofa. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not playing this game with you, Clayton Cooper. I get this is uncomfortable for you. I get there is a current arching so hard between us, we'll likely both get scorched. I get that you don't want me here. But too bad. Live with it. I'm here by Dr. Trenton's orders, and you'll never walk right if your leg doesn't heal. Not on my watch. Not if I can do something to prevent it. So live with the discomfort. Sit there and shut up. Behind Peggy, a loud, slow clap began. A second joined in. Then a third. Peggy turned. Clay leaned in to see past her. Brand, Trevor, Colt, and Riley were grouped just inside the doorway from the kitchen. The three men were clapping. Riley looked downright ready to smack them for it. Well, at least he had one ally. Peggy pointed toward the doorway. "Out!" He jolted at Peggy's shout, surprised she didn't use their support to control him. "All of you, out of here. This is not a circus. Clay is not a clown. So get out and don't come back for at least half an hour." Peggy stabbed her finger at them and then held it there. Riley grinned. The men stopped clapping, looking a bit shamefaced. Brand turned away. Colt followed, with Riley giving him a good wallop on his behind. Trevor was the last to leave. His expression was a glare, but that was nothing new. Peggy didn't look away or give in. Without a word, he turned into the kitchen and disappeared. Clay had never been so moved. He could hear his family arguing in the kitchen through the open doorway, but soon Brand towed the rock that held it open out of the way. The door swung back and forth, until it finally stood still. Only then did Peggy turn back to Clay. She didn't say a word, though she was visibly shaken. With unsteady fingers, she pulled the stool over, sat, and lifted his foot into her lap, right on top of the skirt of her starched gray uniform. She began working the back of his heel, stopped, poured more liniment in her hand, then began again. She never once looked up. Clay wondered if he should say something to her, but what would he say? "Hey, way to remount my meddling family," or "Nice job being my champion." No, she'd just tell him to sit there and shut up again. One thing had changed for the good. His reaction to Peggy had shifted from pathetic nostalgia to a splash of ardor, to all-consuming pain. Should it still hurt this bad? For now, I'll work your foot and stretch the Achilles for you. In the future, you can do some exercises yourself. I'll teach you. And to answer your question, yes, in your case, where you've injured it more than once, it can be excruciating. Clay winced, then rolled his eyes. She caught it. What we want is to regain flexibility and strength. Otherwise, you could lose your ability to walk correctly or re-injure it again. The doctor already told you that. Peggy stared right into his eyes, the message clear. Do it right or be a cripple. Okay, I get it. Enough of the lecture. Her puff of exhaled breath and small nod showed she wasn't quite convinced he'd gotten it, but would let it go for now. For now was typical of Peggy. She never gave up on anything she deemed important, unless she'd exhausted herself in the effort. He'd learned that lesson good and well when she gave up on their broken marriage. In her mind, she'd been the only one who cared to save it. She'd been wrong, of course, but when she left, he'd made the mistake of letting her go. That regret haunted him still. What a fool he'd been, to lose the best thing that would ever happen to him because he was too blind to see they might not make it. Nothing for it now but to move on. He knew cattle and horses. He knew hay farming. But most importantly, he knew smoke jumping. He warmed to this train of thought. It was more than a momentary distraction. Somewhere in here was the answer he'd been searching for. He couldn't jump anymore. No. But he sure as heck could teach it. Did he want to teach it? His heart sagged a little, until another jolt of pain from Peggy's hands sped his thoughts forward, the only direction they could go now. There was the smoke-jumping facility in West Yellowstone, Montana, at the old airport just west of town. He'd visited twice before, both times to recruit a trainer for the Alaskan program. Both times they'd declined due to the shortage of trainers nationwide. A particularly sharp prod brought his attention back to the here and now. "What are you doing, woman? This can't be good for it." He squirmed, but didn't yank his foot away. Had to show her he wasn't a pansy. Hold still. Told you it would be painful at first. We have to stretch the Achilles, or you could snap it in half next time. Clay's eyes widened. It could do that? Peggy stopped her ministrations. Her hands wrapped loosely around his foot as she brought her eyes to his. He stared down at those delicate, strong hands against his skin, remembering how she'd used them to explore his body. He swallowed hard and squeezed the throw pillow in his lap. He should never have tested Sally. She hadn't affected him like this. Now, he not only had to be in pain, but was sure to embarrass himself every session. Brilliant move, Clay. Peggy pulled her lower lip into her mouth, trying not to smirk. Yeah, she knew what was going on, and that made him all the more peeved. Get on with it, then, he barked. She shook her head and sighed. He knew that sound, that exasperation that usually ended in silent treatment. But this time she surprised him by catching his eye. As soon as he focused on her, she lowered her head. Lord, help us today. Help me to help Clay with this serious injury. Help him understand if he doesn't have this therapy, he may never walk again, correctly. You know our history. Please help us tolerate each other. Tolerate each other? Tolerate? Hardly. She needed to pray for him to refrain from tossing her over his shoulder and carting her off to bed. That's what she should pray for. Chapter 7. The last 2 weeks crawled by as Peggy visited her irascible patient every other day. She rejoiced when the second weekend approached, knowing she'd have time to recover and get all prayed up for the week to come. Still, Monday arrived, and she wasn't even close to ready. Clay had improved daily. He was a lot of things not so pleasant, but determined was not on his list of failings. Hardworking, focused, organized, logical, brave, those were his strengths. Where he failed? Impatience, recklessness, and relationships. Peggy stepped out of her Valiant and glanced at the sky. It was overcast and dreary, just like her flagging spirit. Being around Clay's mulish personality drained her, as she'd expected. What she hadn't expected was how involved her heart had become. Lord, here goes another day with Clay. With your help, please let my fingers heal his Achilles sooner rather than later, and please keep my heart from sliding into his. She prayed this prayer every time she came, yet as she walked through his door, it was as if he clicked a tether to her heart, attaching the other end to his. Unawares, he'd been reeling her slowly toward him. Still wondered, did he feel the same? Once she unloaded her paraphernalia from the Valiant's trunk, she pulled her white cardigan closed at the front and patted her hair to make sure all of the strands were in place. Bending down, she curled her fingers around the satchel handle. Right about then, the front door to the house crashed open, and Brand raced toward her. Don't you touch that, Nurse Peggy. You know that's my job. Funny that this younger brother had been named Brand, since he had a particular brand of charm. She couldn't help but smile at his over-the-top chivalry. She waited as he jogged toward her, snatched the satchel up with one hand, slammed the trunk with the other, then ushered her toward the house. I have a cup of hot Bosco ready for you. Or, you hungry? She hadn't had hot chocolate since she was a little girl, but boy did it sound good and warm on such a blustery day. I'm not hungry, but the cocoa sounds great. Thank you. Don't thank me. It's the least I could do to make up for you having to deal with my bear of a brother. Be careful. Brand gave her a sidelong glance. He's particularly grisly today. They were nearly to the door when she halted and put her hand on Brand's arm to stop him. Is he in pain? I think so. But it's more than that. I think it's the prayer you always start with. You know, He blames God for a ton of stuff in his life. You might want to forgo poking him with a stick today. So, he complained to Brand. Father God, I don't plan to stop praying over him first, so help me here, please. Peggy shook her head, and Brand groaned. Then I'll give you your cocoa and make myself scarce. Good luck. Brand opened the front door and let her in. She shivered as she crossed the threshold, both from the chill and a sense of foreboding. Clay was a strong-minded creature, rarely agreeable and addicted to quarreling. She'd never understood why someone like him attracted her so much. For sure, she thought when she matured, things would have changed. They hadn't. Evening, Clay, she said as she marched toward him. It was a good thing she prayed in the car on the way here, because with just one look at his face, her resolve started to falter. With his good foot, he pushed up from the floor to sit straighter and grunted. That good, huh? She purposefully kept her voice light and cheery, even though it seemed to grate on him. You can bypass the dang prayer. No can do. Without God's healing power, how good do you think this heal can get? She smiled, though it was strained. It'll heal just fine. Let's get on with it. Peggy locked her knees to keep them from trembling and planted her hands on her hips. Who's in charge here? By the stormy look on his face, maybe she should have chosen her words better. But they were already out there, so she lifted her chin to wait him out. Before he could speak again, her legs weakened. She sat heavily on the stool and took hold of his ankle to stave off argument. He helped her lift his foot to her lap. Using both hands to hold it in place, she lowered her head. I said forgo the prayer. His voice was stern, thick with warning. She ignored his statement, held faster to his foot, and began. Lord, please help my hands to bring healing to Clay's whole leg. I'll do my part, but only you can heal him. Make it better than ever. Thank you, Lord. Instant perspiration broke out at the hollow of her neck. She didn't know why she'd prayed for a 3-time injury to be better than ever, but she'd felt compelled to say it. Trepidation shot up her spine at what that meant. It was practically impossible to expect such a lofty goal. Clay huffed and grinned, making it known he'd paid close attention to her prayer. Well now, if that happens, I can go back to smokejumping. Good plan, Twinkie. I'll expect that prayer every day now. And the results. Blood drained from her face. That couldn't have been God's plan, to give Clay hope for a future in smokejumping when the doctor had forbidden it. A knot of dread formed in her stomach. What have I done? How could she have placed God in such a position in front of an unbeliever? She wasn't David advancing on Goliath to save the Israelites, or Shadrach, Meshach, or Abednego thrown into a fiery furnace because they refused to bow down to an earthly king. How could she expect God to answer such a prayer? It was foolish of me. I'm so sorry, Lord. But peace came over her, the kind of peace she only felt when she truly left her life in God's hands. She didn't understand it, but she vowed to go along with it. Gathering much-needed courage, Peggy looked up and lifted her chin a notch. Clay sported a half-smile that looked more like a smirk. His smile faltered a bit when he saw the confidence on her face. She didn't feel it, but was determined to pray between sessions until it came. Pouring the liniment in her hands, she rubbed them together. Give my hands healing power, Lord. She encircled the top of his calf with her effective fingers. A glance up told her Clay had lost the arrogant expression and seemed to be fighting pain. But no. She stared for a moment. If she didn't know better, she'd swear that expression meant pleasure. She bore down, furrowing her brows in concentration. The thought was too disconcerting. But as she massaged, her eyes remained on his face. Clay squeezed his already shut eyes and rolled in his bottom lip. biting down hard. His nostrils flared. A current shot up her arm and went straight to her face with a scalding heat. She'd seen that look on this man's face countless times before, always in intimate settings. She gasped and threw off his foot so fast she lost her balance. Clay's eyes flew open. He shot out an arm to steady her. "Whoa, Sunbeam. You okay there, darling?" He hadn't even noticed what an awkward pretzel he'd made of his own body trying to save hers, or what he said. Peggy could only stare. This was the first true glimpse of the man he'd been. Concern for her was etched on his handsome face. It brought a stab of yearning so painful she feared a torrent of tears would follow. Just then the back door banged open, rattling the windows from 2 rooms away. Whoever it was stayed in the kitchen. Peggy watched as Clay came back to himself and shook his head imperceptibly. The grim line was back on his mouth as he flopped back to the couch and sighed, looking heavenward. Then he let his eyelids drift closed. Peggy wondered what he was thinking. That he'd slipped up and shown his true feelings? That he'd given her a glimpse of the man who'd once loved her? That man might still exist? For the first time in over 4 years, hope entered Peggy's heart. Hope for the future she'd once believed in and wished she'd never closed the door on. She breathed in and could almost fill her lungs again. Her gaze roamed over the beautifully rugged face that had given her joy for such a brief interlude. As his eyes remained closed, she drank her fill. From the messy dark hair streaked from the sun, longer than he'd ever worn it, to the sculpted forehead, long straight nose, thick brows riding low on his deep-set eyes, and the Adam's apple in his whiskered neck, so prominent as he lay back. He matured. She could see it in the new lines that webbed the corners of his eyes and bracketed his mouth. They didn't look like laugh lines, more like the marks of a man who'd been wrestling hardships and sadness through defeat. Though she knew it wasn't all from her, her heart stuttered in her chest for every agony he'd endured. After many long seconds, Clay jerked his head up, startling her out of her admiration. He gave her a sharp glare. "You gonna keep me here all night?" And just like that, hope was vanished, cast out of her heart on the next beat. She pulled his foot back into her lap. "What is it, Lord? Why has Clay remained such an angry creature?" And then the answer was there. She could see it clearly now. This wasn't about his injury, or the loss of smokejumping, or even their divorce. It was about Clay's prior brokenness, about being raised by a father who was rarely available to a young boy who grew more reckless to draw his attention, about the motherless youth who married young for affection, only to find he married a girl incapable of staying at his side, no matter the circumstances. And hadn't she heard he'd lost his best friend to an Alaskan wilderness fire? This was about crushing, soul-deep loss, and she was in no position to fix that. He needed God. He still did. "Hey, Twinkie, ignoring me now?" He pulled his foot off her lap and sat up. "Time to end this thing." Her stomach bottomed out. End this thing? She'd already done that once. No way was she going to walk out that door to end everything of theirs again. A shiver ran through her. "No, we're not done." She was sure he'd heard the panic in her voice. She cleared her throat, forced it to sound calmer. "Sit back. We have a lot to do." That was her professional voice. Thank goodness. A loud curse came from the kitchen. Her gaze met Clay's. That sounded like Colt. Odd. She'd never heard him curse before, in front of his fiancée, no less. "What's got your brother so upset?" She started to rise out of curiosity and to see if she could help, but Clay bent forward and pushed at her stomach, forcing her back in place. She gawked at him. Sit down and stay out of it. She frowned but couldn't let it drop. What's going on, do you think? Clay snorted. Nothing changes around here. Probably one of Colt's admirers. They bother him all the time. If it were me, I'd tell them to get lost. She sneered. Of course you would. Clay opened his mouth as if to argue the point, but changed his mind. Then his mouth twisted in disgust. Why don't you go to him, Twinkie? It's what you want to do. It's what you've always done. He mumbled the last words, but she caught them. We're back there again? Reliving the pain of their marriage? The misunderstandings of their marriage? Had they neither one grown up at all? Now hear this, Mr. Cooper. Colt and I became friends when I was married to you. Nothing more. Why do you insist on making more of it than it was? She'd never confronted him on this before, having been too scared to provoke his wrath. Funny how maturity changed that sort of thing. Clay clamped his mouth shut and glared right through her. Then his face softened, and he sat back. Another look came over him, one she'd grown quite fond of back in the day. Mischief. He was about to shock her, or try to. She braced herself. Are you going to do something with my leg tonight, or shall we just make out? Peggy blinked. Well, he'd done quite well in the shock department. She felt heat rise up her throat as another flood of recollections came to her, making out with Clay everywhere. The house, the barn, his pickup truck, beneath the rodeo grandstands. The list went on, each time better than the last. Her eyes dropped to his hard mouth, the mouth that had hovered over hers thousands of times before, taking it with a hunger so profound she'd never attempted to find the same ardor with anyone else. It finally sank in that Clay had probably been reliving pieces of their marriage too, as she kneaded her fingers into his calf, with each rub of liniment matting the dark hair. No wonder he was struggling with so many emotions. She swallowed hard. How could she get this job done without impaling them both on their past? Loud, angry voices arose in the next room before the back door slammed again. Peggy couldn't stand not knowing. Clay had always told her she butted in way too much. It was one of the reasons she'd stopped going on the rodeo circuit with him. She'd given her youthful opinion one too many times, to Clay and anyone else she thought could use her wisdom. It annoyed Clay to the point he'd started avoiding her, then stopped talking to her altogether. That she couldn't live with. And Clay's rodeo buddies' relentless flirtations, and it had been the beginning of the end of their marriage. Go ahead, Margaret. You're dying to know what's happening with your buddy. Margaret. He knew her mother only spoke her proper name when she was in trouble, and that she hated it. He'd never wanted to hurt her before. Now it seemed that's all he wanted to do. Was he after vengeance, or was she just reaping what she'd sown? She wasn't going to convince Clay she only wanted to help Colt because he still felt like family to her. So she didn't try. Instead, she rose and departed the room, leaving Clay to wonder after her. Chapter 8. 2 days passed. Peggy thumbed through the closet of her childhood bedroom for a sweater, girding herself for another visit to the bar 6. She groaned inwardly. After leaving his side to go see about Colt, Clay hadn't been the same when she'd returned to him, not even close. The sad part was, Colt and Trevor had only been arguing about how Colt's latest scavenger, who was sitting out front in her brand-new Corvette, should be handled. So there hadn't been much she could do to help. If only that had prompted her to keep her mouth shut. Oh no, not her. The look on Trevor's face when she told him how thankful he should be Colt was such a sweetheart was still burned on the backs of her eyelids. Adding that he should be grateful Colt didn't go around making enemies was an inference Trevor hadn't missed.
When he turned on his heels and hit the back door, Colt treated her to a glare of his own before following. She managed to upset 3 Cooper men in 20 short minutes, and felt guilty ever since. She had no right to stick her nose in Cooper business. Not anymore. Going back today would be a much bigger challenge.
"Peg,"
her mother hollered from the entry hall.
"You have a visitor."
Peggy tugged a blue sweater off the hanger and groaned again to herself. Not much longer until she found an apartment in Gillette and could live on her own. Her mom and dad were good people, but her mom doted on her way too much. Fat chance her mom would leave her be at the door without inserting herself into the conversation. Peggy glanced at her watch and hurried to the door, with its lavish Christmas garlands and strands of lights. "Mom, you don't have to yell," she whispered as she breezed past her to the open door. The stocky man with dark blonde hair and a smirk on his handsome face was as familiar to her as her roommates had been. "Larry, how did you find me?" "Hey, beautiful. Is that how you greet an old friend? How about, 'It's great to see you, handsome,' or 'Welcome. Give me a gigantic hug.'"
"Welcome. Give me a hug,"
she complied. Sort of. He stepped over the threshold and enveloped her in a crushing hug. "Now that's better." He turned to her mom. "And who is this? Your sister?" Her mom tittered, and the grim line on her mouth morphed into a blushing smile.
"Oh, you're a charmer."
She held out her hand for him to shake, but he didn't. Instead, he grabbed her up in his arms as he had done Peggy and gave her a careful hug. "Oh, my! Who is this young man?" she asked when she collected herself and her gaze landed on Peggy. "My study partner at Case Western. I told you about him." Larry took it upon himself to close the door and scoot them both toward the kitchen. "Oh, so you told her about me. That's coolio, Leggy Meggy. Got any coffee?" Ugh. Peggy'd forgotten all about Larry and the hated nickname he'd given her. Though a good study partner, not much else appealed to her about him. "Yes, we have coffee. Why have you come?" Peggy couldn't usher him out fast enough. "Margaret Sassman? That's rude." "Cooper, Mom. It's Margaret Cooper. I shouldn't have to remind you of that anymore." "Well," she huffed, "you should change it back. That man wasn't worth your time, let alone leaving you stuck with his name." "I'm not stuck." She stopped herself. Her mom had never liked Clay, so what was the point of going over this futile argument again, especially in front of Larry? Time to distract. "Larry, would you like a slice of my mother's Christmas fruit cake with that coffee?" Peggy gestured toward a kitchen chair at their round table. "You still like coffee with milk and sugar?" "You remembered." "Yep. Listen, Megs." There was another nickname she didn't like. "One of the reasons I looked you up, I brought the photo album of us." "One of the reasons?" "Of us? There'd never been an us." "Well, yeah. Trish made it of the 3 of us." "Oh, Trish." Another study buddy Peggy had mixed feelings about. Between Trish's garish clothes and capricious personality and Larry's manipulations, studying had always been a challenge. At least until they got the shenanigans out of their systems and buckled down. Then they'd been so helpful, she'd stopped toying with the idea of finding other study partners. "I haven't talked to her since I first moved back. How is dear Trish?" "Little sarcasm there," he laughed. "She's Trish. You know, not much changes there. I left the album in the car." He gestured toward the window at his beat-up junker of a Chevy. "I'll give it to you when I leave." The fruitcake and coffee were placed in front of him, and then she went to pour a cup for herself. "You want coffee, Mom?" "No thanks, honey. You have a nice visit. I have things to do upstairs." She gave her daughter a wink and left before Peggy could object. Her mom picked now to make herself scarce.
Peggy planted a glare at her mom's back until she disappeared up the stairs, then turned back to Larry. She lowered herself into a chair across from him. "How have you been?" "Everything's fab. How about you?" It took all Peggy's willpower not to roll her eyes. Larry seemed to be locked into the same vernacular of their college days, when most of the words he used then should have been left back in high school. Such a kid. Larry's levity used to be entertaining, breaking up the monotony of tough classes. Now it was downright grating. "I'm fine. Been working hard. In fact, I have to get rolling," she said. "I have an appointment." "Oh? Is that at the hospital in Gillette?" Peggy blinked. "Well, how did you know?" Larry's lips parted into his charming grin. He paused, letting his eyes roam over her face, then slid down her throat and beyond. "It's really good to see you, Squirt. I've missed our study sessions." She crossed her arms. "You didn't answer my question. How did you know about my job at the hospital in Gillette? In fact, how did you even find out where I live?" The fact he knew all this began to concern her. If Trish told him, she was going to have words with that girl. Peggy had warned her not to tell Larry anything about her. He waved a hand. "Trish knows everything." "She did it." "What?" Darn, the meddling scamp. Never could keep things to herself. Peggy didn't mind keeping up with Trish, but Larry had begun to get clingy as they approached graduation. Leaving school behind had been a relief in that respect. Standing, she swept Larry's empty plate and cup up and headed for the sink. "It's nice to see you, but I need to get going." Peggy hurried to the front door and stood by to wait for Larry to catch up. Thankfully, he followed. "You take care now." Larry looked puzzled, but stepped through the doorway. She closed it behind him and scooted to the back door to gather her satchel and keys. Keeping an eye on his car, she waited until he drove off before she got in her own car. As Peggy bounced up the long drive to the Bar 6, she breathed a heavy sigh. This felt like home. Even the gaping potholes they still hadn't fixed in all these years were calming to her spirit, if not to her chassis. She only had a couple of weeks left with Clay. Though he'd been a stinker most of the days of his therapy, he hadn't been able to hide his good heart from her. She'd been one of the few people in his life who saw it, and it was still there. He kept it carefully hidden behind walls of stone, but she could see through stone. Thinking of himself as a jackass was preferable to being seen as tender. Clay didn't know how to live with the decent side of himself. He was so used to being wild and making waves that anything else seemed foreign to him. It had only gotten worse in the years since she'd seen him last. But to Peggy, she remembered the evening when the rugged man would come into their small trailer after being slammed and tossed by broncos all day. Once showered in a tiny stall to wash away the grime, he'd shower attention on her next, brush her hair back from her face, kiss her gently, love her all night long. Every tender moment was emblazoned on her mind. So much so now that she wondered who that person was who'd shut the door to a life with such a man. Someone young and foolish and crazy and sane, that's who. Now that she was more mature, she looked back and clearly saw the insecure girl she was. What she wouldn't give to go back there as a person she was now and start again. But no, hadn't she promised herself the next time around she'd fall for a mild-mannered guy like Clark Kent, not the flying, leaping, fearless superhero? It didn't matter what she thought now anyway. The Clay she knew would never go back. Once anything in his life broke, he never fixed it. He just walked away, on to the next adventure, never to return to the same spot twice. Then again, he had returned to Cooper Ranch. Someone had convinced him to come back here. Hope bloomed. Could she convince him to open the gate to them again? Her valiant thumped into a particularly large pothole, jarring her out of the cloud of hope she'd submerged herself in. The house was in view, making her heart skip, then speed. Clay was in there, waiting. And while she could, she would drink in her fill. Why had he done it? Why had he come home? Because Dad asked you to, the voice in Clay's head reminded him. He scoffed at that voice, still trying to please the old man, as if he was really needed. He hadn't helped Colt or Riley one bit with her traumatized barrel racing horse, and only managed to re-injure his Achilles in the process. Plus, he sure as heck hadn't helped Trevor on the ranch once he'd come up lame. So why was he staying? His ex-wife belonged here more than he did. "Peggy will be here in a few minutes." Brand stood over him, looking down into Clay's neglected, sleep-deprived face with a grimace on his own perfect mug. Clay stared up into eyes the same shade as his, but with a sparkle he never remembered having in his own. "How much longer you think this dang heel needs?" Brand looked down at Clay's naked leg, his bare foot resting on the stool. "Last I saw her," Brand scrunched his face and looked to be calculating in his head, "I think Peggy said 2 weeks. He gestured to Clay's foot. "She's been walking you around yet?" "Yeah. She's working me pretty good. Still hurts, which has her concerned. Says it needs more stretching. She has some ideas." Clay scrubbed a hand down his face. He was coming to the end of his patience. Seeing his ex-wife's pretty face every other day and sitting on his useless ass the rest of the time. He needed out of here before Christmas, less than a week from now, though you'd never know it to look at this gloomy place. He couldn't remember the last time they'd actually celebrated a Christmas together. "I plan on asking her today when I can get back to work." Brand's head came up as he cocked an ear. "She's here." Geez, he had the hearing of Dash, Trev's dog. Clay's dang heart thumped hard in anticipation. Traitorous Oregon. Would this reaction to her never end? He sat up straighter, ran both damp palms over his hair, and tried to calm his pulse. Even standing in the open door of the Goose, their smoke-jumping plane, never spiked his blood pressure like this. Brand ushered Peggy in. "Hey there, beautiful. Good to see you again." Clay rolled his eyes. It was good this brother hadn't been older when Clay dated Peggy, or the outcome might have been different. If Brand had married her, Clay had no doubt they'd still be married. At least Clay had found out early on he was no good at the marriage scene. One less thing to waste time on. Come in, come in. Would you like some hot cocoa? Coffee? Hot cider?" When had he made hot cider? Brand was about the only one who liked this time of year. Clay coughed, trying to loosen the knot in his throat. "Why are you trying to impress her, Brandon?" As usual, he couldn't keep his dratted mouth shut. Peggy had half shrugged out of her blue sweater when both she and Brand swung their heads in his direction and glared hard enough to burn a hole through him. He didn't care. He needed her out of here and himself gone. His heel didn't feel right yet, but he would survive. He'd smoke-jumped in worse shape than this before. Maybe instead of teaching, he'd ignore his doctor's assessment and slip back to Alaska, to the work that needed him and truly called his name. Yep, after his therapy session, he'd call his boss, tell him he was 100% and able to return. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a calm he hadn't felt in weeks coming over him. Peggy strode over to him with, by the smell of it, a steaming mug of cider in her hands. She set the cup on the end table, then dropped her gaze to his leg. "Have you been doing the exercises I gave you?" That would be a no. Bracing his toe against the wall and stretching forward hurt like hell. He had practiced walking, though. He'd even jogged a bit, in spite of her warning against it. He'd done it with a slight limp, but he needed some sort of progress. "Sure." "Sure? I know you, Clay. You did what you wanted to do. What did you do exactly? I know you, Clay. The words sent another zinger straight to his severed heart. She did know him, better than anyone ever had. At first, he'd fought that with everything in him. Having someone else inside his head was so suffocating. He'd avoided spending time with her. But by the time he'd adjusted to, even loved, how she knew him, she'd up and called it quits. So long, partner. She may as well have said, now that I know you, I don't want you. The memory brought back a grimace to his face and the knot back to his throat. Peggy's hands fell to her sides as she leaned in to study his expression. Are you in pain this morning? The look of concern on her face made him madder. She had no right to feel anything toward him anymore. What's it to you? He wanted to spout. Instead, he took a steadying breath, then another. He'd done enough snipping at her during these visits. No, not in pain. That was a lie. Her mouth pulled to one side in disbelief as she eyed the crutches propped in the corner. Really? Show me. She reached for both his hands, tugged. Up we go. A shot of awareness traveled through his arms straight into his head, making him fuzzy. A deep inhalation steadied him. Focus on the leg, he reprimanded himself. Carefully, he lowered his injured foot to the ground and let her haul him up. Once he gained his feet, the fact he towered over her petite frame brought more memories on a painful surge. Some good, some bad. So many times he'd used his size to dominate her, to make her feel small, to get his way. Funny how he wasn't that man anymore. Too bad she wouldn't remember him any other way. But then, there were other memories, the ones where he smoothed the blonde wisps from her silky cheeks, then lowered his mouth to connect to hers. Some kisses were slow and tender, others wild and impassioned. All were memorable, every single one. But you can't trust her anymore. He tugged his hands away. She gazed up into his eyes with fondness in hers, lacerating him slowly. With his head tilted down and hers up, he felt an overpowering urge to remind himself how soft her lips were. How could he betray himself so easily? What now? His words were brusque and gravelly. She cleared her throat, rubbing her hands down her skirt as if it needed straightening. Walk around the room for me, heel-toe. Don't limp. Easier said. He looked around, charted his course, then began. With every step, the pain shot up his heel into his calf. He felt as if the tendon would snap at any second. But if he let her know that, his escape to Alaska and a job he needed more than air was out the window. Heel, toe, heel, toe. He repeated in his head to blot out the pain. Sweat popped out on his forehead. He swiped at it with the back of his hand before she noticed. Managed to make it around the room without giving his agony away. Or so he thought. Sit. We have work to do. Drat. More touching, stretching, touching, massaging, touching. It flabbergasted him he hadn't gone crazy yet. Finding his place back on the sofa, he huffed, agitated. Stop growling. You want to walk without pain, don't you? He plopped his foot back on the stool, grimacing from his carelessness. How did she know he was in pain? The one skill he had developed from his years in rodeo was a blank expression. You don't think I noticed you sweating? She adjusted her voice. I'm not the enemy here. The smooth, tender sound soothed his battered soul, and, since it was her, tore it up all at the same time. I want you to walk correctly someday, stubborn man. Don't you want that? She took advantage of his sitting position to make her point, stepping between his legs to look down at him with balled fists. Don't you? Clenching his jaw, he fisted his own hands while staring up, rattled.
It was only a matter of time now until he caught her hand and hauled her into his lap. He couldn't be held responsible for what happened next when she stepped into his orbit like this. He forced his thoughts back to the day she'd left him. What do I have to do to be done with this? Tell me. I'll do it. I'm going back to work. She reared back, nearly tripping over her own 2 feet. You're what? No, it's too soon. Her reaction stunned him. If he didn't know better, he'd think she wanted him to stay. For her. It's time. Her breathing increased, and her face flushed. Flustered, she reached up and pushed at hair that wasn't a bit out of place. Listen, Clay, if I've been too strict, just tell me. You can't go yet. We have to get you well. It will kill you to not be mobile. So that was it? She was worried he couldn't be wild anymore? Figured it would end him? Well, she was probably right. Still knew him well. If I have to slow down some, I will. You won't. I will. She sighed, shook her head. Clay, hear me. If we don't do this correctly now, your heel might seize up. If it does, you'll lose your mobility. That doesn't just mean you can't do crazy stunts anymore. It means you may never walk right again. Or, God forbid, at all. Her eyes widened, tearing. The look of horror on her face softened his approach. Okay, Peg. It'll be fine, I promise. Promise? If you're going to promise anything, promise me you'll stay long enough to finish with me. It crossed his mind to yell she'd already finished with him, but that wasn't what she meant, and he knew it. He had to stay reasonable in order to end this. You've done well, Twinkie. You've fixed me. That was a lie straight from hell. A heavy knock sounded at the front door. Brand materialized from the kitchen, jogged to the door, and opened it. Howdy! A deep voice resonated from the porch. Hello, is Margaret here? Who in the world would be here for Peggy? And who calls her Megs? Let him in, Clay hollered from his position on the sofa. The man took a step, then 2 into the house, a large book in one hand against his side. By the decorative cover, it looked like a photo album. The man's eyes glanced around, then searched out who'd given him permission to enter. When he saw Clay, he waved, then shifted his gaze to Peggy. His smile and wink had Clay's pulse shooting up. And you are? The question was a little late, but Clay needed to know who had the nerve to ask for his wife here, ex or not. A slender touch alighted on his forearm. It's okay, Clay. I know him. I'll take care of this. Stunned to be so annoyed, Clay could only observe as she paced to the man, took the album out of his hand and set it on the end table, then took his hand and tugged him toward the kitchen. Clay sat motionless, his eyes following where their hands were joined together until they disappeared through the doorway. He'd never thought to ask if she had a boyfriend. The lead in his gut told him that possibility was distinctly not okay. Huh. Who do you suppose that is? Brand said, just as puzzled as Clay. Dunno. None of my business. Though the need to punch the fellow in his smiling mouth felt very much like his business. The plastic cover on the album caught the light when Clay repositioned himself on the couch. He shifted to rise up on his good foot, then limped over to it, flipped the cover open. Thought it was none of your business, Brand said. Shut up, pest. The first page of photos was enough to floor him. Every picture had Peggy in it. The first 2 were of this strange man with his arms slung around her shoulders. Both were dressed in casual clothes as they stood against a wall of books. A library, maybe? The last 2 showed a third person between them, a female, cute brunette.
also in jeans and an outrageously designed top. Clay flipped through a few pages of the album and found all were taken on some college campus, probably the University of Cleveland, Peggy's alma mater. A flip to the next page confirmed his guess. The three stood behind a big sign with the college's name, each with an elbow or arm propped on it. Clay felt the churn of jealousy in his gut, the same jealousy he'd felt dozens of times when he'd arrived home from rodeo to find his wife holed up in the barn, talking to colts. He wasn't going through this again. Peggy re-entered the living room and caught him flipping through the album. Instead of the reprimand he'd expected, she turned back to the man. "Larry, this is the Cooper home. This is Brand." She gestured to him. "And Clay's the one looking through what's not his." Clay gave a curt nod, but didn't shake the man's hand, and didn't stop his snooping. Brand reached out immediately, of course. "Hey there. Good to meet you. Any friend of Peg's is a friend of ours." He glanced over. "Right, Clay?" Peg ushered Larry to the front door. "Thanks for bringing me the album, Larry. It was good to see you. Now I have to get back to work. Take care." She opened the door and patted him on the back, in a way that gave Larry the hint to go through it. Pride and relief swelled within Clay. At least now he knew Larry wasn't important to her, and that she could take care of herself in this big, unpredictable world. Larry found himself on the other side of a closed door before he had a chance to protest. Clay grinned. When Peggy strode back to Clay, she stopped in front of him and frowned. "What's so funny?" Since she was now in front of him with her sweet face tilted up and his mood altered for the better, that curiosity he had about her lips crept in, steering his thoughts in an unsafe direction. Before he could think any more about it, he leaned down and brushed his lips across hers, the barest of contacts. She swallowed the whispering hitch of her gasp. Though the kiss was fairly chaste, her soft lips were everything he remembered, and more. When he straightened back to full height, her eyes caught his. Her look of confusion scraped over him like a rake caught on overgrown underbrush. What had he been thinking? Reawakened emotions scattered everywhere until he wanted to holler with latent pain. This was the woman who'd told him goodbye. She didn't want him. No matter how soft her lips were, no matter how much his body wanted hers, this could go nowhere. Nowhere. The shock in her now darkening eyes was the last thing he saw before he turned and limped away. Chapter 9. The following day passed at a crawl as Peggy's thoughts revisited the kiss. By the time Friday arrived, she felt like a kid on Christmas morning as she drove down the lane toward the Bar 6. She shook her head at herself for the sweaty palms against the cold steering wheel in the dead of winter, and the small smile that kept creeping back to her mouth. At the dip of the final pothole, her heart fluttered in anticipation. The house stood majestically against the bluster of the wind-driven storm. Light spilled from each window, radiating warmth and splendor. He was in there. Open one door and she'd see him again. For a session, she reminded herself, to help us heal, only that. She shuddered a sigh, then another, trying to gain her equilibrium. Little did Clay know, he'd always done this to her. Her heart would race each time she was about to lay eyes on the most compelling man she'd ever known. He was handsome, powerful, ardent. The list grew in her head. Amazing how quickly the deep affection she still held for him had come flooding back and nearly submerged her. That kiss, that brief, tender touch, unlocked every passion and pleasure of marriage that she had caged behind the bars of her heart in order to survive. With the slightest pressure of her lips, the door to her heart burst wide open in a flood of escaping feelings and refused to swing closed. She'd yet to collect the elusive emotions and put them back inside. She doubted she ever could again. Finding herself standing at the front door, she wondered how long she'd been there. The shiver reminded her to pull her coat tighter around her. Strands of hair that had been caught tight in a bun at her nape had torn loose and were flying about her face as she rapped on the door. It took quite a while before the door opened. Riley stood on the other side. "Peggy!" There was surprise on her face. Come in. It's a cold one tonight." Peggy hurried through, and they both pushed the door closed against the wind. "Whew! It's going to snow soon," Riley said. "You think so? I thought maybe rain." Peggy rubbed her palms together. Riley grinned. "Well, you'd know better than me. I'm a Texan. Your weather is way more unpredictable than ours. Of course, I got to get used to Wyoming weather now, don't I?" Her face softened with an "I'm in love so it doesn't matter" kind of grin. "What you doing here? Come to see Brand?" "Brand? No, I'm here for Clay, his therapy." She gave Riley a look like she'd lost her mind. Riley's face fell, her smile gone. Why don't I go get Brand?" "Brand, no." But she'd already turned and rushed off. Less than a minute later, Brand skidded into the room. "Hi, Peg. What's up?" She frowned. "I'm here for Clay's therapy." Brand's face whitened, emphasizing the dark whiskers on his young man's jaw. "Can I get you some hot chocolate? It sure is cold tonight. Probably snow soon. I've got to... Brand, tell me what's going on." Brand squirmed, a worm on a hook. Well, he scrubbed a hand down his face. "Didn't Clay tell you?" "Tell me what?" "That... Oh, shoot. Sorry, Peg. Clay's gone." "Gone? Why?" But she couldn't quite spit the words out over a heart that had leapt into her throat. He talked to his boss after you left Wednesday night. Apparently, Doc Trenton had already called his employer in Alaska and told him straight up not to let Clay back on the jumper squad. He knows Clay. Knew he'd ignore being told he couldn't smoke jump anymore. Clay was furious, packed up and stormed out of here the next morning. And you let him go? He's not done with his therapy. He shouldn't drive angry. What were you all thinking?" Peggy wanted to slap Brand, then line up the rest of them for the same punishment. Brand backed a step, as if he'd read her mind. Smart man. "He borrowed my 4x4 truck. At least he's not flying his plane, it being winter and all." "He has a plane? When did that happen?" She shook her head to get back on track. "Never mind now. Where did he go? Or do you even know?" Her voice squeaked the last question. Brand smiled then. "Oh, sure. Of course we wouldn't have let him go off not knowing where he went. Don't worry." "Don't worry? Don't worry?" She squeaked again. She stepped forward and pressed a fingernail to his chest with every word. "Where did he go?" He looked confused. "He'll be fine, Peg. You should be glad to be done with him. You think I'm going to let him go without making sure his heel is all right?" She threw her hands in the air, built up steam to rant harder at Brand. But in a flash, she realized what that would give away. "Stay calm, Peggy." She lowered her voice. "I want to finish my job. Just tell me where he went, okay?" She managed a strained smile. "I went to Montana." Why Montana?" "Smoke jumper training camp. Once his boss cooled him down a mite, he told him a special job listing had just been posted to teach there. I never took Clay for a teacher type, but life's got a way of changing your mind, you know?" She did know. Wished life had a reset button. "Do you have the address of the training camp?" "You planning on going there? Chasing after Clay?" "Chasing?" She didn't like the sound of that. But in essence, he was right. I need to do my job. Doc Trenton expects me to do my job. I will finish with Clay's leg whether he likes it or not. Now give me the darn address." "Whoa, easy now. No need to get all riled up." Brand turned and ambled back to the kitchen. She wanted to shoo him into a run with a cattle prod. Peggy planned to leave tonight before her folks got home from an evening at her aunt's. She was too old to have to explain her actions. It seemed like, since coming home from college, that was all she'd done. Instead of Brand, it was Colt who strode back into the room. So, Brand had gotten reinforcements. "Hi, how you been?" he asked with a sweet smile. Same old Colt. "Just dandy, Colt. You?" She'd seen the way he looked at Riley, so she already knew how he was. He chuckled at her testiness. "Been great. What's this about you chasing after Clay?" She huffed. "Oh, for pity's sake. Those are Brand's words. I'm going to Montana to finish my job, that's all." "Peg." "No, don't you say it. I'm not chasing Clay. I'm following my patient where he decided to run off to finish my job." Colt's deep blue eyes saddened. "We both know how deeply you feel about him, Peg. I was there, remember?" Did he have to bring that up? That was over 4 years ago. Though those feelings had never lessened, they'd only withered some. Sure, Colt knew why she'd called off the marriage, knew she'd been in love with Clay when she did it, also knew her young self had figured Clay would stop his dangerous and elusive life to chase her back home. Fight for her. He'd called her bluff and showed her his back. She'd watched as he walked away, waiting for him to at least glance over his shoulder one last time. It never happened. Not once. The sympathy on Colt's face was crushing. How had she stood that all those years ago? "Give me Clay's address, Colt. I'm leaving tonight." He shook his head. "No, you're not." "Let her go, Blue Eyes." Colt swung around to Riley coming up behind him. She stretched her arms around him, so petite her hands barely met at his other side. Her green eyes flashed with adoration as she peered up at him. "She needs to go," she said with a quiet voice. "Don't you see that?" They had this all wrong. But if Riley could convince Colt, maybe Peggy could finally get the stinking address. She rolled her lips in and bit down. The less she said, the better. Colt's shoulders hunched as his arms came around his fiancée. He nestled his face in her thick red hair and breathed in. "Please, Colt," Riley said into his chest. He nodded. Neither moved, so Peggy did. "Is the address in here?" She pointed to the kitchen as she set out across the living room. As soon as she banged through the kitchen's swinging door, Brand handed her a slip of paper. A glance at it told her it was what she needed. "Thanks. I'll be fine. You make sure you are. It's stormy tonight, but tomorrow promises snow, so you'd better get at least halfway there tonight. If you leave within the hour, you can get to Billings by 11 p.m. From there, it's a little less than 4 hours under normal conditions. I'll call Clint and let him know you'll stay with the Harpers like Clay is doing." "What?" "Oh, no. I'll stay in West Yellowstone. They have a hotel there. I don't want to warn Clay I'm coming. He may escape somewhere else." Brand searched her face, making it heat with a blush. She hadn't intended to tell Brand that. But if anyone would understand, it was this particular Cooper. He cared deeply about people, always had. Soon he nodded and grinned. "Have it your way. I won't warn him." His smile fell off and an expression of concern replaced it. "Promise me you'll be careful. Clay's not an easy one." Peggy gave Brand a smile back and reached for a hug. He tucked her under his chin and wrapped her up tight. When had he grown so tall and so wise? I will, she finally said. Releasing her, Brand stepped back and handed her a second slip of paper. Directions to Harper Ranch in Montana. They're good people, family. Stay with them. They'll love it. She narrowed her eyes at him, then smiled. I'll think about it. He leaned down, kissed her on the cheek, and walked her to the door. Be safe. Clint Wilkins entered the guest room and grabbed Clay up in a robust hug, patted him on the back a couple of times.
Good to see you, old man. When did you get back to our neck of the woods?
Clay had rolled into Harper Ranch just before sunset, as the snow began to fall again. He'd been stuck in Billings overnight due to this early storm. According to the weatherman, it hadn't been expected until the dang weekend. Since arriving, nearly snow-blind and grumpy as all heck, Mabel had stuffed him so full of beef stew and homemade bread that he could barely walk, much less survive a bear hug.
Just an hour ago,
Clay managed to grunt back.
Come back down to the kitchen. Mabel made her specialty dessert, tapioca pudding, best in the state. I have someone I want you to meet.
He'd pop if he ate any more.
I met Jessica years ago. When she was 12? Clint laughed. Please, I haven't seen you in years. Come meet her again. And someone else.
Clay was tired. Not just fall into bed with your clothes on bushed, but drained, defeated. He needed to be left alone, not trip downstairs to face more people under bright decorations hanging from every dratted shelf and deer antler. But Clint was his host while Roy was away, so there was nothing to do but follow him into the mix. Trying his best not to limp to avoid questions, he took his time going down the stairs. Entering the kitchen, he heard two kinds of giggles, one from an adult and one from a small child. At first glance, he caught Mabel making funny faces at a toddler in a wooden high chair. The youngster giggled, and Mabel copied. The elation was catchy, and he found himself smiling in spite of his exhaustion and bad mood. Clint motioned toward the woman standing at the sink. "Little one?" She turned, dried her hands on the kitchen towel, and smiled at Clay.
Hello, Clay. Good to see you again.
He tilted his head in confusion.
You remember me?
Jessica laughed.
Of course I do. When you're 12, you don't forget meeting a dashing young cowboy you've decided should be yours.
Clay's jaw dropped as he glanced at Clint. Her husband laughed right along with her.
Not worried, Clay. If that's why you look like a deer caught in a cougar's sights.
Clint swept Jessica into a bone-melting kiss right in front of Clay. Why had he decided to stay with these people? Tomorrow he'd head to West Yellowstone, try to line up some lodging at the training center.
Come closer. Clint gestured Clay over to the high chair. Come meet our newest addition round here. God blessed us with our sweet little Molly.
Da-da, she screeched on cue.
She'll be a year old in a little over a month, February 7th. Molly, wave to Mr. Cooper.
Clint waved, and so did she. Then she giggled. Da-da, she went, pointing a finger at Clay. Clint grinned so hard Clay thought he might split his face open.
Is she done with her snack?
Clint asked Mabel.
As done as she's going to be. Time for her bath and bed.
Mabel cleaned her up and tugged her out of her high chair.
Go to your papa, little girl.
Mabel handed her over. Clint kissed her head and immediately shoved her into Clay's arms.
Here, give you something to strive for. About time you started your own herd, don't you think?
The last of Clay's good mood bled out over that comment. How could he tell Clint he wouldn't be having any kids? Had to have a wife first, and he'd never try that again. Wispy-haired, turquoise-eyed Molly grinned a four-toothed grin at him, twisting his heart into a pretzel. "Cute," was all he could muster. Jessica scampered over and pulled Molly out of his arms.
"You're scaring him, Clint, honey."
Clay shook his head. "It's just, I haven't had much sleep lately. Think I'll join Miss Molly here and hit the hay." Clint took Molly out of Jessica's hands and held her to him in one beefy arm. The baby stuck a finger in Clint's mouth and jabbered. He talked around it. "You heading to West Yellowstone this morning?" Clay shrugged. "Not due there until Tuesday, but if it's not snowing, I'll go in tomorrow. I've already been held up an extra day by the storm, so thought I'd be smart and beat the next round of snow. Don't wait on me for meals. Don't know when or if I'll be back."
"What do you mean, if? Thought you were planning to stay with us for a spell."
"I was, until this dad-blamed storm." Clint nodded.
"That makes sense. Well, listen, don't worry about letting us know. We feed a crew around here. One more doesn't matter much."
"Thanks. Night."
"Good night, Clay,"
Jessica said, while Mabel and Clint chimed in. Clay climbed the stairs, feeling like a shell of a man. In the last few months, he'd managed to lose his job, his buddies, his Alaskan home, and the wall he'd erected to try to forget Peggy. With his next step, he leaned heavily on the stair rail, which twisted his Achilles. A strip of pain blazed up his leg. He pushed off the railing, wanting instead to shove it through the blasted wall, and continued his list of losses. The brand-new Piper Comanche plane he'd flown into Gillette. The old rattletrap ranch truck he'd learned to drive in, which couldn't handle winter roads. Nothing here was his, certainly not his life. Loneliness smothered him as he lay atop the covers, fully clothed but for his boots. Watching Clint give Jessica the kind of heart-stopping kiss he'd used to give his own wife had nearly shut down his pulverized organ altogether. What did he have to look forward to? Work, and more work, and pain. That was the sum total of his existence. God blessed us with our sweet little Molly. Did Clint really believe that? That God had blessed them? God. It had been a long time since he'd thought about God in any way but a curse. Yet lately, when he'd talked to Colt, or even his dad and Rebecca on the phone, they'd always brought God into the picture. Even Riley had begun to throw out the name with reverence. "So, God," Clay said to the ceiling. "It's quite the mess you've given to Clayton Cooper, third son of a father who couldn't be bothered, and a mother you took home too early. Guess I didn't qualify for your blessings. Eh? Haven't quite measured up. Well, if you truly exist, how about bringing me something worth living for?" He sneered, puffed a doubting breath, and turned over to give sleep another chance. Chapter 10. Peggy felt like she had driven for days, not just hours. The Valiant's windshield wiper beat a steady rhythm against snowflakes attempting to land, all while her heart pounded its own tempo. "It has to be coming up soon, right, Lord? You wouldn't let me be stranded, will you? Even though I was crazy to take this trip and didn't bother to ask you first." She'd left Billings this morning as soon as there was a break in the weather, and it had taken her 6 hours to get to Highway 191 toward West Yellowstone, instead of just under 4 as promised. The minutes ran together as she strained to see past the snow to the road. Somewhere along the frozen and hazardous tundra-like path, she'd decided stopping at Harper's was the better choice after all. Thank God Bran had insisted on handing her those directions. Turnoff is supposed to be here somewhere. Any time now. "There! Turn!" She hollered at her car as if it were alive, thankful she didn't slide when she swung left onto the small road. Whew! That was close. She fought to control her small car through the slush and mud, trying to keep a constant speed as her dad had taught her. She splattered her way up to the Harper Ranch house. The big two-story, white with green trim, loomed out of the falling snow. Thank you, God, for getting me here safely. Glancing at her watch, she realized she'd been on the road for over 7 hours now. It was already getting dark, and she hadn't dared to stop to call anyone. As she let herself out her car door, the front door to the house slammed open and a familiar body dashed madly down the steps toward her. Her heart tumbled all over itself. Clay. His tense stature and grim mouth told her he was fuming. Even the snowflakes melted instantly in his heat except for the ones on his hair, shoulders, and eyelashes. He shifted into an awkward walk to close the distance between them. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Margaret? Trying to get yourself killed?" She winced at the name and the force of his words. Before she could give him a plausible explanation, a large man in a cowboy hat and sheepskin-collared coat scooted past Clay toward her. When he got closer, he grinned, nearly knocking her off balance. This had to be the foreman. She'd heard he was a looker, but wow.
"Hello, young lady. Welcome to Harper Ranch. I'm Clint Wilkins. And who might you be looking for?"
She glanced over Clint's shoulder, and he followed her gaze.
"This guy?" He turned his gaze back on her. "You looking for this guy?"
He hiked his thumb back at Clay and smirked. Clay must have spouted some royal profanities when he'd spotted her valiant out the window for this man to tease him. Pursing her lips together, she debated what to say. Might you invite me in?" She glanced at the well-lit house and the colorful Christmas tree in the window. Feeling a little melancholy, she wouldn't be back in time for Christmas with her family. He laughed.
"Of course. Where are my manners? Come in. We'll get your things."
Clint grinned again, took hold of her arm above the elbow, and guided her up the front steps. Clay had pulled up halfway to her car. His weight shifted off his bad leg after taking a bad step on ice. When they came even with him, Clint gave him an open-handed thump on the chest, let out another glorious laugh, and kept on going until he'd safely delivered her into the warmth of the house with greetings from 2 womenfolk. He snugged the door closed behind her and headed back out.
"Oh, my goodness. You're brave to be driving in this mess,"
the woman with the toddler in her arms said, concern written all over her face. An older woman with a tight gray bun stood behind her. "Out of my way, Jessica!" The woman elbowed the duo to the side. "This young one's shivering. Go get the teapot on." Who was this woman, with her easy grasp of command and an apron that looked to have tonight's supper speckled all over it? Grandma, possibly? "I'm Mabel, cook around here, and a whole lot of other stuff." Well, that answered that. "I'm Peggy. I'm here for Clay." Peggy couldn't help but look behind her, waiting for him to burst through the door like an angry bear. "Peggy? Clay's Peggy? I heard you were married up with him. What, 5, 6 years ago now?" She pointed toward the stairs. "His room's the first on your ride up the stairs. I'll have the fellas put your things in there." Peggy clasped her collar together at her neck, as if that would protect her against the emotion this evoked. "No, It's fine, missy. The fellas round here are pretty good about helping out. Here, give me your coat. It's wet, so won't be keeping you warm no more anyways." Her chubby arm flew over in a gesture toward the dining area adjacent to the kitchen. "Go on in there, and Jessica'll get you some hot tea. Warm your bones. Keys." Mabel stuck her hand out and waited. There was something about this woman that compelled obedience. Peggy reached into her coat pocket and retrieved her keys, handing them to Mabel. "Be right back." Mabel darted off toward the door. "No, Mabel, wait." "Don't bother," said a masculine voice beside her. Peggy jumped at the sound and turned. A burly man stood at her elbow, fresh from outside. He plucked off his snow-dusted hat and strode to the back door to hang it on a hook. "Mabel doesn't listen too good. Not when she decides to do something that's on her mind. You know? Who are you?
Pete, for goodness sake.
Jessica handed him the baby, who'd already started screeching happy sounds and leaning toward the man.
This is Clay's wife, Peggy. Peggy, this is Pete, one of the crew. I'm Jessica, Clint's wife, and this little cutie is Molly.
She grinned at her daughter as Pete bounced her in his arms. They had this all wrong. No, I'm not. Good to meet you, Pete said, his words running over the top of hers. First time I met Clay, too. He's Cord's kid, right? Yes, but Peggy started again, but it was too late.
Pete had already turned toward a stuffed horse with a big red bow around its neck by the tree, with baby Molly sticking her little fingers in his ear and giggling.
Oh, you think that's funny, huh, Molly, baby?
Pete said, then plopped the little girl on the rocking horse and squatted down next to it.
Okay, well, looked like no one was listening to her about not being Clay's wife. Didn't matter, she guessed. She was worn out and dreading her conversation with Clay. She'd let him handle the misunderstandings around here. Just then, Clay and Clint and Mabel and two other men she'd yet to meet entered the front door and banged it closed behind them. Phew! Storm's collecting strength, Mabel said as she dusted herself off. She pointed to the stairs and turned to the two men. First door on your right. Clay was too busy dusting the last of the snow off his shoulders with his gaze fixed on Peggy to notice what the other two men were up to. By the clenched jaw and sizzling glare, he was livid. No doubt because she'd followed him here, not because of the weather, as he'd like everyone to think. She lifted her chin a notch and stared back. She had a job to do, and she planned to do it. Clint gave Clay a smack on the back.
My wife and I are staying here at the main house while Roy and Mary are out of town. So why don't you and Peggy use our place? Fairly new little house down by the turn in the creek.
He grinned knowingly.
Peggy had the sneaking suspicion Clint knew all about how she and Clay were divorced. Stinker.
But then, wouldn't that give her a chance to be alone with Clay in order to explain herself in private and then get the chance to work on his heel? Might be considered inappropriate by some, but they were a long way from home and, frankly, she didn't care what anyone thought.
That's a great idea, Jessica said. It'll give you some alone time. With a wide smile, she gave her husband a quick glance.
He winked at her and threw out that heart-halting grin of his. Whew, how does she manage to live with that? In a sudden fit of conscience, she blurted, That won't work. Sounds perfect, Clay said over the top of her. Of course, Clint only had ears for Clay. He dropped the set of keys in Clay's hand and pointed him in the direction of the old 3/4-ton truck, resting under the overhang of the barn across the lane.
Leave your pickup. I'll have Pete gas it up. He nodded toward his own truck. Old girl won't have a problem getting you there in this snowfall.
Clint winked, which only amped up Peggy's nerves. What was Clay going to do when he had her alone behind closed doors? They were still married, the thought would excite her. But divorced, with an angry man? She shuddered. Maybe it would be best if she explained everything. She strode up to Clint. You see, Clay and I aren't... Clint glanced over her head at the big clock she'd noticed upon arrival.
Oh, look at that. Past Molly's bedtime. He glanced briefly at Peggy. The twinkle in his eye told her the whole story. See you two whenever the snow stops. Clay tells me he's not due at the training camp until Tuesday. Have fun.
With that, he shot past her to Pete and Molly in the corner, grabbed up his daughter off the toy horse as she squealed in glee and headed for the staircase. Jessica followed behind her husband. As she climbed the stairs, she said, Good night, you two. Be careful out in this muck. As if Clint and Jessica's exit had pulled a plug on the rest of the crew, everyone scurried around until they had all disappeared out the back door. 2 minutes later, Clint showed up with 2 suitcases. one Clay's, the other hers. Took 2 steps at a time going down the stairs, plunked the cases down at the bottom, then took the same 2 steps at a time going back up. "Night now." Peggy blinked at where Clint had disappeared, amazed at the efficiency of the group in scuttling them off to a separate location and then disappearing. Clay literally growled his next words. "We need to get going before this storm decides to strand us." Peggy allowed her gaze to seek his for the first time since his glare. "You okay with this? Shouldn't we tell them we're—"
"No, we shouldn't. Let's go."
Peggy slapped her hands on her hips. "I'm getting pretty sick of everyone cutting me off.
Are you going to talk all night, or are you coming?"
Clay marched over to the suitcases, grabbed them up, and swung them to the front door. Peggy huffed a breath. Criminy, had everyone gone loco around here? Fine. She would go with him to the little house by the stream, but she'd be darned if she'd let him scold her the rest of the night. Chapter 11.
"What were you thinking, Margaret Ann?"
With a decided limp, he paced across a thick Abusan rug, a surprising feature for a Montana country home. Peggy decided to ignore Clay a little longer by turning a circle and pretending fascination with the decor of the little cabin by the stream. When she could feel him pacing, about to blow a gasket behind her, she took a breath and swiveled back around to face him. His wet jeans and flannel shirt clung to his strong thighs and wide shoulders. A swath of damp hair curled at his forehead. The fury in his eyes kept her from distinguishing their color. They almost looked black from here, though she knew intimately they were a spun green. Muscles flexed with every step he took, and it was all Peggy could do not to tune out everything else and just watch the show. He jabbed his finger toward the window in a rage.
"Do you even know how dangerous these roads are in a truck, let alone a squirrely little car like yours?"
Still going with the weather argument? Surprised, she cocked an eyebrow. He cussed. Not one, but 4 blasphemous words in a row. Anger reared up and painted her vision red. Determined to calm down, Peggy perched on the edge of Jessica's new Harcourt Chesterfield and crossed her legs, her ankle bobbing in time with her pulse. Clay glowered at her foot.
"You always were impulsive. You could have been killed out there."
"You don't get to chew me out, Clay Cooper. You're the one who took off without a word in the middle of your physical therapy."
"That's why you followed me here? This is about my damn foot?"
She stopped swinging her foot, then shot off the sofa.
"Why else would I be here?"
He sneered, looking so absolutely disgusted she felt her resolve wither. Then his expression faltered into knit brows and an expression of naked disappointment.
"I thought you came—" He paused. "It really was because of my heel?"
Fury returned, narrowing his gaze.
"To torment me?"
"I see you limping. It still hurts, doesn't it? This is important, Clay. Be honest with me." He ran a hand down his face. He looked haggard, disillusioned, upset. She didn't know what all. When he reached the leather chair, he plopped down hard.
"It hurts, all right. Nothing to be done."
Peggy dragged up a small chair and sat right in front of Clay. She put her hands on his knee. "Yes, there is. I can do something for you. Please, let me help you." Clay leaned forward, dropped his forearms to his spread thighs. Face so near hers, she saw how dilated his eyes were. He studied her, as if he'd find answers. "This is really why you came?" Was he digging for the real answer? Could he see it on her face? She held her breath, wishing with all her might to hide the truth, hoping with all her heart he'd know it. She quivered inside. Did she need to come out and say it? He grasped both her wrists and took the decision away from her. One yank and she was in his lap. His hands cupped her face, and then his lips were on hers. The shock was so great she gasped, giving him the opening to deepen the kiss. Desire filled her. She let her eyes drift closed. She was in dangerous territory here. Fog filled her mind. The more Clay beckoned her lips, the more she wanted to throttle caution and answer with a fervor all her own. This was Clay. This was familiar and right and so delicious. This was home. He was home. Before her brain shut down completely and let her body rule, Clay broke the connection and pressed her head away from him. Her eyes popped open. His expression floored her. He was angry. She could see it in the dip of his brows, the flash of his eyes, the twist of his mouth. "Why did you have to follow me here?" He practically dumped her off his lap as he stood, barely righting her before he quit the room and banged the bedroom door behind himself. Still winded from the kiss, Peggy melted into the small chair until her breathing evened out. 20 minutes went by, then 30. No Clay. No sounds from the bedroom even. Her head spun with what had happened. The kiss was his doing, but had she prompted it by sitting so close, resting a hand on his leg? Guilt seeped in. Pushing her attraction aside, she forced her thoughts toward safe territory, his heel. If she didn't get his Achilles stretched, she might as well put a bullet in his head. He would self-destruct. She knew it in her bones. He'd already lost so much. Fueled by conviction, she stood and headed toward the bedroom door. For his leg, she told herself. Love, desire, longing, passion, the emotions he'd awakened in her withered into a knot at her core. She pushed it down and clawed with all her might toward higher ground. Lord, keep my motives pure. With a knuckle, she rapped softly on the door. Clay, let me work on that leg. Give you a running chance at getting better. Please come out. She listened for any sounds. He had to be awake. Clay? Nothing. Clay? May I come in? Still nothing. Okay, I'm coming in. You stubborn... She mumbled a colorful word under her breath. I heard that. His voice was a rumble deep in his chest. She pictured him lying on his back on the bed with an arm slung over his eyes, just like he'd done after the Fort Worth rodeo, 6 months into their marriage. Peggy set her hand on the doorknob, but couldn't turn it. Clay had been thrown from the only bronc known for an easy ride, and within 3 seconds at that. No matter his aching body, it was his pride that was wounded most. After he holed up in their trailer bedroom for over an hour, Peggy had lost her patience and launched herself through the door. Found him still fully clothed, lying on his back on the bed, with an arm thrown over his face. It was the first time she'd seen him, all muscle and smudged dirt and hurt silence, as vulnerable. He'd never been more appealing. She'd coaxed him out of his funk with a particularly jarring ride of her own, which left him smiling for days. The memory nearly put a smile on her face now. If only things weren't so dismal between them. Shaken by the memory, she cracked the door open and took a step in. The room was dark, but for the bulb he'd left on in the closet, and the strip of light it cast across the bed and his body. Sure enough, on his back, arms slung over his eyes. Her heart took a leap. If you know what's good for you, you'll get out. Though his voice was low and unthreatening, she knew what he was about. Her heart raced. Dare she push him when she was no longer in a position to use her feminine wiles? Unsettled and unsure, she stayed in the doorway. Come out, Clay. All I want is to work on your leg. Shall I do that in here? Clay whisked his arm away from his face and thumped it on the bed. He glared in her direction. The light from the closet caught his eyes, showing his feral gleam. "You risk too much. Get out. Now." Every cell in her body wanted to go to him, wanted a repeat of that night in Fort Worth, to help him get past his feeling of defeat and remind him what they'd once had together. Be smart. Remember your true goal. Words of wisdom poured into her head, beating hard against the petition from her body. This was about Clay, about helping him be whole. But she could see tonight was not the night. "You win. I'll see you in the morning. Night, Clay." Hoping he'd stop her, she hesitated in the doorway. He said nothing. Chapter 12. When Peggy awoke, she peered out the window Jessica had yet to curtain in the little guest bedroom. The sky was gray, but the snow had stopped falling. The gloom matched her mood and the heaviness in her limbs. She hadn't slept well last night. Every time she thought she'd drift off, the image of Clay laying on the bed with his arms slung over his eyes tormented her. Rolling to her side, she tugged the blankets up to her chin. She wanted Clay back in her life, realized that the first day she'd seen him again, had never stopped loving the man. But 4.5 years was a long time to let a Cooper stew about anything bad, and divorce topped the list. And back then, when she confronted him about their ended marriage, by the devastation on his face, she knew Clay would never forgive and certainly never forget. By now, that image would be cemented in his soul. But didn't she owe him more than simple quitting again? Was she willing to put the time and effort into what it would take to repair the damage she'd caused? She flipped the blankets off her, a sudden surge of elation filling her. Yes, he was worth every single second she'd suffer for it. In fact, she deserved every bit of agony it caused. She dressed in a hurry and raced out of the small bedroom to the other end of the house. Since it was just after dawn, she expected Clay would be in the kitchen brewing coffee. He'd always been an early riser, just as she was. So she was astounded when she arrived and took a whiff. No coffee had been made, no breakfast either, because there was no Clay. "He's still in bed," she whispered to herself, her heart speeding at the thought of waking him. Grinning, she headed to his bedroom door and rapped. "Clay, I'm about to make some breakfast." She had yet to peruse the cupboards or the refrigerator, but she figured Jessica had supplies enough to feed her family. "Any requests?" She felt giddy, like the new bride she once was, about to offer her new husband an early meal. No answer. Another tap, tap, tap. "Clay, I'm coming in." She knew she shouldn't. He wasn't hers anymore. She had no rights to him, yet he'd kissed her last night. That opened a door to hope, and she was walking through it. Her pulse thrummed in her ears. "Clay!" Turning the knob, she pushed her way into the dark bedroom. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom, she saw an empty bed and dark bathroom. Gone? He's gone? Anger replaced euphoria. How could he leave without telling her? When had he left? The old familiar feeling of abandonment came over her, a heavy, cloying blanket. Clay had often done this very thing while they were on the road. She'd understood that his dedication to rodeo had been linked to their income, but the fact he never woke her, told her his plans for the day before leaving their bed, always bothered her. In spite of asking him for a morning kiss, time and again, he never gave it. That slight became just another on a long list of blunders that convinced her to leave him. In retrospect, she'd begun to blame her own immaturity for shutting him out, but the way she felt now, maybe she had been justified. Slogging back down the hallway to the kitchen, she looked around in the silence, overwhelmed by a desperate sort of roiling in her stomach. Nothing for it but to bundle up and walk back to the main house. No doubt Clay had taken the truck. When she finally made both beds and closed up the house, she stepped out into an icy wind. Snow flurries circled her boots, then whipped straight up her legs and under her coat. Wrapping the warmth tightly around her, she pressed forward to the pickup that was still parked beside the house. Chivalry wasn't dead after all. Fancy that. Still, hurt simmered just below the surface as Peggy drove herself to the main house, parked, then raced up the steps through the gathering storm. She tapped on the front door. Jessica swung the door wide and grinned a welcome. Grabbing Peggy's arm, she pulled her in.
Whew! It's brewing something out there. I hope you're planning to be here for a spell. Have you had breakfast? Clay's already come and gone. He said he let you sleep in.
Jessica's expression showed she still didn't realize they weren't a couple. Maybe now was the time to enlighten her. She opened her mouth to speak and found that she didn't have the spirit to face it. Instead, she put her attention on removing her coat.
I hope you like bacon and eggs and biscuits. That's our menu for breakfast.
Get back to work, girlie, Mabel spouted into the pan of bacon she was frying. You think this food is going to cook itself? Jessica smiled, rolled her eyes, and practically flounced away. Peggy recognized this jubilance. She'd once had it for almost a year. After washing her hands, donning an apron, and grabbing a glob of dough to roll for biscuits, she asked, "Where is Clay?" Jessica glanced Peggy's way.
Gone to West Yellowstone.
A lump formed in her throat. Why?
He didn't tell you?
Jessica's look of sympathy gutted her. Yeah, any wife would know where her husband went.
He went to the smokejumpers training center at the edge of town, by the airport.
She was already humiliated, so she may as well get all Jessica knew. Now? He told me he wasn't expected there until Tuesday. This is only Sunday.
Shame on him for not telling you about the phone call before leaving. Men.
Peggy frowned, tired of being the only one left in the dark. What phone call? Jessica hesitated, mid-egg crack, to look at her.
Oh, it's just about 20 minutes ago. Clint took the call. The man there said he'd come to see Clay. Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith? Why did that name sound familiar? Peggy had made a point to keep up with Clay's life, in whatever way she could. She knew about the many awards he'd earned for saving lives, right along with the reprimands he'd publicly received for taking too many risks. There was a scrapbook in her bottom dresser drawer at home containing all things Clay Cooper. On the days she felt particularly melancholy, she'd take it out, look through each page, and have a good cry. Then back it would go for another week. Jessica sidled up next to her and bumped her hip with hers.
You okay there, Twinkie?
Peggy jerked her head toward Jessica and gaped. Jessica took the kitchen towel from her shoulder and wiped at Peggy's cheek.
Got a little flower there.
Oh. Peggy swiped at her face with her forearm, distracted.
Seriously, are you all right? You seem a bit downtrodden.
Clay told you my nickname? He'd never told anyone else before. Suddenly a sense of belonging filled her. For the first time, the nickname she'd chafed at for years made her feel like family.
We all got a good laugh when he explained it to us.
Peggy raised her eyebrows. Explained it?
Yeah. First he told us his dad gave all his sons food nicknames when they were boys. So when he married you, he gifted you with the name Twinkie, because you were golden blonde on the outside and all sweet and gooey on the inside. Gave us a good laugh this morning.
She laughed all over again. Her genuine delight made Peggy smile. He told you that this morning? How in the world did the subject come up? Jessica resumed cracking eggs.
He asked if we'd be serving pancakes this morning. When I said no, he looked so disappointed. I joked that he must have a monster of a sweet tooth. Nah, he said, just the wife.
Peggy froze with a wad of biscuit dough in her hands.
Funny, Clint's brow shut up like that surprised him. Shouldn't have, Jessica said with a wink.
Peggy felt her face burn with heat. Clay had said that? As if they were still married? And Clint played along? The last of Jessica's conversation died off without Peggy catching a single word. But the other woman was grinning as if whatever she'd just said had earned her something. It earned her something, all right. One less helper. "Excuse me a minute." Peggy wiped her hands on her apron and dashed off for the bathroom. With the door shut behind her, she worked at getting her breathing back in rhythm. Why wouldn't Clay have told them the truth this morning? Was it just easier for him this way? Was he waiting for her to do it? She nodded to herself. Of course, that was it. Clay was as dominant as they came, capable of skinning anyone with his words. But when it came to issues of the heart, he rarely confronted them head-on. Instead, he evaded, escaped, and dodged. A jolt of clarity blasted her anger to pieces. That was why he never fought back when she told him their marriage had come to an end. He never had it in him. She'd read it wrong when he didn't bother fighting for them. All along, she'd thought he didn't care enough about her, when in fact, she now realized the opposite was true. He cared too much. Wilting inside, she let herself out of the bathroom for the kitchen, wanting only to find Clay and cry out for his forgiveness. But he was gone, to meet Bruce Smith. She rifled through her memories again and hit home. Of course. He was the older brother of Clay's best friend in high school. A shudder tore up her spine, because now she remembered everything. Peggy glanced over at Jessica, who was laying large plates out on the rectangular table in the dining area. With her heart in her throat, Peggy asked, "Did this Bruce Smith guy say what he wanted with Clay?" Jessica glanced at her with arched eyebrows, then at Clint, who had just come through the door dusted in snow.
"Big storm we've been watching for is here,"
he said to the room at large, as he hung up his coat and hat.
"Supposed to have 30-mile winds. 4 feet of snow expected in the next 2 days. Clint caught Peggy's anxious inhale and went on. "Clay'll be fine. He's used to snow."
But Peggy's worries only doubled. Clint caught her gaze and lifted his chin.
"Clay said Smith was the brother of the man he partnered up with for jumps. Look forward to seeing him."
Uh-huh. Peggy swallowed hard. Did he say specifically why he wanted to see Clay? Clint squeezed Jessica's hand on his way across the room, then leaned his backside into the counter beside Peggy.
"All Clay said was he owed this guy some time."
Peggy pivoted toward him, fully aware Clint would see the tears in her eyes. He said that? Owed him time? Clint's brows scrunched in the middle.
"This concerns you. Why?"
Should she tell this stranger? Would that help or hurt? In the next heartbeat, something in her shouted to trust him. Now. This Bruce guy is the brother of the man who died on a jump with Clay. From what I've read, Bruce and his family blamed Clay entirely for Martin's death. This... Peggy shook her head, her fears piling in her throat. Nothing good can... She searched the kitchen frantically for answers she couldn't find. I need to go. Clint cursed and pushed off the counter.
There was something in that voice.
His words trailed off, but Peggy could see the wheels turning. Clint turned to Jessica.
"I'm going after him, babe."
Peggy tugged on his arm. What? Wait. I'm going too. She reached around to untie her apron. Clint stopped her hands at her back.
"No, too dangerous. You stay with the ladies."
Determined, she twisted away from Clint and his strong hands, untied the apron, and threw it off. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't even know you. But I know my husband. She choked on the word husband. The lie began to turn sour in her mouth. He'll try to do right by this man, but all Bruce wants is vengeance, believe me. The articles written about the incident never looked good for Clay. They made it sound like the flawed jump had been Clay's fault. Really, Clint, I think he's walking into a trap." Another curse flew from Clint's mouth as he took 2 steps to his wife, kissed her on the cheek as she murmured a "be careful" next to his ear, and headed back for his coat and hat. Peggy raced after him and grabbed her own. "Peggy, no," Jessica said, scrambling to her. Peggy held up her hand and gave Jessica a look that said no one would stop her from helping her man. Jessica stared at her resolute face, then nodded, wringing her hands at her waist. "I understand. Be careful, you two. Maybe you should take Pete along." Clint gave one last glance to his wife as he opened the front door and a gust of snow-filled wind blew in. "Give Molly a kiss for me. I'll be back, little one. Just pray." Peggy wondered if she could be as brave as Jessica to let her husband go out in a snowstorm to help in a dangerous situation. Then again, they were prayerful people. "Oh, you know I will," Jessica said sternly, then blew him a kiss. Peggy nodded, silently agreeing she would be praying too, for safety, for speed, and for a second chance at love. Chapter 13. "I haven't been in this kind of whiteout in a long time. Can you even see the road?" Peggy asked Clint. The man had a death grip on the steering wheel and a cobra stare on the road immediately beyond the hood. The truck they were in was old, but heavy enough to plow through the drifts and high enough to afford the best visibility possible. Clint chose well. The wipers thumped hard, practically setting the pace of her heart. Clint cleared his throat. "Not how I'd hoped it would be. We'll make it, though. Sit back. Try not to worry." "How far is the training camp from here?" "Half-hour from our place. We should be there in 10-15 minutes now." "Good." Peggy slumped into the seat, trying to force herself to relax, her eyes glued to the horizontal snow outside. A deep foreboding settled in her chest, and with it a renewed sense of danger. "Why are you doing this?" "What? Going after Clay?" "It's not like you know Clay well. Why risk the storm and whatever might happen with this Bruce person?" "I'm the one who took the call." "So that made him responsible?" Peggy frowned. Anyone could have taken that call. Did they really make men this noble anymore? The question took her aback. Fact was, she had married a man just like this. Sure, he'd been untamed, inexperienced, immature, the opposite of mild-mannered. But so what? He was principled, honorable, had a good heart, had loved her. Regret flooded her. She had been a fool, such a fool. She clasped her hands in her lap, trying not to think about losing Clay again, this time in a much more permanent way. "So," Clint's jaw clenched, and his hands gripped the wheel tighter. "Fill me in. How'd this guy's brother die?" "I only know what the paper said." She sucked in a quick breath, knowing how that must have sounded. Clay wouldn't talk about it. That was true enough. Before Clint could question her statement, she went on. "Clay and Martin were on a jump with a half a dozen other men. Martin was still considered a rookie. He and Clay were the last 2 in the plane. Martin balked, got scared. Clay urged him forward so they wouldn't jump late and land in the fire. But that's exactly what happened. A wind gust caught them both, pulled Martin into the flames. He burned to death right in front of Clay, the captain, and some of the crew." Clint winced, letting out a heavy breath. Worse yet, a reporter from an Alaskan newspaper, I don't remember which, was on the jump with them. First time they'd allowed such a thing. It was '59, a year Alaska received its statehood. and the reporters were having a bonanza on all things Alaska. This reporter got it all on film. From Martin landing in the fire to Clay being held back by his captain and crew to keep him from running into the fire and trying to save his friend. Only the reporter made it sound like Clay had pushed Martin out of the airplane without his permission, and the pictures made it look like Clay was holding the crew back from trying to save him, not the other way around. Clint grunted in disbelief.
How's that possible?
The men had grabbed Clay's arms as he tried to run toward the fire. The reporter's angle made it look like Clay had stretched his arms to keep them back. Ultimately, he was painted as the villain in all this. From what I heard through the Sundance grapevine, it destroyed Clay. The loss of his best friend, the decision to make Martin jump, the newspaper's accounting. It hadn't helped she'd already destroyed him by divorcing him a couple of years prior.
Peggy.
She'd nearly flunked out of school that semester, worrying over what she'd read about her husband, ex-husband, or whether or not he'd climb out of depression.
Peggy.
Her head snapped up and over to Clint. Yes?
I know you and Clay are divorced. If I had any doubt, you just confirmed it.
Her head dropped. On an inhale of breath, she said, Yeah. What happened? Rodeo, irresponsibility, immaturity. Clint turned his head enough to grace her with an empathetic half-smile.
Starting to sound like the cowboys with one-word answers. Care to elaborate?
No. Look! She pointed, relieved to see a building swirling in the gusts of snowfall. Then runway lights and a row of hangars. That has to be the training center.
It is.
Clint aimed the truck toward what looked like the main gate. Peggy bounced forward on the seat and pointed again. Clay's truck was parked beside two other trucks at a main entrance. Okay, so if Bruce was here already, maybe Clay wasn't alone. Maybe this third fellow would be a buffer between the two. Please God, let that be the case. No sooner had Clint thrown the gear shifter into park beside Clay's truck than Peggy made out the silhouette of a man with a thick coat and ski mask sprinting toward the far truck. Through the streaming snow, she saw something long and dark in his hand. It glinted briefly in their headlights, and she knew, beyond doubt, what it was. No! Peggy launched herself into the storm and screamed, He's got a crowbar! The man slammed into the far truck, cranked the ignition, and fishtailed out of the parking lot. Clay! Peggy pounded toward the entrance. Clint reached it first and flung the heavy door open. They both sped through. Clay! A shiver turned her gut to water. Peggy followed Clint through a large open room and then down an empty hallway. She slipped, glanced down. The linoleum was worn to a fine polish under her wet boots. She reached for the handle of the first closed door she came upon. Cold seeped into her fingers, matching her frigid fear. She opened it. A blasted broom closet. A knot grew in her throat, so heavy it restricted her voice. She tried to clear it and shouted Clay's name again. No answer. She opened the next door, and the next. Clay! Clint's voice echoed from a ways down the hall. Still nothing. Oh, Lord, please let him be okay. She prayed aloud as they searched. More doors, more empty rooms. The thump of Clint's boots came toward her. She jerked her head up, catching a worry in his eyes. Panic rose in her throat. Where is he? Clint shook his head.
Keep going down that hallway, he pointed. I'll go out back.
She watched as Clint ran, sliding every few steps back the way they'd come. The jarring bang of the metal entry door rang out as he left the building. She carried on. Another door, closed. Had she already checked this one? Didn't matter. She thrust it open. A musty odor poured out. Not used, and no Clay. She came to the end of the hallway. No, it can't be the end. Where is Clay? She turned back, her shoulders slumped, her mouth dry. The metal entry door banged back open ahead. "Peggy!" Clint's voice sounded distressed. "No, God, don't let it be." Taking off at a slippery run, she steered her way down the hall and back into the open space of the main room. Clint looked over his shoulder at her as he backstepped deeper into the room. "Peggy," he said, out of breath. Beyond him, she glimpsed a man in a tan janitorial jumpsuit laboring forward with stilted steps. The two finally shuffled sideways enough for her to see the burden they carried. "Dear God," she whispered as a cry for help. Clay was unconscious, soaking wet and dripping blood. "Please be okay, please be okay," she chanted again and again. "Over there," the janitor said, tipping his head toward the wall. The men laid Clay down across 4 chairs. The 3 of them scrambled to find the source of the blood. "Here," the janitor said as his hand came up sticky and red. "Left side of his head. He's been clobbered pretty good. We've got to get him over to the med clinic. What kind of vehicle do you have?" Clint's eyes widened with what looked like sudden inspiration. "Peggy, search Clay's pockets for his keys." His voice snapped her out of her panic. She began to rummage. Clint tilted his head toward Clay, then addressed the janitor. "He's got a 4-wheel drive on that truck of his. The snow's getting thick. We'll need it." Peggy stilled the jarring tremor in her hands and closed her fingers around Clay's keys. "Get out there and open it up," Clint said. Peggy rose to obey, then rocked back, clarity reawakening in her. "He needs to stay horizontal, head and shoulders barely elevated. That means the truck bed. With me." The janitor accepted her authority without so much as a blink. "I'll find a blanket and compression bandage." He sped away. "What's your name?" Clint called after the man. "Jerry," he yelled back. Within minutes, Peggy found herself in the truck bed beside Clay, blanket hauled over them with one hand and compression bandage clutched with the other. The wind howled, banking snow against the bumper and rear wheels of the truck. "Get us out, Lord. Safely." Snow pelted Peggy's bare neck from under the blanket's edge. "Please." Clint threw the gear shift into reverse. The truck shuddered, wheels slipping briefly until they caught traction and clawed into the snowdrift. Peggy jounced forward and backward again, trying to keep her balance as the truck lurched to a stop and then cut a labored arc forward onto the road. Jerry followed in his smaller truck, close behind. The wind chill was brutal on Peggy's exposed skin as she fought to keep the blanket over her head and the bandage against Clay's matted hair. By the time they reached the medical clinic, she shook all over, from cold and fear and the terrible weight of the sodden blanket. The Lord wouldn't bring Clay back into her life just to rip him away from her again, would he? Please heal him, Lord. Give him the life he deserves, not the one so many of us have stolen from him. Her fury rose as she remembered the dark, skulking figure in the snow and the crowbar he'd used to bash Clay's skull. The fury flipped inside her. With sharp pain in her heart, she added, "But I'm the worst offender." It seemed a lifetime ago that another horrible creature of the dark had crushed his heart. It made her sick to the marrow to know that creature had been her. She would make it up to him, in every way she could. Please let him live, Lord, and I promise, if he wants me, I will never leave his side again. Chapter 14. After being questioned by the police, Peggy sat stiffly in the lone chair in the sterile room, waiting for the doctor to return with Clay from X-ray. Down the hall in the waiting room, Clint and Jerry were now giving their statements. Clay's wheeled bed squeaked around the corner. Peggy jumped as if bitten. She was instantly at the doctor's side to help steer the bed to its proper place by the wall. Clay. A thick white bandage covered the entire left side of his head. She peered into his face, so magnificent even in repose, yet so still and ashen. Her heart ached in a way only fear could make it. She couldn't lose him. She just couldn't. Her nose burned sharply. She told herself it was the tang of antiseptic, but she knew better. The doctor motioned for her to sit and rolled his stool around the front of the bed to face her. His solemn expression sent acid sloshing from her stomach up into her chest. Clint and Jerry appeared in the doorway, away from the circle of Clay's bed, the doctor, and Peggy. She hadn't told the doctor she was no longer Clay's wife, and Clint was tight-lipped as well. They both knew this was the only way they would get the information they needed.
"I'm sorry to say, Clay's injury is extensive, Mrs. Cooper. His skull is badly fractured. What did you say it was? A crowbar?"
She nodded bleakly.
What is the prognosis, Dr. Barnes? Will he wake up? Will he even be all there when he does?
Peggy stopped short, her entire body trembling. The doctor's face was grim, his lips pressed together. He shook his head in an I don't know way, and Peggy's heart thudded heavily. Despair swelled in her chest until she had only a sip of air left in her lungs. The doctor cleared his throat. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. As soon as this storm blows over, he needs to go to a trauma center. I recommend St. Patrick's in Missoula. It's about 4 or 5 hours from here, if the weather cooperates." Peggy sucked in a frozen breath. Trauma center? Before he wakes up? Why? Something inside her refused to grasp what she already knew to be true. There's a high probability of brain damage. She barely kept her moan locked inside. I don't know to what extent, the doctor said. He needs to be in a facility where he'll get the best care for whatever happens next. He's stable at the moment. His vitals are good. I don't have the equipment needed to decipher what degree of injury we're talking about here. He'll get the best care in Missoula.
How will we get him there without causing more injury? 5 hours on the road? Isn't that better done in an ambulance?
The doctor shook his head. We don't have an ambulance near, I'm afraid. Closest one is over 2 hours away, and it wouldn't come from a hospital we don't want him to go to. Do you see the dilemma? Clint approached and placed a calming hand on her shoulder. She jerked at his touch. She was panicking. She felt it. Looking up at Clint, she saw sympathy in his eyes and grim resolve.
"We'll get him there as soon as the weather breaks, Peggy."
How? The doctor looked over at Clint and Jerry. Do you have a vehicle that can get him to Missoula? The snow will be a problem. Clint jingled the truck keys in his pocket.
"Got it covered."
The doctor shook his head. There's no way he can be in that truck bed for 5 or 6 hours. He'll be fine here until you find another form of transportation. I'm able to put him on an IV for fluids, set him up with a catheter, but I'm not equipped to sustain him long term. A few days won't be a problem.
What if we laid Clay across Clint and I in the cab of the truck? We could put his head on my lap and his feet on Clint's. Would that work? I know he's big, but what else can we do?
No, I don't suggest that. He'll be fine here for the next 2 days. You should find another type of vehicle. The minute the weather breaks, be ready.
But if you think he should be there, shouldn't we go now? We shouldn't wait, should we?
Peggy could hear the rising worry in her voice. Next up, hysteria. She inhaled a deep breath, forcing herself to calm the heck down. Clint tilted his head to catch Peggy's eye.
"We don't have a choice but to wait out the storm, sweetheart."
The endearment did nothing to comfort her, but it did remind her she was a professional, and she needed to pull herself together.
"We'll be ready to take off the minute we can." Clint shifted his focus to the doctor. Can I use your phone, Doc? I need to let my wife know what's happening. Of course. Help yourself. You too, Jerry. Clint left the room, and Jerry followed. Peggy's gaze wandered to the window beside Clay. It cast a white glare into the room from the mid-morning snowscape beyond. Was it only Sunday morning still? The exhaustion she felt was beyond words. When Clint came back through the door, hat in hand, he looked ready to leave. Jerry's gone back to lock up the facility, then on home. I'm going to head back to the spread. The storm isn't over by any stretch, but there's a break. Christmas is in 2 days. I need to be with my family for as long as I can be. I'll look into another vehicle for us. Will it be all right if I leave you here with Clay? Or you can come home with me. We'll come back when the weather clears. The thought of leaving Clay caused her to shake her head over hard. No, I won't leave him. You go. Clint nodded, though she could see the worry on his face. Clay wasn't hers anymore to take care of. She knew it. He knew it. But he didn't say a word about it, to her or anyone else. She took it as a tacit permission to keep playing the part. So, for the rest of the day, she sat beside Clay, scooting out of the way when only Dr. Barnes retook vitals or changed IV fluid bags. The growing cramp in her stomach finally forced her to scrounge for food. All she could find was a tiny packet of saltine crackers and an apology from Dr. Barnes. She nibbled the crackers slowly. The cramp only worsened. Come evening, Dr. Barnes gave her his home phone number and backed out of Clay's room, bidding her farewell until morning. He cut the hall lights to half power, then thunked the deadbolt to the front door closed. She was alone now, with just the faint buzz of overhead lights and the steady sound of Clay's breathing for company. Please, God, let Clay survive this tragedy. She dared not ask for him to be hers again. For now, if he woke up with his mind intact, that would be enough. The thought soothed her as she laid her cheek on Clay's bicep and fell into a shallow sleep. Peggy jarred awake. Something had roused her, but she didn't know what. Silence pressed in. In 2 heartbeats, she knew. His breathing had stopped. Clay? She was on her feet without a thought. Clay? Clay? She shook his shoulders, then leaned over to listen. No sound came from his nose, but she felt a flutter of air against her cheek, then another, and another. She laid both palms against his solid jaw. Why so shallow, my sweet man? Should she call the doctor? But what could he do? She pressed Clay's fingernails until they blanched and watched it pink back up. The fluids were running. Clay's temperature was normal, and he appeared comfortable. Had she imagined he'd stopped breathing? One of her own full breaths slowed her heart some, keeping her from a panic attack. I must have dreamt it. Satisfied he was in no immediate danger, Peggy glanced at the clock. Midnight. Her lonely vigil would continue for another 8 hours until the doctor returned the next morning. She rubbed her cheek, cherishing the warmth of Clay's arm under her head when she dozed off. Well, she was awake now, and intended to fill Clay's unconscious mind, as she had the last 17 hours, with as many terms of endearment and shared stories as she could remember. It was bittersweet, this one-sided exchange in which she could get her fill of him without his snide remarks, lewd comments, angry outbursts, severe glares. Oh, how she'd missed him. She hadn't known just how much until now. My sweet stud, she said, as she stroked his cheek, then grinned at the memory of calling him stud, and the irony of the tribute sweet. No one knew he had a kind heart. Oh, how enraged he'd be to even hear the word. But sweet he was, and his sweetness she would always cherish.
She sat silently, staring at Clay, regathering her wits, resettling her heart until the need to talk with her God came over her. Lord, only you can sustain Clay. None of us has that kind of power. Please watch over him, Father. I pray for a break in the weather in the morning and for you to get us to Missoula safely. Please help the specialist cure him. Bring him back to us. Whole. The gray light of morning shone into Clay's room, surprising Peggy with its suddenness, despite the interminable hours before it. Snow still fell lightly outside the small window. Couldn't those darn white flakes stop? They needed to get Clay to Missoula. "Good morning, little lady," came a deep voice from the entrance. She jumped a little and turned toward the sound, trying to shake fatigue from her fuzzy mind. A large figure filled the doorway. Peering through scratchy eyes, she took in the man's appearance. Tall with wide shoulders, neatly combed dark hair, and the most vivid sapphire eyes. At first she thought it was Colt, but a double-take told her this man was Cooper Rugged, all right, but more striking, in an angular, sophisticated sort of way, like he could pull off a cowboy hat or a white lab coat equally well. Of course! Hunter! Peggy leapt to her feet and threw herself at the man, relieved another Cooper had arrived. He caught her in his arms and squeezed before setting her down and stepping back. She hadn't laid eyes on Hunter since he'd come to see Clay ride broncs on their sweep through Colorado over 5 years ago. Back then, he'd set his sights on entering veterinary school in Fort Collins. Now he was in his last year there. "What are you doing here?" She grimaced at how rude that sounded. "I mean, aren't you missing classes?" One side of his mouth tipped up, deepening the crease in his cheek before he swung his eyes to Clay. "How is he?" "Not good. How did you find out about this?" She gestured toward the bed. "Clint started the grapevine. Colt told me. And I figured I'd save Colt a trip out since I was heading home for Christmas anyway. Just veered a little more west." Her hand came to her mouth. "For 5 more hours? And through a snowstorm, no less? That's crazy, Hunter." "I only traveled 1 more hour than Colt would have had to, and the conditions would have been worse for him. I got about an hour of light snowfall. No big deal in my Suburban. 4-wheel drive, you know. Besides, Clay and I have always been closer than he ever was with Colt." He stopped, rolled his gaze away from her. Yeah, she knew she was the cause of plenty of Cooper family grief. He brought his gaze back, looking a bit snappish. "Didn't mean to bring up bad blood. Clay and Colt never did get along, even before." His fingers twirled in the air to vaguely indicate the chaos of her marriage. She swallowed hard, taking no comfort from the hard eyes behind the gesture. In the silence, Hunter stepped farther into the room, shed his heavy sheepskin-lined coat, and grabbed the rolling stool she'd just vacated to sit next to Clay. "Tell me about my brother." She scowled at the filching of her chair, but let it go, coming to stand at Clay's head. "He got hit with—" She swallowed. The image of the attack burned in her mind. "It was a crowbar, Hunter." She started to stroke Clay's head, but thought better of it, clasping her hands instead, trying to hide the shake in them. "He has a fractured skull, and possibly brain—" Her voice broke. "No, Peggy, you will not cry." Hunter's expression softened as he waited for her to finish. She swallowed down the fear of what the future held and continued in a pinched tone. "Possible brain damage?" Hunter nodded, looking contemplative rather than alarmed. Peggy shouldn't have been surprised. Of course, veterinary school would have changed him, taught him to think clinically rather than reactively. "Colt said we're taking Clay to Missoula. I think we can manage that fine today. It's not supposed to storm again until tomorrow." "Oh, Hunter, that would be great!" Clint can stay with his family, and we can take Clay in your vehicle. Oh, my goodness, that will work out splendidly." She silently clapped her hands together. "We were trying to figure out how to transport him horizontally in the cab of his truck." She blew out a breath and looked skyward. "Thank you, Lord."
That right there will not happen on this drive.
Peggy's knees nearly buckled at Hunter's rebuke. His face darkened, and his eyes looked stormy. "What won't happen?"
No praying, no God talk, period.
What was with the Cooper men and their hostility toward God? But on second thought, this reaction of his was raw, current. She rested her hand on Hunter's. He jerked it away, centering his attention on Clay. Even from the side, she could see his eyes blazing. "What happened, Hunter?" "Something recent. I can tell." He swung his gaze back to hers and narrowed his eyes. "There will be no discussion about this or about God. Do you understand?" Her eyebrows shot up. "This isn't like you. What's wrong?" "How would you know what isn't like me, Peggy? You haven't seen me for years." A chill trickled down Peggy's spine. Well, this would be a long and interesting day indeed. Chapter 15. "Take it easy, you two. The roads could still be thick with snow," Dr. Barnes said before he handed a large manila envelope to Peggy. "Give this to the trauma doctor. It's Clay's X-ray and my evaluation." Peggy waved a hand, unable to speak past the lump in her throat, and tried to smile at the doctor. "Be careful," he said, then shut the passenger door of Hunter's Suburban. They had spent the last hour prepping Clay for transport, arranging him in the back of the Suburban once the men removed the rear bench seat. Peggy glanced back, feeling equal parts relieved for the progress and fearful of any complications that could arise while they were on the road. At least Clay wouldn't be awake to feel any pain. Heading north, Hunter wound his way slowly through West Yellowstone, then turned west onto Highway 287. The snowplows had done a great job here. Peggy prayed the roads would be just as clear all the way to Missoula. After more than 30 minutes of silence, as Hunter concentrated on their route, Peggy finally said, "So tell me, how have you been?" He readjusted his grip on the steering wheel, his skin blanching at his knuckles. "How have you been? I hear after you divorced my brother, you went to school to become what? Nurse?" Peggy could hear quite well the tight-held anger in Hunter's voice. So this was how the drive was going to go. She tried to get her armor on. "Actually, I'm a physiologist." "Ah, physical therapist. I see. Is that why you left him? To become a career woman?" Plenty of derision there. His mood matched the gray skies overhead. "What is it, Dr. Cooper? Do you not like women in the world of medicine? Or is it just me?" She always saw red when men pigeonholed women. She had plenty of that in the last 5 years. "I don't have an opinion about any of it." "Well, that's obviously a lie. Your horns are showing." "My horns? What are we, in grammar school?" "Don't try to change the subject. You're obviously furious with me. Just spill it. We have plenty of time to hash this out." Hunter groaned loudly. She laughed. "What? A little mad at yourself for letting the cat out of the bag too early? Couldn't quite keep the fury under wraps, eh?" "You always did needle. Clay hated how you constantly nagged about what you wanted. Never gave one hoot about his needs." His dagger hit home. Tears stung the backs of her eyes. It took her a minute to recover her breath from impact. "Are you saying Clay told you about our personal lives? He wouldn't have done that." "You're lying, Hunter." She hated that her voice cracked on that last statement. Hated even more that Clay may have complained to his brother about her. The car's back end slipped as Hunter took a turn a little too fast for the conditions. He gripped the wheel like it was their lifeline, which it was, and let off the gas-amite. Black ice. With expertise, he completed the curve, then kept his speed more constant and his attention more riveted. Silence reigned for the next 25 miles as Peggy willed her heart to slow. Highway markers whipped by in a blur, mesmerizing her until she at last focused in on the snow depth they tallied. 4-foot banks stood on either side of the highway. She gulped, recognizing for the first time how dangerous this was. She knew Hunter was used to driving in all conditions, but what a responsibility to get Clay to Missoula safely, along with himself and his favorite passenger. One glance at the side of Hunter's face, and she knew he intended to give her the silent treatment the rest of the way. No way was she going to let that stand. They still had 4 hours to go, and she had lots of words left. I know I'm the one who officially ended our marriage, but from what you're saying, Clay was glad I did. A muscle in Hunter's jaw bulged. She saw his struggle to keep his thoughts to himself. Probably had already said more than he knew Clay would want. I never said that. No, she guessed he hadn't, but the thought it could be true gripped her hard. A sudden compulsion to check on Clay had her stretching around to feel his cool forehead and brush stray hairs off his handsome face. He seemed to be resting okay. His chest rose and fell, shallow but steady. To anyone looking on, he just looked like a fella sleeping off a bender. If only that were the case. She glanced at Hunter just as he took his eyes off her and refocused on the road. You still look like a woman in love. His voice was harsh, laced with false pity. A breath of agitation huffed out as she faced forward again. How would you know anything about love? From what your brothers tell me, you play the field at school. You've run through all the single women there, haven't you? He choked out a laugh. Who told you that? No one, actually. She just wanted to hurt him back. Another glance her way, and he chuckled. Thought so. He sighed. I don't want to fight with you anymore. I get it. Takes two to tango, right? I'm sure he gave as much as he got. We all know he's not an easy man to love. Yet you do, she said. And you. I did. Did? Come on, Peggy. There's no one else in the car. May as well admit the truth. So you can tell him later all that you found out? Her words were barely out of her mouth when their meaning caught her in the chest. Her next breath came in choppy, on a sob. Oh, Lord. Please, please give Hunter the chance to tell Clay all he found out. Let Clay survive this. Hunter placed his hand over hers. He's going to be okay, Peggy. He'll wake up soon and give us both hell for not handling things the way he thought we should. Peggy studied the tenuous smile on Hunter's mouth and tried to breathe through the constrictions in her chest. I hope you're right. I'm right. She nodded, wishing her agreement would make it so. How do you like being a physical therapist? Her mind shuddered before she caught on to the change of subject. I like it so far. Love it, in fact. Clay is my current patient. Clay is? Hunter's brow pulled down in confusion. But he just got hurt. No, not for this, of course. For his Achilles. He injured it for the third time falling off a horse he was training for Riley. Dr. Trenton sent me to the ranch to work with him. Whoa, 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 whoa. For the third time? And who's Riley? Haven't you been in contact with your own family at all? Goodness, a lot is going on there. Don't you ever call home? He sighed again. No lecture. Just fill me in. First about Riley. Riley is Colt's fiancée. Fiancée? Colt? Yes, Colt. I guess they haven't known each other that long, but he asked her to marry him. They've picked a date but haven't told anyone yet. They want to tell your dad and Rebecca first, and they're out of town. Hunter huffed another breath, obviously feeling out of the loop. Where are they? When was the last time you talked to them? Goodness, Hunter. Before he could yell at her for judging him, she jumped back in. They're at California at Harper West. Jessica's dad fell off his tractor onto the disc. Hunter let out a strangled sound. Yeah, she agreed that sounded bad. He'll recover, but they want to help with the harvest and to winterize the place, though California's so mild. I don't know what they had to do for that. Then stayed for Christmas. Her folks really needed them. Huh. Figures. What do you mean? Dad's always figured ways to escape his own sons. You remember? No, I don't. Your dad has done the best he could trying to raise 6 sons without their mother. I've never understood your attitudes. You weren't the one who needed a parent. You have 2. We had none. Were all the Cooper sons' spirits crushed by their upbringings? Sorry, I won't judge. It just looked like he was overworked and tried his hardest. Yeah, that's how it looked. Why do you think I left for school? To become a veterinarian, of course. Yeah, that's how it looked. Now she was confused. Wasn't that what he wanted? I'm not going back. She swung her head in his direction and saw the determination on his face. To school? He pressed his lips together, nodded. You can't be serious. What are you thinking? You'll be a veterinarian come June. He was silent for several beats, much longer than she wanted for his answer. So, he finally said, my big brother's getting married. How about that? If only she could shake the truth out of him, but the change of subject seemed final. For now. She nodded verification of Colt's nuptials and waited to see where Hunter steered the conversation next. Okay, back to the Achilles. I knew Clay injured it smokejumping, but you said 3 times? Twice smokejumping. The 3rd time, a horse bucked him off. Yeah, but that's happened 1,000,000 times before. Peggy shrugged. There was no disagreeing with that. This time, the saddle came off with him. You can't exactly tuck and roll with that between your legs. Do you like Riley? I do. She's spunky, Peggy laughed. Typical redhead, for sure. Ah, a redhead. Now that makes sense. What do you mean? He and I saw Journey to the Center of the Earth with Arlene Dahl a couple of years ago. Colt fell madly in love with her. Thought we'd have to leave him at the theater. He laughed, a bold, rich rumble. Sounded nice right about now. Doesn't surprise me another redhead would sweep him off his boots. Peggy giggled. You know, I think Riley looks a little like Arlene Dahl. They both roared then. When was the last time she'd felt like laughing? When they finally settled back to silence, he said, back to Clay. She had hoped it would be back to Hunter's troubles, but she'd go with the flow. I came to the ranch and started work on his Achilles over a month ago. It's been... She struggled to pick the right word, gauging how truthful she could afford to be. But if Hunter could drop that vet school bomb on her, she could at least be genuine. It's been really, really hard. He glanced at her. Yep, her cheeks burning all right. All or nothing now. She chose all. To start, Dr. Trenton sent Sally first. Do you remember Sally Wagoner? The big, mousy, brown-haired chick who was painfully shy in Clay's class? Well, that's not very flattering, but yes, that's Sally. Go on. Clay was so mean to her. She told Doc she wouldn't go back. Hunter didn't look the least surprised by that bit of information. So he sent me. Wow. That seems like a lack of judgment on Doc Trenton's part. He knows your history. Right? I argued the point, but he said there was no one else, and it was decided, period. She fumed at the memory. Was Clay mean to you, too? Of course he was. She blew a breath through her lips, making them flap with a funny noise. But you rose above it. How'd you know? I've seen you with Clay. It's one of the reasons he fell in love with you. You don't take crap from him. It was the first compliment Hunter had paid her. Maybe ever. But Peggy sagged at the thought of Clay never giving her a hard time, ever again. Chapter 16. Bruce Smith quietly tiptoed through the door to his foster mother's home in Sundance. It was 5 a.m., 2 days after he'd killed Clayton Cooper. But relief had yet to wash over him. Maybe it just needed a nudge, like getting Martin's fat life insurance check this so-called mother had promised him. And it wouldn't hurt to see the joy on her face when he told her the news.
Who's out there?
The gruff smoker's voice came from the back bedroom. It's me, Ma, he hollered, before she could pick up that shotgun of hers. I'm back. The woman he'd called mother for over 2 decades came around the corner in her tattered robe and slippers. This woman and her husband had fostered him when he was 10, and then proceeded to forget about him when she got pregnant with his little brother. But if it hadn't been for Martin, Bruce would have been forgotten altogether. Yeah, he'd overheard that conversation between his 2 parents, the one where they had another place all picked out for him, until Martin intervened, begged and cried until his mother gave in, as she always did for Martin. He owed Martin. He'd have been shipped off to that other foster home, the one where all the boys worked like slaves until they got kicked out at 18, skinny and calloused. He'd seen it with his own eyes. Yep, when Martin perished in that fire, his mother lost the only person she'd ever cared about, and Bruce lost his only real advocate. Nowadays, Bruce only lived in the periphery of his mother's world. While growing up, despite fair grades and winning nationals in baseball, she'd only had praise for Martin. Then, and as an adult, the steady job that helped their income didn't warrant her pride either. He learned to hate the only mother he knew, and hate even more his compulsion to please her. Weak. That's what he was. Weak. This should do it now. She'd be proud, for sure.
About time you're home. So, did you do it?
Yeah. Revenge was all she lived for now. He tried to smile, knew it was strained. Yes, ma'am. Done. She smiled, and it made his heart flip. He smiled back. Maybe she'd finally accept him.
Tell me how you did it. I want to know every detail. Don't leave nothing out.
His pulse sped at the memory of the night, at the thought of being the center of her attention. He shivered. At the cold or the anticipation of raising her hopes in him, he wasn't sure. Can I get a cup of coffee first? Get you one? She waved him off.
Sure. Go do it. I'll wait in the living room.
He joined her with 2 steaming cups in hand, practicing what he'd say, handed her one, took a sip from the other. He plunked it down and stood before her like a student ready to give a speech. I found out from his little brother he'd gone off to the West Yellowstone smoke-jumper base. When I called there looking for him, my speech was so believable. Guy told me he was bunking at Harper Ranch. He grinned. So I called there next.
Yeah,
his mother said, waving him off.
Get to the good parts.
Bruce scowled, angry his sleuthing wasn't earning any praise. Got him to meet me at the base. She leaned forward, looking excited and proud. He was sure that look was pride.
How'd you get him to come?
Told him I needed to talk with him about unfinished business Martin had with his best friend. Her face fell at her dead son's name. So he hurried on. Cooper mumbled something about owing him his time, so he came. He beamed then, certain his mother would praise him. She did look pleased.
Well, keep going.
So, when he got there, I took him out back for privacy. We talked some about old times. Cut it short because the storm was picking up. Told him I had some stuff in my truck to give him from Martin and waved him back toward the building. He turned to go ahead of me. That's when I clobbered him upside the head with that crowbar Pa kept in the bed of the truck.
So he's dead.
Yep. Heard the crunch. There was blood all over the place. Spilt real fast then. Got out just as another truck drove up. His ma sat back, her eyes hard.
So, you know he's dead?
Dread started to seep in. Yeah, I mean, I had to bug out in a hurry, what with the people in the truck. One of 'em was that Wilkins fella from Harper Ranch. But I wore a ski mask. He was sure she'd praise him now for using his head.
So, you checked to make sure he was dead?
Gad, Ma. He was bleeding everywhere and still as a broken baby bird.
You leaned over and what? Felt for a pulse? Listened for a heartbeat? Put your ear by his mouth to feel for breath?
Ma, I had to get out of there. Like I told you, there was people coming. Ma jumped to her feet, her robe catching underfoot to reveal her flannel nightgown. She yanked at it.
Are you telling me you didn't check to see if he was dead?
I told you.
I know what you said. But if you didn't check, you didn't do your job, idiot!
Acid hit his gut so hard he thought he'd throw up.
Don't call me that. You are an idiot.
She stepped forward and poked him in the chest.
You've always been dumb. Martin was the smart one. Smart and good-looking and sweet. You're nothing but a kid of a whore.
That was it. He grabbed the finger poking him and shoved it at her own chest. She took another step forward.
Don't you dare touch me like that, you ignorant mule!
Shaking with rage, he pushed her away. She tottered backwards, but caught herself.
What the? We was crazy to take you in all those years ago. I wish every day it'd been you and not Martin who died in that damn fire.
The heat of hurt and fury filled his head, propelling him forward. He palmed the top of her head, his fingertips pressed into her paper-thin hair, and gave her forehead a hard shove with the heel of his hand. Her neck snapped back, and fear filled her eyes. Satisfaction of that look was worth everything that came after. She flailed backwards. Her skull cracked against the corner of the end table. The lamp careened over, crashing and splintering against the hardwood floor. His gaze shifted from the shattered porcelain to the crumpled woman. He'd heard the crunch. There was blood everywhere. His lips rose at one corner, surprised that he felt elated instead of horrified. He grinned some more. What do you think, Ma? Should I check for a pulse? Listen for your breath? His laughter rang out before he clamped his hand over her mouth. Shouldn't feel this happy, should he? He tittered, backing a step to avoid the advancing pool of blood on the floor. You're not worth the bother, he said, an airy euphoria settling into his mind. He could get away with this. No one expected him to be in Sundance. No one saw him come in, and he could dang well make sure no one saw him leave. When they found her body, the authorities would assume she slipped in her shabby slippers and created her own mess. Ha! Couldn't have happened to a more deserving person. Was free of her. Finally free. He carted the coffee cups back to the kitchen, washed and towel-dried them, and returned them to the cupboard. There. Evidence erased. He peered out of the side window. The sky was still dark, the neighbors still asleep. Sleep. His skin crawled with sudden doubt. Crept back to the living room. Nah. His ma's lips were parted, eyes fixed, skin blanched. The doubt in his head only leapt to a different target. He didn't get the chance to see death on Clay's face this same way. His hands curled into fists. Maybe the woman had a point, after all. Chapter 17. A warm hand nudged Peggy's shoulder, jolting her awake. "Wake up, Peggy Sue." In her groggy state, the nickname struck a raw chord. The new Buddy Holly song had been playing on Clay's truck radio the day she'd met him outside the Bar 6 gate to give him his set of divorce papers with her signature on the dotted line, and instructions for him to finish the job, to sign and send them to the state. He'd signed her copy and thrown them at her even as she mumbled something about how he hated that she'd been lumped together with a dang girl in a song. She'd beamed with pride, despite the sadness. If she'd thought he would have agreed, she would have called the whole thing off right then. But one look into the eyes she'd always loved, and she had her answer. He loathed her. Icy air and a few snowflakes flurried in through the open passenger door. "We're here," Hunter said. "Gotta get Clay into the hospital. I already alerted them to get a gurney." Peggy stiffened her spine, instantly awake. "Oh, sorry to leave you to drive alone," he chuckled. "Hey, a little silence goes a long way." "Very funny. I'll help you get Clay ready." She jumped out of the warmth and into the light snowfall. Two burly men raced out of the hospital doors, pushing a gurney between them, only slowing when they reached the open back door of the vehicle. With Clay now headed through the front doors, Hunter veered off to find the ER doctor on shift, or someone he could hand the x-rays off to. Peggy stayed with Clay, using the nurse's assumptions to her benefit. The twinge of guilt she'd felt back in West Yellowstone with Dr. Barnes had long since left her. She was Clay's wife, in heart and mind and soul, if not law. She wasn't going anywhere, and that resolve made her oddly content. Clay was given a hospital room, a hospital gown, and an ER doctor who handed him off to the head trauma doctor on call, a Dr. Harris. Ushered out so the doctor could give him a thorough examination, Peggy plopped down in a folding chair outside his door, bent on staying close. The crack of boot heels against floor tile brought her head up to see Hunter approaching, two styrofoam cups dwarfed in one long-fingered hand. As he strode toward her, Peggy took in the whole man. All Cooper men were muscular and good-looking. There was something that made Hunter stand out in a crowd. Could be his lean stature with those extra-wide shoulders, or the too long dark hair that had a mind of its own. On anyone else it would look unkempt, but on him lent a harried professor sort of appeal. Or maybe the jewel-colored eyes that seemed to flash about like bright blue pinwheels. He was striking, and as he passed each woman on the floor, it became apparent he was one of a kind. Too bad Peggy's heart couldn't beat for a man like Hunter, a doctor of medicine with a steady temperament and solid future plans. But no, she had to fall in love with the unruly, crazy, impulsive, passionate Cooper. She sighed. Oh, so passionate. "You even listening?" Hunter knuckled her arms softly. He had sat down next to her and was trying to hand her one of the cups. Taking it by rote, she looked down into it. Coffee, looked like. She took a sip. Yep, coffee. "You all right?" She shook her head, forcing the tears back, afraid to look into Hunter's concerned eyes for fear the last of her reserves would whoosh out of her. Soon she would have the verdict on Clay.
She needed energy to battle the news, but had none. Her eyes burned. She blinked. She could barely sit upright, waiting for the prognosis. Bitter fear and gnawing grief struck her hard from the inside. Numbness, sorrow, so much sorrow. If he never woke up again, she'd be gutted. If he woke up and didn't recognize her, she'd be demolished. If he woke up and didn't want her... She swallowed past the lump growing in her throat. Whatever happened next, she had to prepare herself. But how? Prayer. She hadn't prayed since they'd arrived at the hospital. Knowing how Hunter felt about prayer, she closed her eyes, rested her head against the cold wall, and prayed in her mind. Lord, please wake Clay soon. Let him heal, his body, his mind, his heart. Let him remember everything and everyone. Let me have the chance to show him how much I still love him. Please. Oh, and Lord, whatever happened to cause Hunter's hostility toward you, I'm here to help him if you want to use me. I know you will provide the strength for that difficult task. Please let me draw the energy from you to receive the words from the doctor about Clay. Let them not be arrows to my heart. The next thing she knew, Hunter's voice woke her. Whoa, hang on. He grabbed her cup before it toppled to the floor, still half full with coffee. We need to find you a place to lie down. She stiffened, the back of her head sliding back up the wall. No, I got plenty of sleep on the drive here. I'm fine. What about you? You're the one who needs a bed. Hunter shook his head, though the shadows under his eyes gave away his fatigue. This was one heck of a way to spend Christmas, for both of them. The door next to her clicked open. She jumped, then reprimanded her jangled nerves. The trauma doctor stepped out and motioned for her to rise. The coffee in her stomach churned. No emotion showed on his face, but he stared at her longer than was comfortable. Did he have really bad news? Notice her paleness? Mrs. Cooper, let's go to my office. Follow me. Hunter got to his feet and followed. The doctor proceeded to a door a short ways from Clay's room, gesturing for her to go in before him. Dr. Harris stopped Hunter. And you are? Hunter offered his hand. Hunter Cooper, Clay's brother. With a small nod of his head, he brushed past Hunter's hand and took a seat at his desk. Get the door, he said to Hunter. The door clicked. Peggy wrung her hands. Hunter took a seat beside her and clasped his hands over both of hers with a squeeze. Clayton has a fractured skull. There's cerebral edema, which we're concerned about. As his brain swells, it puts pressure against his skull. Our biggest concern is something called ICP, or intracranial pressure. This pressure can prevent blood from flowing to his brain, which deprives it of the oxygen it needs to function. Peggy's grip on Hunter's hand tightened. A glance his way showed deep concern, but also concentration. They both understood more of what the doctor was explaining than the common layperson, which only made it worse. Much worse. Dr. Harris continued. Right now, he's in a coma, but we have tested him for awareness. He has a degree of it, which means he reacts to certain stimuli, pain, to be exact. She pulled in another deep breath and closed her eyes to gather her courage before asking, Did he perceive the pain, or was it just a reflex? She asked. Well, we don't know just yet. He had his eyes open at one point, but there was no eye contact or response to our calling his name. Her own eyes widened with hope. No. She had to stay realistic. She'd heard of other head trauma patients who opened their eyes but progressed no further. What is his prognosis? Hunter asked, just as she was about to. For the first time, emotion, maybe worry, showed on the doctor's face. Thankfully, Clayton is young. 24, I'm told. Both Hunter and Peggy nodded. Our first course of action is the hardest, I'm afraid. We wait, watch, hope the swelling goes down on its own so the brain can begin to heal. The skull was fractured, but it was the best-case scenario, a closed linear fracture, which means the bone didn't penetrate the skin or the brain, and the fracture runs along one line. He's a fortunate young man. He has a hard skull. The damage to his brain is the bigger concern. We'll watch him carefully through the night. The fact he made it through his first night already is to his advantage. My regards to Dr. Barnes. He's got a fine reputation. All alone there in West Yellowstone, with not a hospital facility nearby, is not a situation I envy. The doctor got to his feet. I'll talk to you more tomorrow. You may as well go get some sleep. Peggy shook her head. I'm staying. I hope you have a bed or chair you can bring in for me. I'll let the nurses know. Try to rest. You're going to need it for when he wakes up. With that, he swept around his desk and let himself out the door. Rude and efficient. Better than personable and inept, she thought. At least he said, when he wakes up. So he expected it. Or at least was thinking positively. Thank goodness. Hunter followed the doctor out and held the door for her. She entered Clay's room on feet that seemed detached from her body. It wasn't until she clasped one of his work-worn hands that she became grounded again. The warmth of his skin soaked into her. Hunter took up vigil at the foot of the bed, but Peggy had eyes only for Clay. Reaching up, she smoothed his hair back and let her gaze roam his face. There was no sign of the usual impatience that generally lined his forehead and bracketed his mouth. Not that he was less appealing that way, just the opposite. His intensity was one of the things she loved most about him. He simply seemed more at peace now. She wanted that for him. When was the last time this poor man knew peace? Peg? Mm-hmm, she answered, only half listening. I'm going down to the cafeteria before it closes. I'll bring you back some food. Without taking her eyes off Clay, she nodded. Soon she heard the hard soles of Hunter's boots against the floor as he let himself out of the room. Glad to be alone for a spell, she pulled the small chair closer and bowed her head. Father, God, thank you for getting us to Missoula safely. Thank you for Dr. Harris and his expertise. I lift Clay up to you now. Please heal his brain and his skull and wake him soon. Help Hunter and I be patient and wait for your perfect timing. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen, came a whispered sound. Her eyes flew open. Her head whipped up and her gaze landed on Clay's mouth. Had he really spoken, or had she willed herself to hear it? Clay? She stood, leaned over until her face was a hair's breadth away from his mouth. His warm breath slid in and out steadily. Clay? Nothing. She had imagined it then. On legs as weak as a brand-new foal's, she collapsed back to the chair. And then the dam broke. This was familiar, the sobs, the keening pressure in her chest, the tears that spilled down her cheeks past tightly shut eyes. She had shed so many since making the sickening choice to leave Clay that they were almost her only comfort anymore. Don't cry. Another whisper came. She gasped and looked up, stopped up any sound at her throat so she could listen. The deep convulsions continued to rack her chest, but she held her breath anyway, watched and listened. Nothing. Clay? Did you say something? He lay so still she couldn't imagine any words could have escaped him. Had that been the Holy Spirit trying to comfort her? Or maybe trying to quiet her so she could hear Clay when he did speak? That had to be it. Stop thinking of yourself, Peggy. Concentrate on Clay. Pulling in a deep, purging breath, she swiped the tears off her cheeks and just breathed. Only breathe. Worry about living later.
Chapter 18. The door to Clay's room swung inward on a slow arc. Hunter backed in and turned, both arms full of foil-covered plates and bowls. Looked like he was ready to feed the whole floor. She giggled. "What have you done?" "Bought out the remainder of the food. There wasn't much left, so I negotiated for the rest for one price." He grinned. She stared. When was the last time she'd seen Hunter smile? Maybe never. It changed his face from stunningly attractive to downright superb. All she could think of was, he'd better keep that under wraps, or the women would be drawn to him like dogs to a Galton's whistle. "You okay?" His smile slid off his face as he flashed his gaze to Clay. "Is he all right? What's happened?" With that beacon of a smile gone, Peggy came back to herself. "Nothing. Here, let me help you with those before you decorate the floor. Hold on." The two of them settled the dishes on the various tables throughout the room. Peggy was amazed at how much he'd managed to carry. Wow, he must have been hungry. "You should be too. We haven't eaten since before we left West Yellowstone. Dig in." Peggy didn't bother to mention her skimpy saltine feast from the day before. She grabbed a fork, and her stomach rumbled loudly. They both laughed. After several minutes of scarfing down food, Peggy's mind finally cleared. Conviction burgeoned inside her. She took a sip of water to clear the way. I could have sworn Clay said a couple of words. Hunter had just shoved the remainder of a dried-out hamburger into his mouth. "What?" He choked out around the bite. With a big gulp of a bottled soda, he tried again. "Are you saying he woke up?" "No." She shook her head as she studied Clay anew. "Well, what did he say? Come on. Did he open his eyes?" Hunter dropped his rumpled plate onto the table behind him, then went to Clay's side. "Clay." He rested a hand on Clay's shoulder and gave it a little squeeze. "Brother, can you hear me?" He took Clay's hand and held it loosely. "Squeeze my hand if you can hear me." They both waited with anticipation. Nothing happened. Clay's newfound clarity cracked. Maybe she'd hallucinated the whole thing, gone crazy with the raw want of it all. Insane. Looney Tunes. Deserved her own bed in the brain trauma ward. Wiping her mouth, she sat back and rested her head against the chair as she watched Hunter try to rouse Clay through slitted eyes. After several minutes of trying, Hunter gave up and went after the second chair in the corner of the room. He dragged it over to Peggy. "You're losing it, sis." Though she appreciated the endearment, Peggy elbowed him. "Knock it off. I'm serious. I heard words, and they didn't come from me." She couldn't tell him she thought the Lord might have made them loud and clear in her mind. He'd never understand that. Maybe now was the time to approach this. Well, if Clay said them, it had to be in his unconscious state. He's still totally out. "Well, I guess so. Listen, Hunter." Hunter stretched out his long legs and crossed them at the ankle. "No." "No what? I haven't said anything yet." She turned in her seat and frowned at him. "Nothing good comes from that start." Peggy whacked him on the arm. "That's not fair." "How? Keep your hands to yourself." "Oh, ha-ha. A big, strong guy like you is really a sissy?" He straightened, puffed out his chest. "No sissies in this room, including you." "Oh, aren't you sweet?" "No, and no to whatever you were going to ask. You haven't distracted me." "Come on, Hunter. It's been a long day. Humor me." He crossed his arms over his chest and gave her a side glance. "One humor." She chuckled. He did have a way about him. "About what happened to you back at school." "Nothing happened." "Don't make me call you a liar, tough guy." His gaze left her and wandered over to Clay. With a forlorn expression, he stared at his brother for so long Peggy figured he was shutting her out. Until finally, he answered, "I'm not going back, so it's a moot point." "Obviously something happened. Tell me. Maybe I can help." He scowled at her.
How can you help? By praying to a God that doesn't give a rip? She sighed. Did this attitude about God come from what just happened, or from long ago? He leapt to his feet and strode over to the window. It was dark and snowy outside, but the lights from the city gave the view a sort of ethereal charm. He stared out at the silent night. Peggy prayed in her head for wisdom and waited for Hunter to speak first. He didn't. So, when you get your degree, will you work at the ranch, or in Sundance with Dr. Willows? Knock it off. I just told you I'm not finishing. It's Christmas time, Hunter. Merry Christmas Eve, by the way. So you only have, what, a little over 5 months to go? You'd be foolish not to finish. Yep, that describes it perfectly. I'm a fool. What happened? Her voice demanded he tell her. She hoped it didn't make him rebel. It's just she'd lost her tolerance for wasted moments. You never knew when you'd run through them all until it was too late. Hunter glared at her as he found his place in the chair again. He huffed a breath. Fine. May as well tell you, then you'll be the first one to talk me out of finishing. Unlikely. She patted the hand he had on the chair arm, ready to wait him out. He scrubbed a hand down his face, leaned his forearms on his thighs, and slumped his shoulders. Kind of a long story. She crossed her right leg over the left, bringing herself closer to him. Do you see me going anywhere? A weak smile twitched at his lips briefly. He stared at Clay's feet, and at last tried to take a full breath. It was stifled by a hitch, and something that sounded a bit like a sob. She didn't dwell on how badly this something had affected him. Just waited and listened until she noticed his breathing evening out. I've been an arrogant SOB all 4 years of school, you have to understand. Good grades, no, great grades, highest in the class mostly. My clinical rotations have gone exceptionally well. Sounded good so far, but she knew the bomb would drop soon. At school, we work on animals from all walks of life. We see a fair number of patients from local ranchers who want to support the program, but we also get champion bulls and prize-winning roping horses who truck in from several states away to get cutting-edge care. And sometimes we get people who love their animals entirely too much. He looked askance at Peggy. Peggy lifted an eyebrow on cue. How so? Hunter shifted his gaze back to his empty hands. I think, well, there was this woman client who came in with her sick mare. The horse wasn't a barrel racer or anything, just a lawn ornament with pneumonia that this lady was crazy over. He ran his palms over his thighs and took a breath. She didn't have kids, or a husband. It was just her and this horse. And she didn't have much money either. But she came to the vet school for the best care she could find. Peggy knew what was coming, and she already hurt for Hunter. She slumped a little further in his seat, and she almost wished she hadn't made him speak of it. Except she knew God could heal, and the Lord was exactly who Hunter needed right now. She got me instead. Oh, I assured her we would take good care of her treasured partner. So she left the mare in my hands. The orders were for the horse to get Pen G, that's a type of penicillin, in the muscle every 8 hours. It gets to be painful for the horse. Pen G stings, and you have to give a lot of it. I don't blame the horses, but they can start to act out when they see you coming with that 60cc syringe. They shy and swivel, and sometimes they haul off and kick. Hunter shook his head. Well, like I said, it's not exactly the horse's fault, but it's dangerous for the people giving the shots. So sometimes you just have to... He scratched his nose. You just have to get it in, you know? His gaze wandered, his mind back in time somewhere. Peggy hardly breathed. I jabbed that needle in and pushed that plunger down as fast as I could. You're supposed to aspirate. His eyes flitted to hers to gauge her comprehension. You know, pull back on the plunger to make sure the needle's not in an artery or vein. But I didn't. I just gave it. All. And that mare dropped dead of anaphylactic shock before I even crossed off the treatment on her chart. A tear slid down Hunter's cheek. Peggy ached for him. Lord, she prayed, grace me with the right words to say. I killed that animal, Peggy Sue, as sure as if I'd put a gun to her head. I can't get the sound of that lady's wail out of my head when I had to. He ran his hand through his hair again. I'm not going back. Peggy placed light fingertips on Hunter's back. He didn't flinch away. Hunter, she stroked his back. I'm so sorry. And I don't know what to say. As she fumbled for encouragement in her head, a gravelly masculine voice answered from the head of the hospital bed instead. Get over it. Peggy buzzed from her scalp to her toes. Clay? Hunter launched to Clay's side. Clay, brother. He swiped at his wet cheeks. It's me, Hunter. Open your eyes. So you heard that too, right? Peggy said, standing at his side now. Yes. He's not responsive, though. How is it possible for him to respond to something we're saying but not be awake? Hunter shrugged, his expression a perfect mix of bafflement and hope. They coaxed Clay to open his eyes for another half hour before giving up and settling back in their chairs. Peggy leaned back. Hunter slumped again on his forearms. You have to go back, Hunter. He peered at her over one shoulder, his eyebrows drawn together and lips pressed tight. It was an accident, what you did. You're brand new at this. Do you expect to be an expert already? No, but I expect to not kill my patients. I can't go through that again, don't you see? She faced him and grabbed one of his hands, forcing him to sit up straight. So you learn from this. You never do it again. Next time, you aspirate. And that horse will get better. And you'll save lives. Don't you think Dr. Willows has lost a few patients in the past? You can't save them all. But you can sure make a difference. I know you'll always do your best. That's just it. I've been so sure of myself. How can I be that now? She squeezed his hand. You can't. And that's good. A humble doctor, one who doesn't think he knows it all, will do a far better job than the arrogant schmuck. His lips twitched. Schmuck, huh? Yes, schmuck. During my schooling, I met plenty. You don't want to be one of those. You'll be a better doctor because of what happened to you, not the other way around. He blinked, and it felt like an answer to a prayer. Chapter 19. Christmas Day arrived with only a skeleton crew manning the hospital and no further movement from Clay. Peggy watched the nurses with growing compassion, certain they all would have preferred to be home with their families. She felt a little melancholy after making a call to her parents, but with her fingers entwined with Clay's, she knew she was exactly where she wanted to be. When Hunter returned from his calls to family, the two of them worked together to handle Clay's daily ritual. They exercised his Achilles and calf muscle for 30 minutes, then massaged the muscles of the other 3 limbs. They gave him a sponge bath, and even cleaned his teeth with a minty sponge on a stick before changing out his hospital gown for a fresh one, then thumbed through the magazines they had scrounged to tab a fresh article to read to Clay out loud. When it was mealtime, they rotated through the cafeteria, spicing up lunch and dinner with Christmas cookies and red and green sprinkled cupcakes. Other than that, the day passed like any other, except the small talk they shared carried an undercurrent of growing friendship. The next morning,
With a kink in her neck and a sleep-sogged mind, she began her morning prayer aloud, as she had since their arrival. Knowing what was coming, Hunter rose from his chair, stretched exaggeratedly, and excused himself as he had the last 2 days. Peggy blinked after him, disappointed but unsurprised as the door closed between them. She turned back to Clay, perched on the edge of the chair, and bowed her head. Dear Lord, thank you for another morning where Clay is still breathing, still healing, and for giving us hope. The door clicked open and closed again behind her. Her head popped up. Maybe Hunter wanted to hear after all. Her eyes landed on Dr. Harris instead, standing with clipboard in hand and an odd expression, not quite a smile, on his face. Don't stop on my account. She smiled back, elated by his forbearance, with a small nod. She bowed her head again. Guide the doctor's hands, give him your wisdom, and heal Clay's brain. I would love to have you wake him, Lord, but not in my timing, in yours alone. In the name of Jesus, amen. He strode closer. In all my years of handling trauma patients, I've never once had a family member leave their loved ones waking to God's timing. Extraordinary. With all due respect, Doctor, you don't know what they pray silently. His brows shot up. At the same time, his lips tilted up ever so slightly. Yeah? She guessed people weren't bold with this man often, if at all. Then he grinned, a big, glorious grin that took the grim reaper look away and gave him a younger appearance. Well, can't argue with that logic. He turned his focus to Clay, and the grin changed back to his usual impassive manner. How's our patient doing? I wish Hunter were here, but I'll try my best to describe what's happened. The doctor's brows lowered as if his nurse had neglected to fill him in on something important. Oh, we didn't tell anyone else. We waited to tell you. He nodded. Go on. Peggy took the next few minutes explaining the 3 times Clay had talked to her and Hunter, words that made sense and were part of the conversation. Another smile lifted the corners of Dr. Harris's mouth. Well now, that is good news. Let me examine him and we'll talk about it. Why don't you go ahead and step out? Wait for me in my office. Maybe your brother-in-law will be back by then and can join us. Her head spun with the reminder that the doctor thought she and Hunter were family. Collecting herself, she said, Okay. Thank you, Dr. Harris. He nodded, and she exited. Hunter hadn't gone far. He was just outside the door with his upper back planted against the wall, his long legs crossed at the ankle. Peggy watched as one nurse after the next walked slowly by him, looking up and giving him a smile, nearly losing their stride as she passed. He'd nod to each and graced a few with his Cooper grin. At least he seemed better than yesterday when he confessed his grief over the mare. She was glad for him. She tapped him on his arm. Come, the doctor wants us in his office. They waited only a few minutes before the doctor came in, the same wide grin he'd shown in Clay's room splitting his face. Relief flooded her. He woke up briefly. What? I've got to go to him. Peggy jumped to her feet but was stopped by the doc's next words. You mind sitting back down, Mrs. Cooper? Mrs. Cooper. She dropped back in the chair, her legs weak and stomach aflutter. Yet another reminder she wasn't Mrs. Cooper anymore. How would Clay react when he woke up for good? She shivered. We used pain stimuli on him again, and this time he opened his eyes and pushed us away. When Hunter smiled, he held up a hand. I want you to be forewarned. It was only briefly. But the fact he woke up and perceived the cause of the pain for even a moment is positive. Be patient. Time is on our side. I'll be back to see him tomorrow. Spend time with him. Watch for any more wakefulness. Hunter rose first and reached a hand across the desk. Thank you, Dr. Harris. The man nodded at Peggy, ignored Hunter's hand, and left the room. Peggy looked at Hunter and rolled her eyes. At least he seems to know his stuff. It's a good thing, or I'd give him his own head trauma. Hunter! She struggled to keep a grin off her face.
Maybe God's giving you a glimpse of the doctor you're not to be. Hunter's jaw ticked as he clenched. It's not like my patients will need a good bedside manner. And I told you, I don't want to talk about God. No, but their owners will. I guarantee you. He turned to go out the door, but Peggy tugged at his sleeve. Hold on. You're not blaming God for the death of that mare, are you? He drilled his glare into her. She felt that blue-eyed stare clear down to her toes. He sure as heck could have prevented it from happening. Yes, she agreed, he could have. But God was not required to do what people thought best, or even to fill them in on his plans. Creation had no cause to question the actions of the Creator. She hoped she could get Hunter to understand that. We don't know God's ways. Don't try to figure them out. Just know he does what is best for you when you trust him with your life. Hunter's lips pressed to a blanched, thin line. Peggy sighed. Course change. Come on, let's go see if Clay's awake. Hunter's expression softened as he gestured her toward the hall. Peggy opened the door to Clay's room so slowly she startled when Hunter reached above her head to push harder. This isn't a nursery, Pegs. Go on in, he said peevishly. Clay's eyes were closed as they approached. Clay? Peggy asked quietly, but didn't touch him. No response. Hey, brother. Hunter squeezed Clay's shoulder, then knuckled his sternum. It looked like a half-hearted effort, but Peggy figured that was the pain stimulus the doctor had used. Clay remained still. Hunter's shoulders slumped. He felt the same way. This was a waiting game. She knew her prayers had been answered the moment she'd prayed them, and that this time the answer was wait. God was in control, and wait she would, but not in silence. Peggy walked around the bed and put a hand on Hunter's back. It may be a long haul, Hunter, but like you said before, we have to believe he'll be all right. You should go back to school now. You'll regret it otherwise. There's no need having us both waiting here. Finish your schooling, then go home and show everyone in Sundance you're the best veterinarian in the state of Wyoming. Hunter patted the blue hospital gown where it stretched tight over Clay's too wide shoulders. Several seconds passed as he studied his brother as if he might never see him again, then lifted his chin to stare out the window. He rubbed his fingertips together, faced her. How will you get back if I leave? He's going. She wanted to squeal for delight, but knew to play it cool for fear he'd reverse course again. She hitched a shoulder. We'll work it out. Could be weeks, even months before Clay is ready to leave. Hunter pulled in a chestful of air and blew it out slowly. I'll go back, if for no other reason than to gather my stuff. His gaze swung back to the window. There was thick cloud cover, but it hadn't snowed all morning. The weather looks to have taken a little respite. I'll leave tomorrow, if it sticks. Elation filled her. It was a start, and it was enough. The ranchers in Crook County needed him. Dr. Willows needed him. Being the only veterinarian for the county for the last decade had prematurely aged the poor man. By early the next morning, Hunter was packed up and ready to go. Before he left, he helped Peggy one more time with Clay's daily ritual. This time, a change of sheets followed. When they checked off all their tasks, they tucked Clay back in, fresh and ready for another day of waiting. Hunter stood beside his suitcase, his eyes on Peggy and hand in his back pocket. He withdrew his wallet and flipped it open. I want you to take some— Nonsense, Peggy lifted her hands. I've got a bit of money saved up, and— Hunter pressed a wad of bills into her palm. For Clay's care. He stooped to make direct eye contact. I insist. His earnestness disarmed Peggy. She saw that he would not leave unless she accepted. Thank you. She tucked the money in her purse, then faced him again, palms against her pants, feeling oddly shy. Hunter's head bobbed. She reached up to give him a hug. He bowed down into it, then gave her shoulder a squeeze. Straightening,
He gazed at Clay, swallowed, and said to the air in the room, "Take care of him."
He glanced at Peggy with a pained smile and ducked through the doorway. The sound of Hunter's footsteps grew softer. "Take care of him," Peggy murmured softly in turn. She faced Clay, feeling vaguely unbalanced, and then utterly free. Taking Clay's hand in her own, she pressed her lips to his warm skin. "Lord God, take care of them both."
Chapter 20.
"It's about time you showed up." Bruce Smith's spine went rigid at the gruff voice coming from the dark corner of the room. Barroom chatter buzzed one wall away. He blinked into the darkness ahead of him, wishing the patch of light from the hallway extended further in. "Who are you?" He'd been summoned by a note under the door of the motel room he'd gone into hiding. He decided not to ask too many questions about how a stranger knew where to find him. Despite his best plans, his name was all over the news in conjunction with Clayton Cooper. There was even a warrant issued for his arrest. No way he could show up for work, and no way could he hunker down at his old home. His mother's death played in his head again. Her rage, her wide eyes, her sticky blood clotting on the rug by her head. He shook the vision away. Could the police connect the dots? Any reasonable person would empathize with why he pushed her. Problem was, juries weren't made up of reasonable people. "Come further into the room." He took a tentative step, then another. While holed up in his flea pit of a motel room, he'd learned from the radio that Clayton Cooper was still alive, and he'd been taken to Missoula for head trauma treatment. If he hadn't been a Cooper, he would never have made the 6 o'clock news. Rich, entitled, lucky bastard. Now that Bruce had lost his life insurance money, the house, and freedom, the bottom of a whiskey glass was all he cared about. Down to his last dollar, he'd come at the request of some unknown stranger offering him a covert job. Ha! What did they want? For him to hit a baseball out of the park? Do their taxes? "What do you want?" Rowdy bar customers broke into a chorus of profanity and laughters. "Close the door," the voice in the shadow said. "I won't be able to see anything." "Flip on the light." Did he want to see this stranger's face? But what choice did he have? He eased the door closed and clicked on the light. "You?" "Yeah, me." Bruce snorted a laugh. "You have a job for me?" With what this person did for a living, it wouldn't be a job he'd know how to do. "You won't think it funny when I tell you you'll make $12,000. That's 2 years' salary for you." Bruce's eyes grew wide. "Why me?" A raspy laugh filled the room. "You tried to kill Clayton Cooper, Mr. Smith. That will serve you well with me. You broke, lying low." The disgraceful creature leaned forward, templing slender fingers. "And your mother's dead. By your hand?" Bruce stiffened. No one knew that. Another menacing laugh made his gut flip. "That's a yes. You're the perfect candidate." Bruce tried to swallow, wishing he had another whiskey to burn the dryness away. What do you want me to do?" "I'll pay you $3,000 now, so you can get by, and the rest when it's over." He was irritated now, and a whole lot scared. "To do what?" "Come summer, you're going to burn the Cooper Bar 6 ranch down to the ground. The whole blasted place."